speed to Onivia. I need to actually press the go live button too, and sometimes I tab out before and do something else before that readies itself. Anyway. Hello Dio, hey Blade, hey Pentulus, hey Low Cortisol Minus, and hey Katari as well. How's it going to you all? Okay, so yeah, Top Esports for Anyone's Legend. Even though Top Esports did lose against Weibo, I still think they come in as favorites. I think Anyone's Legend still have not beaten a top team. I think that Anyone's Legend's laning phase is still holding them back, despite having some better early game impact. I think particularly Tarzan is really starting to level up, which is a very important thing. Of course it is, always is. However, no, I look at Top Esports and I think that you know, the loss to Weibo, I'm not going to call it a freak loss. It was a genuine loss. They did lose, but I'm just not sure that Anyone's Legend will be able to hold them to account in lane in the same way. Yes, they can counterpick top lane. I'm sure they can, and I'm sure that they can, you know, have some stable early lanes at points, but I just don't think it'll be enough. Hey, Kuka, good to see you. Hi, Joe. Anyone's Legend Revenge? I don't see it happening today. How am I doing? I'm quite tired, I'm not gonna lie. It's the LPL schedule starting to catch up to me again, I have to say. It is a holiday today though, going out for a barbecue with some friends later. So we're gonna do that. And yeah, you know, just surviving, doing that whole life thing. I've definitely been feeling the last week or so, I don't really get much of a day, because I've been doing LPL, and I immediately go for a nap, and then the rest of the day just kind of disappears after that, really. Hey, American barbecue is very, very good, too. One thing which, you know, the Americans have over most of the people in the world. Of course, there's different styles of barbecue, right? So you've got, like, the more, like, because, like, stuff like, yakiniku and, KBBQ and things like that, then, you know, like Japanese, Korean barbecue are not barbecue in the same way that American barbecues. I think this is a holiday over in China as well, by the way, because everyone's dressed up for that. I'm not exactly sure which one it is. If anyone has information about which Chinese holiday we celebrate, I would, it would be very cool.
虎牙直播、哔哩哔哩直播、腾讯视频、腾讯体育、新浪微博、微信视频号进行收看。电视机前的召唤师可以通过百视通平台收看全程赛事。上京东搜“京东电竞直播”，赢千元耳机和游戏手办。扫描上方二维码，定制 LPL 队服队员 ID。开一局吗？开就开！感谢提供全场保护的杜蕾斯，今晚持久战力开一局。Sky Motor 手机电动，快人一步，稳赢一路。TCL 全屋智慧家电，峡谷英雄敢为不凡。2026 LPL 官方指定家电产品，更受电竞用户喜欢的能量饮料，醒神好喝，当然战吧。傲风电竞椅，职业战队的选择，想赢做傲风。
Oh, that's some choral music. Pandemonium? What is this? Oh, it's the... Okay, right, I got you. It's the Demacia opening. Very cool, though. Monsters and demons, folks. No, not the Monster Energy drink. Monsters, the beasts, you know?
首先，让我们有请 Anyone's Legend!
Anyone's Legend hitting the stage. Damn, let out by, that's a very impressive outfit. That's a cool thing to do. Shanks will lead out the team. Pandemonium? Perhaps they should be focused on Pandemonium. You're so funny, Alex, you say in chat. Oh, Alex, you're so funny. Thanks, Sam. I always knew I was funny. I knew I was born to be this funny, Sam.
Most people who rescue these players are very so
All good. I'd say I was definitely one of those. Do I have to get up today, most? But the good League of Legends, Sam, you just not even punch the microphone. You just need it full in the. What is the point, Sam? What does the microphone done to deserve that?
Alex,
Yeah.
you don't understand that the best way to keep your microphone in line is
No,
just occasional
Sam,
corporal
no.
punishment.
No way. Top Esports onto the stage. Captain Jackulov will lead them out. Fungyue, the giant that he is, just did a leg over something. I have no idea what. I don't know what he had to step over there. I think it was one of the studio monitors on the front of the stage. Anyway, that man is a genuine beast of a man. I've got the wrong lens on Sam, so I'll need to
That's okay.
in a second.
It's the wrong lens.
So quite wrong.
If people haven't watched the wrong round,
You should.
I'm just saying you are actually missing out on.
Good God, I'm switching the lens.
Yeah, I know. I was just trying to think of where to go next, to be honest. There's not a lot of space to go, really, creatively, relative to League of Legends with wrong trousers at this point. There is only so many segues I was willing to do at this stage of the day.
We just had the Demacia intro with the whole season 2. Talk about
True.
Is it new patch day today? I'm actually not sure about that. Because the new patch is kind of insane.
It is a bit. Things feel like they've changed quite a lot.
It would be very quick for them to change that if they do. LPL doesn't always change patch very quickly. And typically, they stay on the same patch for the whole week. So I wouldn't expect it to be today. I know that a lot of, the LEC and the LCS are playing on live patch now. It's the thing that they do. Fungyue is 6'5", so he is effectively my height,
Which is very tall.
Yeah. So if you want to know what I would look like on stage, that's actually as close as it gets to it. Actually, is the only people that I've worked with in esports which are taller than me. I think as a player, Kaiser, support from EU, he's taller than me just about. And then there's Ender, Ender, who's taller than me, and then Mass Swan, who we used to do LGL with as well, who's another broadcast talent. So those are 3 people who've genuinely been taller than me, which is it's quite weird just because I have to look slightly at eye level or slightly below to talk to people most of the time. Actually having to look up a bit, it's just not something which I'm just genuinely I'm not used to. It's not a bad thing. I'm just not used to it. It's strange. It's just difference there. Oh, Fungyue should go play basketball. Hey, what if he wants to play League of Legends though? Yeah, he's pretty good at that too.
Maybe you can do like chess boxing, but with league basketball.
League ball. Yeah.
Have a mixture of Kobe and Kobe, in the game.
Oh right. Kobe, which one? Okay, top esports anyone's legend. I need to have a look at live tweet as well, or the other thing as well. Discord. I think that a lot of people don't really listen to the tweets and stuff. They
in the Discord. There's a compromise.
Okay,
Over
into
more
draft.
support. I can say. Towards the draft, we do indeed go. Light show appears to be being prepared nicely for us here, which makes things nice and easy. Indeed, we have already got a few bands a little late into the draft phase there, but as you can see, Varus, Bard, Rumble, the Orianna, and the Ashe Karma still up. A lot of those early jungle power picks also available, considering Tarzan and Tiana are involved. That should be a big open season for either of them to look at things like the Jarvan, the Shinzao, Skarna's a possibility, the Nocturne's a possibility. The Jarvan will get banned. That does mean, however, that Karma does get through.
Should be a first pick. And they've got looks like they've got a bit of different graphics package today, actually. Maybe this is the season 2 update, because of course we had Spirit Blossom for a lot of last year. That's a very cool, but yeah, okay. Alright, I get it. Very cool. I'll immediately answer with the Ezreal on this side. I'm liking what they're doing here. Ezreal Pantheon locked in from anyone's legends. They have themselves, the separation of the Ezreal and the Karma. They can look for they can't look for a Bard on 3, but if there is going to be a strong bot lane locked in for top esports, Kyle will have to look to his support on 3. So he might go Seraphine, Ezreal Seraphine, just to give themselves a bit more lane potential. The only enchanter which Seraphine actually loses to is the Karma, because the Karma is so oppressive in lane. and he looks like he's going to be the lock in the top esports.
Yeah, definitely a consideration. I'm loving this kind of motion graphics pack we've got going on. This is very nice. We need to see what they want to look alongside it. They may look for a Caitlyn Karma lane and just say, you know what? Have fun, guys, because Caitlyn Karma is about as oppressive a lane as it gets.
Yeah, you take away the Ezreal, but Caitlyn can like get locked in. Now, the thing about Anyone's Legend, why this could be quite intelligent from them, is the problem with playing something like the Caitlyn Karma, which in fact they don't lock in there, which is very interesting, is that if you're into a Pantheon, you can overpush and die. So it's just going to be the Karma locked in, and Anyone's Legend now see a completed mid jungle on the other side. So it looks like we're going to be left at Ezreal locked in on one side, Karma on the other, no completed bot lane, which has often been the big hallmark of this drafting meta.
Yeah. Instead, we have got two very strong mid jungles, but I'm looking at ALs here in the Rise and the Pantheon and going, yeesh, that is one of the scarier duos in League of Legends right now.
So as you go into second rounds of picks and bans, things like Ambessa, I think are quite powerful. Of course, Renekton on the board keeps that in check. Appreciate the follow there, really good actually. Are they on live patch? We don't typically change patch midweek. That typically happens per week. But to be honest, I'm not sure. They've done the graphics update, but I'm not sure about the actual.
Yeah, I'll go see if I can find out once we're in game, guys. Because again, I'm not seeing anything particularly different in terms of draft priorities as yet, but that might just be teams being slow to adapt as well, which often happens as much as anything else. Caitlyn ban away from that Karma lane, the Onivia ban away on the other side against a potential Ezreal Karma lane, which is another really obnoxious way of dealing with the enchanters. They are going to stop that one, the Sivir as well. So basically, the two most oppressive shoving lanes taken off the board relatively swiftly there.
So we might be getting towards Jackal of Nymaera here. You know, Nymaera with the Karma still pretty strong. Anyone's Legend, are they going to get themselves to Seraphine? Does Top Esports just ban that? Could be a worthwhile ban.
Do you Jhin here as TES?
Yeah, you could. Yeah, you could. So they do have multiple options here. So they've had the Yoriks. They want to go for something like a Nara or a Jason top side.
Worth noting, I suppose, that the Onivia top is also a thing, although I don't know whether Flandre is the one who wants to play it off the top of my head. Garen is covered. I mean, it is a season of Demacia. I'm going to hold on that. I suspect blind pick Garrus would be a bit unwise. A lot of fun hovers right now.
Garrus? Garrus Mass Effect?
Garen. I went Garius to Gara. I just couldn't find the last last letters there.
Seraphine is locked in. Hey, I mean, Sam, you just got to do some calibrations.
Yeah, apparently so.
Jhin is going to be hovered over for Top Esports and likely locked in there. And then we see what's happening with the top lane. Now, Sweon's done very well with counterpick, but what we saw versus Weibo was if he gets counterpicked, then obviously a lot of that kind of allure goes away. Now, you've banned out the Yorick. You are likely going for a Nara or a Jace. This one's been signified in advance. The question is, okay, Flandre, you see the Jace now. It's a champion which he even likes to play quite a lot. What do you have into it? Do you go Rek'Sai? Do you go Ambessa? Do you go Cassante? What are you feeling like for the composition?
Jhin also is locked in, so you've now got double poke. Plus, honestly, even the Karma and the Shintai can add a little bit in there as well. Just makes it a relatively easy Scion lock, though. So now between the Scion and the Pantheon, your front line is pretty good. AL outrange, don't get me wrong, but I think their front to back is still very, very potent. Top Esports, if they can play at their range, get their poke down, I see what the combo is supposed to do at least.
And the big thing for me is that can Top Esports just abuse Anyone's Legends early lanes? Now, the thing is, Flandre's best champion is Scion. I think he is, in fact, the best Scion within the LPL by quite a significant margin at this point. Sweon gets himself the Jace. It's not a bad matchup into it, but he has a double global heading his way, and the Pantheon Rise is really strong. I think Anyone's Legend come away with a much stronger draft. It's a question of whether Top Esports play their draft better now. I'm going to put us onto an ad break so we don't get any ads in game, folks. If you want to support us, think about sticking around and watching ads. If you don't want ads, subscribe. Helps us an awful lot. I think AL walk away with a winning draft. Ezreal Seraphine, strong. Rise Pantheon, strong. Flandre on San, incredibly strong, Sam. I really like what they've got going on there. Top Esports, I think they have the early lanes to do something massive here, do something nasty. But Anyone's Legend, I think, have the better tools to play out mid and late game.
And a astute breakdown as ever from Nymaera there. Gold content from Nymaera.
Gold content once again.
Not the actual play, sorry.
Nymaera with the gold content once again.
Thanks, Atlas, for that incredible phrase, by the by.
I haven't had that on the stream for a little while though, because we've had it silenced. So you guys don't. Anyway, whatever. Let's get on to the Rift. Let's hear the Giles.
Someone brought drums?
Oh gosh, well from what I saw there, actually something which I didn't realize, we're in Xi'an today. So we're in WE's home ground, but we're playing Anyone's Legend top esports here. Of course, W not playing today. We have IG Weibo coming up next year. I'm interested to see if they're here as well. May well be the case. Level 1. Now, Fengyue on the Karma, interested to see what he will do, because his presence in lane on the Karma needs to be very important, but they also need to be very aware of how hard they push, because that Pantheon Rise is going to come straight down to their lane. I know I did say that, Anyone's Legend feels like they're underdogs. What's going to happen with this duo? Or rather with this matchup? To me, it really feels like top esports need to start hammering home early, make a big difference. That's not a good first Q of the game there from Fengyue. Not well, first one we've seen on camera.
Yeah, not fantastic. They've still got the shove at the very least, but the HP bars of Anyone's Legend look pretty fine to me.
Dixie, thank you so much for the gift sub. You are so kind.
Hello.
Appreciate that. Also, good morning. How are you doing? I hope you're doing well. But that's very kind of you.
If you're looking for great League content creators out there, can highly recommend the lovely Pepper Pixie.
Yeah. I have seen many a fun Nico and Ari clip now at this point. Tian potentially looking towards mid lane. Cream getting the best of Shanks early on. If the stun does come through well here, could be a very strong combo. He's going for the Molten Shield. Here we go.
There's the speed up, but Shanks has just about gotten out of range with that Ghost, actually nicely timed.
I think Cream would have been able to W flash, chooses not to. So basically, I think there was a chance of going flash for flash. I think he does kill if the stun connects. So Cream choosing to actually just take the summoner for free there.
Yeah, fair enough. Worth noting here, we've not really chatted about it as yet, but AL have got a lot of globals this game. They've got 2 major globals in the Rise and the Pantheon.
Speak for yourself, I mentioned it.
I know, but I wanted to bring it back up. But then the 2 minor globals in the Scion and the Ezreal as well, right? Because they can both press R and join in relatively easily from a long distance as well. So actually that ability to collapse in the mid game is going to be monstrous.
Yeah, and particularly when you have that Jason in the game, right? That's what I was mentioning in regards to, in terms of like the Jace vault. Actually, no, I didn't do that. I'm actually completely gaslighting. I mentioned in terms of bot lane because that Rise in the Pantheon can roam down towards them. The Jace is very true on the other side though. Top esports have a lot of volatile lanes they want to be pushing up with. Rise Pantheon loves that. I'm surprised we've seen a bit of a fall off of people picking the Rise Pantheon. I think it's such a strong duo. Perhaps they feel like early on the Pantheon doesn't fight against certain junglers as well as it could do, and the Rise is very strong, to be honest. But as we see here, not going to be completely infallible. Tarzan walks out of that mid lane brush, but not able to get much purchase there.
Yeah, there's another Rune Prison though. Tien's also around. Don't know whether we're fighting this one too heavily as that whip becomes suddenly goes wide, flash on in, and flash out from Cream required. The Aegis Assault comes on down. Tien now in a dangerous position himself. Immortal Steel, the flash forward, flash out. Can't get the autos though, and Tien comes out on top.
I actually think Tien kind of overcooks that a little bit. Flashes to try and kill Shanks. Almost gets himself killed, but it's Tarzan, the one that goes down. And this mid jungle now in a lot of trouble from Anyone's Legend. We've seen Cream do really well versus Shanks early on here. Shanks, last year I feel like was the year of Cream and Shanks, and on the whole, Shanks came out on top, especially internationally. Domestically, it was a bit more of a mixed bag, but these 2 mid laners, they really stepped up to join the elite fold. For a long time, it was kind of like the upper echelon, like Rookie, Knight, Xiaohu, Scout, those 4, and of course Dermby for a long time too. Almost hit with a W there too, of course, but these 2 mid laners have tried to break into that upper echelon for such a long time. It's only really been last year where they both truly made it, and right now I actually think that Cream is the better of the 2, which I wouldn't have said last year. Speaking of that, junglers as well, got to talk about them as well, but from those mid laners, Cream is getting ahead very far from this early game.
Yeah, and again, if we're looking at the 2 best junglers in the league, they are on screen right now, and 2 of our better mid laners are playing with their junglers, as we've been chatting. These duos very, very dangerous indeed. I think I would also add, though, of course, I think people were expecting Tarzan just to be the best jungler, and the Tien's rejoined, has 1 bad series to start everything off, and then has just been on a monster tear, and he's going to interrupt the back here again. Shanks is so dead. Does actually just get the phase rush out, so maybe I overspoke a little there.
Yeah, Cream didn't have the stun.
Lightning?
When is that W? Doesn't have the flash. Hits it though, and Sam, turns out you weren't lying at all. Tian gets a second kill. Shanks goes down. Mid jungle for Top Esports is shutting down the global, Sam.
Huge, huge stuff. And of course, both kills going to Tian early means that this Xin Zhao can be the mid-game threat you love and want him to be. He gets to get towards Sun Sky and Black Cleaver early, and suddenly he's just impossible to remove from a fight.
And that's going to lead to Dragon as well. And the bot lane's got a 10 CS lead, so they're winning there too. No surprise it is. A Jin Karma. Ezreal Seraphine's strong, but Jin Karma is crimes against bot lane, Sam. Crimes against bot lane, as opposed to hit guard card game crimes against humanity. But,
oh, yeah.
You know, it's a very different kind of thing there. Top lane, I mean, credit to Flandre. Very even with the Jace as the sign. We did say that it's Flandre's best champion. He's doing well to keep himself even there. So Flandre, who's been one of our big problem points for anyone's legend in terms of early laning phase, he's really stepped up in the last week or two. I think he walked away with a double MVP series from I think it was their NIP win. I'm trying to remember if that was their
He had a very good showing in that game where he kind of did some crazy stuff with the Ambessa.
Yeah.
I think that might have been into Weibo actually,
gosh,
but
yeah.
like if memory serves, I'd have to go back and look up. Basically, guys, there's been a lot of LPL games.
Yeah. Cream gets himself the stun as Shanks tries to combo him, and you know, Cream right from the start of the game has been dealing with Shanks very well here, was pushing him off of waves, getting good trades, and then setting up for the plays later. Of course, Tarzan tried to kind of break that chokehold in mid lane, failed to do so. Flandre might even go for an ult trade here, by the way.
He wants his Soul Furnace up, not quite yet, and he doesn't decide to ult forwards. Again, that often tends to be part of the kill combo, having the Soul Furnace, which is surprisingly a huge amount of your damage. That and your full stack Q. Sion does find his chance to step forward there with the Lightning Field. Decent chunk back. The Grasp proc does come on through both ways, and that'll be the end of things, I think.
Well, that was the Sion ult. That was the Sion ult used in the trade there as well. So that's a big cooldown. Ezreal ult is going top lane. I don't think it's on target right now. The ass well off. Swain backs off. I think he's afraid of Pantheon Rise as well. But he does get the ult out of the Sion, which is potentially, you know, a big kill combo later.
Little ult advantage. Deadly First does follow well. Curtains get called. Fengyue, however, is left very low. Hope dodging around, and that's a lot of shots hitting. But the important one is the last one doesn't. Hope does burn barrier though, just in case.
What is J-Stat? Hang on a second. That's all. You gotta be careful there. Gets caught.
Oh boy, has to flash, is dead. Hope's gone forwards. The Encore extended through the Ezreal. There is a deadly flourish, and a captive audience is making Hope's life quite tricky. And Jackie Love trades back well enough. The problem is the kill still goes the way of anyone's legends.
Okay, good wards. So there's also a control ward right in their far bush, by the way. I have no idea how they managed to get both those wards down without them being cleared. I guess they just thought those bush wards weren't there. Funny enough though, Hope ends up using both summoners, doesn't get kill participation. So the Ezreal does not participate, despite the fact that he flashed for it. So Kyle gets the kill, straight up kills him with a passive auto. Fengyue goes down. I mean, they had the CS advantage, but from what we were seeing on screen, Fengyue having a bit of a rough time here, and it's a bit of a surprise because Fengyue, I think, has been, I mean, his last series wasn't very good versus Weibo when they lost. But Fengyue, I think, has been an incredibly good support. He has been one of, actually, our top supports. I mean, no pun intended because of the team he's playing on, but he has been one of our best supports here in the LPL this split.
Yeah, very much has. Fortunately for Top Esports, it's not all doom and gloom, as Tien's just picked up a Sundered Sky nice and early here on this Xin Zhao. We'll be looking to leverage that around something like the Dragon in a couple minutes' time, or perhaps I would have said something like those Grubs, but they won't be online for another few minutes. Tien's looking top lane potentially. Flandre's got his ult not quite back up, worth noting.
He's just walked over Vision. Blue pings onto him. Tarzan is around for ultimate 2. Shanks used his Realm Warp, I believe, to get back in towards mid lane off of a reset, so that's one global down there as well for anyone's legend. Top Esports should be aware of that one. So the early game going pretty well for Top Esports. Lanes are going very well through mid jungle, 700 gold lead apiece through both of them. Now anyone's legend really want to find that first moment to kind of break this early laning pressure of Top Esports with their globals. However, one of the most important things you can do against a global is spot it in advance. Spot it on Raptors, spot it on the bot side of the map most likely here with Jin traps and wards. Tarzan is not going to get an ult bot lane without them knowing about it.
There's the ult into the Decimating Smash and the Soul Furnace trade, so Xion left a little low, but not down. Nice combo there from Flandre. One of the important things if you're laning into Jace as a Sion is try and ult relatively close range, otherwise he's got a little bit too much mobility and tends to just dodge to the side and get out of your turning circle a bit too easily.
Cream trading once again very well though versus Shanks, and no, he doesn't have his ult up right now, but if Shanks doesn't get a chance to get out of lane, does remove a lot of the best part of the composition from anyone's Legend. And we haven't really seen the Annie be a Rise counter. It has just been Cream. And Tien out playing Tarzan and Shanks in the 2v2. I think it started with Cream from the early levels, and then, of course, Tarzan made that big mistake. At least, as you're saying, Sam, you know, in the top lane trades, going well for Flandre into Suyan. It is Flandre's best champion. I think he is the best tank top laner within the LPL. This guy is a very, very talented player of the Sion, despite the fact that he's had some, you know, perhaps negative impact on a couple of other champions here or there. Suyan also knows his wily ways, doesn't walk up to the brush to get hit by that for free.
Roar of the Slayer, though, still means you get slowed down, and full decimating smash. That's miserable.
Yeah, he got slowed and he's like, okay, I just got a full trade, otherwise I'm going to get full hit by this anyway. Still takes an okay trade back with Flandre on the winning side of that one. Ezreal going over to see if he can steal an objective. No, can't. It's a second dragon over the top esports. That'll be another advantage for them. You know, maintaining a decent gold lead. Pantheon ulting top.
And play off Zuyan, who does have the flash. Flandre's taking top lane aggro, flash and flash, shield bot. In we go with Flandre, who doesn't quite get the kill. They've gone too far. They can't quite go.
Oh, no, they haven't!
Because Tarzan's got the accuracy.
Wasn't even upgraded, just gets the QTN. Jumping forward into mid lane. Encore cast as well. CC everywhere.
It is, but it's not onto anyone with the turret aggro at the start of this, so no one dies under the turret there, which I think is what Kyle was hoping for. However, it does deny Tien the additional aggression, so everyone does survive there. Flash goes down from Shanks, though, nonetheless, who's been under the cosh a little this game.
Yeah, so that's a really important gank there from anyone's Legend. A really important gank from Tarzan towards topside. Did take them both their flashes. Suyan does go down, though. He has his teleport to get back to lane, but he's down 2 turret plates. Down now an assist in the lane and the 20 CS as well. So this Jace and Suyan, a player who, of course, had an incredible re-debut up here to top esports. In the LPL, for those of you that don't know, Suyan is not actually a fresh rookie. He played in 2024 and he struggled a lot during that summer split, which he played 6 best of 3s in on Invictus Gaming. He had to work his way back up to this level again, and he's really deserved it. He has been fantastic. But what we've been seeing in the last week or so is, well, if you counterpick him, then, well, the lane dominance doesn't really feel the same, does it? Tarzan going bot side, walking to Fengwei.
Yeah, this is a level 7 Karma, and there's a Sion ult to follow. Very nicely done. Who's talked about mid-jungle? Have you talked about top jungle synergy?
True. And that's even going to even up the early game kill participation and the goal between Tarzan and Tien, both 2 kills apiece. And Fengwei tried to walk into the enemy jungle, get some vision down, assumed that they would be on the strong side of the map. Well, the Sion is strong enough that it's not necessarily the case. So, we have Sam, we've got past the early game now. I think anyone's Legend now are now in the advantage. The Jace is not ahead, Pantheon's starting to ult around the map, and top esports don't have themselves a significant early gold lead. They have 2 dragons, it's a Chemtech Rift. It is what it is. It's not the best soul ever, but if you get a soul anyway, you'll be pretty happy. I think anyone's Legend should be viewed as favorites now from this point in the game.
I completely agree. So, AL now potentially looking at something like this Herald in a minute or so. Chemtech Dragon would be soul point for top esports in 2.5 minutes. There's a Realm Walk play. There is a Pantheon ult in 5 seconds. Queen's walking down the river towards the loving arms of Kyle. It was waiting on vision. The true shot barrage as well. There's globals everywhere.
There are, but I mean, the key part of this is that the Seraphine was also roaming. Top esports just don't have positioning on the map. They don't have presence on the map. When Fengwei walked up to contest that vision in bot side, he was punished. When Kyle does that on top side and comes up with the team, he's not. And suddenly, next cast of that global, the Realm Walk, ends up being another kill. Anyone's Legend have themselves the gold lead. Top esports starting to fall behind it. Even the Annie, who's been, you know, their best player and the most powerful member so far across this early game, starts to fall down to it. Top esports, what's the plan now? You can't just sleepwalk into another ultimate cast.
Yeah, I remember something in that kind of that pre-game chat we were having, and you were saying, look, as far as I'm concerned, the mid-game, assuming AL can survive it, is theirs to work with. The late stages too, and they've survived the early game. They managed to come back very well here. They're now at the gold lead, and I'm getting a little nervous, Alex. There's the rower completed for Shanks. Things are starting to get quite tricky. The triple tier, even from AL for the additional scaling.
And the Sion's just not going to die, Sam. I just don't think the Sion is going to die. I look at an Annie who is going towards, you know, bursty build, will do significant damage, but I just don't think Flandre from this kind of gold lead is going to care about it. He's got 750 stacks already on the W. He's been almost perfect farm. He's even in farm, in fact, with Cream in mid lane. Now, and this is meant to be in a weak lane for the Scion. Not nearly the case here. Pantheon could ult in towards the Herald. Top East will really need this fight now. If they don't, I think the game just starts to fall out of their favor.
Teleport's coming flying on in. Herald dragged one side, TP behind from the Jace. He's got a Surface Fang and a shield. TN does get over. The encore goes miles. Oh my days, that extension is huge. The Grand Starfall allows him to get on top of Jackie. Cream now left at about 10%. The Decimating Smash will still get the knock-up. The shield is good. Re-engage from TN, that's solid as well. Fengyue not threatened on the far side. And they have managed this fight very well. Flandre now on the wrong side of this in a 1v3. Hope very low. The Shock Blast gets him. Acceleration gate partway through to change the velocity. And anyone's legend fall down in a catastrophic failure in the river.
Oh, anyone's legend get kicked out of the last chance saloon. Top Esports win the gunfight and they get the Herald Temp. They get the Herald, they get 5 kills. It's a really big play from Top Esports. Suyan gets a double kill now. Really important from him. So how did this all fall apart? Because Jackie gets killed very early on. Normally you'd expect the AD carry to be the one doing the lion's share of the work, but Suyan gets onto the backline. Cream has a full stun available. It's the Seraphine which dies first, which typically you think is not that bad because they've already used the ultimate here. What happens afterwards? Tien gets onto Shanks, who's walked too far forwards. Fengyue also flashes for extra damage too. And I think anyone's legend says end up clumping up into too much AoE for the Xin Zhao. The Jace and the Annie to just clump up and kill them while they're clumped up. Turret goes in top side to the favor of anyone's legend. However, in the mid lane, Jin also takes us one there. They have that Herald going to charge in for some more plates here. Onivia was piloting it. Oh, some decent damage onto him. Seraphine, I would have thought that Seraphine being alone wouldn't have been the big issue there. Did die very early on though. Now, if you're trading like early kills in a fight, AD carry for support, you're gonna take the AD carry over the support. Now, Top Esports have themselves, now they have the gold lead and they have the dragon as well. They've broken open mid lane turrets. They can get vision control down, and now Top Esports can get vision much easier into the enemy jungle to spot out the next global. That team fight is disaster from anyone's legend. They should have been so favored going into the rest of this game, as we were saying. They had a Scion who was really far ahead. Felt like, hang on, there might be globals chast onto Suyan here. He does have flash. Where's it going? Right onto him. Doesn't get the full charge Q onto him. Doesn't spot the Pantheon immediately. Flashes now, but Scion will just flash away. I think that Suyan just had to flash earlier. Mistake from the top laner of Top Esports, who's had a rough game. Good team fight earlier, but he's not had the best time of it outside of that. Good ult from Tarzan, taking a little bit of the gold down again. Jump, that is way too far. Shanks goes into the enemy jungle. Karma route doesn't quite complete. Encore afters, perhaps it is just far enough. Fengyue goes down now. Jackalov, no flash from him. Doesn't have the cleanse either. Trying to crit his way for move speed. Whoop will just die. Anyone's legend picking up more kills. Annie was killing the top lane turret. Clearly didn't want to join the play. It's just a little too far from Top Esports, who don't judge the fight well. Anyone's legend. That mid-game creativity starting to come alive. It's been a scrappy game, back and forth. Anyone's legend perhaps making their game a little bit harder than it needed to be. Suyan getting caught out a number of times though. The Jace, the Serpent's Fang early to break through the shields of the Scion, and of course the Seraphine, and points to the Rise Seraphs when it comes through will also be part of that. Godly's ping-ponged about, so we'll go into this again. I think Shanks went way too far. The Jin W, if that hits, just kills him. So Jackalov, if he hits that W, they probably win that fight. I get that it's hard to judge the landing point. He did have flash as well. Actually, may not have done, actually. That graphic might be lying to me, that. If that Jin W lands, I'm pretty sure they win that fight. I think it was a bad blast going from Shanks. That arguably could have lost them the game. Cream, 2,000 gold advantage. He might just carry the game at this point, though, is the problem with this Annie. And Cream has been on such good form, you can't really write that off. Cream, if he lands a good enough multi-man burst, might just be the end of it. Jungle's been very even between Tien and Tarzan. Tien's teamfight impact's genuinely been fantastic. Why were they fighting there when the gold lead was on Annie? Because they thought they could get a quick pick onto Shanks, but they didn't execute. If they get that, then it's a huge win on both sides of the map. And they kind of had to stand and fight anyway. They were in a bad part of the jungle. I mean, Shanks forced the issue. You know, they were stuck around that terrain. A lot of them didn't have flashes at that point. Suyan is playing so scared here because he knows that it's potentially a Pantheon, potentially a Science. Suyan, my dude, you don't have flash. You're not safe here. You're not safe. Oh, God, he is. Oh, thank God he is. That Fog of War really made me scared for a second. Oh, no, sorry. My bad, my bad. I wasn't checking the mini-map there. Because look at that. They have some wards in the enemy topside jungle. So I was wrong. Suyan did actually have full information there. Top Esports with a nice chance to win. Dragon in a minute would get them Soul. It's very good for the Shinjo. I mean, he really likes fighting on low HP, especially within his ultimate, getting the extra damage reduction and damage. Jin's at 2 items. Ezreal doesn't have tier completed yet. Hope has really not had much impact this game. I suppose it's not necessarily his job so far. I mean, early laning phase, Tien going forward with a lot of move speed there from the Karma. And the acceleration gate can also add on to that, potentially too. Dragon in 20 seconds, looking for poke, teleporting in with a Scion. He can shrug that off. Vision plant used, they'll spot them on the approach. Jackal are going to push out mid lane. Reminder, someone does get split. Potentially could just Pantheon off from one side of the fight to the other. Flandra does not really take damage. The Serpent's Fang will help a little bit. Flandra just walking at them, and he can. He has every right to. Flandra W'd up. How much damage are they realistically going to do to him, though? They haven't even got through his W shield. Or rather, his teleport shield there as well. There's the W shield thereafter. Cream has flash, has combo. Tarzan, if you can flash onto the Annie, perhaps that's the change they need. They get a stun onto the Sign. He goes quite low this time. He's taking more damage than I think they want at this point. Tien goes back. Oh, here comes the Encore. Is that going to be enough to win them the fight? Cream goes down. Cream goes down and the Annie, the burst is gone. Dragon not even low at this point. The Encore ends up winning the fight. Suyan goes in for a multi-man.
No way.
Things keep going.
Tien is left alone. Flash in. The decimating smash interrupts the curtain call. Jackie's down. Flandra, that was beautiful. And to the Dragon they go. And AL, this ain't the Rift Herald fight. This is a thing of beauty.
Flandra stays alive through it all. Top Esports can't get the Mega Annie value because she gets caught by an Encore. The CC chain goes through onto Cream. Despite the fact that they had the flash, they'll go over to the Baron. The Dragon will not be secured by Top Esports, and the Baron will go to Annual's Legend. It has been a back and forth game. I think Flandra has been the difference maker, Sam, so far. Suyan coming over. Can he do anything with a Shock Blast? He doesn't have a flash to get into the pit. Tien is dead. This won't be a Smite Steal. Not bad onto Shanks. Can he kill with a combo? I think he can, actually. Fungyue goes up too far, trying to support Suyan, but he gets out with the flash. Cream flashing away from the queue.
Does indeed. Tarzan gets the Aegis Assault out. There's still a fair amount of CC happening. I think AL now have to back away. They can't quite convert this into the Baron. There's just too much damage around them. The Shock Blast continue to land. There will be a Mega Blast Cone, but it leaves Flandra a little out. Will Roar of the Slayer, the Tibbers back through the enemy team, and therefore they'll get out alive. Is there a potential counter Baron now?
I wonder. Yeah, I wonder. A lot of the teleports down. Anyone's Legend, they'll go back and they'll spend their gold. They do have, you know, some resets coming through. How quick does this go down? Pretty quick, actually. Tarzan doesn't have the ultimate either to go into the pit. Does have flash. I don't think they know this. I think Top Esports might have clutched it.
They're going to try and find their way, and they know now there might be a fight after 3,000 HP. Shanks coming on over. Baron secured. Nicely done, Top Esports.
That is absurd that they get away with that, Sam. I just want everyone to know it is absurd that they get away with that. Like, Top Esports just got blasted at the Dragon fight because Cream didn't have a very good fight. He ended up getting caught out by the CC chain. Anyone's Legend kind of deserved that, Baron Sam. And Suyan and Fungyue and Cream all somehow managed to fight it back and somehow turn around to a Top Esports Baron. Top Esports Baron used to be a derogatory term, folks. You go back to 2020, 2021. Top Esports were the Baron throw team, to the point where, you know, where a couple of years back where teams had the emotes made for them. Top Esports one is the Top Esports Baron, and it's very popular within China because it's still just a meme, right? But Top Esports there do a very, very good job of it, Sam, and they fought themselves back into a place where they can start looking for map positioning despite all the gold they gave up beforehand.
Yeah, Tien, though, has been a little bit caught out here. Does have to Crescent Guard. Gets a massive shield and speed up there from Fungyue, though. Of course, the Echoes of Hellier on Karma, always a bit of a silly ability.
When's the next ultimate's going to come through? Sometimes you lose track of that because Top Esports will really want to get good pressure across the map. Good Pantheon ult, good Scion, good Realm Warp. All of them can fly into a position very well. Oh, they noticed their own vision there, so... Legend, good instincts. They get rid of one ward in their jungle.
So minus 81 gold Baron power play. But hey, they got the Baron. You take what you can from it. They've got a minute and a half to work with. See whether they can clear through some of these waves. Worth noting, actually, that despite the early laning phase, Jackie's been annihilated in these fights. He's 0-3 and 0, involved in nothing.
Well, the first couple of fights, it was the ultimates kind of being thrown at him globally. But yeah, Jackal have not had the easiest time, and he's against the Sion. So it's a Jhin that's behind versus a Sion that's ahead. The Jhin doesn't do damage there. The team fights from top is what kind of have to be. No, yes, you can actually CC down the Sion on the front line. They've tried that a couple of times now. But realistically, it's, can you burst someone out with the Annie behind him at that point?
Again, I do approve, I think, of the Serpent's Fang first from Zuian as well, who is now converting as the usual stuff of the Muramana. Will probably get Cyrildas later as well. But again, you're into Seraphine, you're into Rise. Sion will have some shielding. It's just everyone's bringing quite a lot of that, and a lot of your direct lane opponents have that. There is that ult from that Sion. You're absolutely right. The decimating smash, the grand starfalls. Zuian will go to the skies and go forward. The encore, though, disengages a fair amount of it. Shanks gets to run away. Tien now gets to Crescent Guard. He splits up the fight, trying to get onto Kyle to bring down the Seraphine, and does, but dies for it. And that line of leaves the rest of the team a little bit split up as well. Sion, though, is just so damn tanky.
Yes, Tien saves that fight, Sam. Tien saves that fight. While everything was happening on the backline, Tien very nearly killed Shanks and Kyle. It really was on the Shinja there. He's having a good game as Tien. It's not really his fault that the team fights have worked out the way that they do. And the Baron power play will end up being negative overall now, Sam. You know, we were joking about it being basically even before. You know, it's actually a slight negative play because of the kills over to Annual's Legend. And you can see how much harder it is for top East. What's the team fight? Watch this again. Because Suian's ulted onto. Just watch what Tien does as the play comes through. He manages to get onto Shanks and then really start to break open the combo as they try to fall. Send it onto the Jace. He gets right into the backline, very nearly kills Kyle, and manages to hold the front line just by himself. He knows he's going under turret to die, but he knows his job there. He does end up saving this from being a blowout fight because AL should have won that more cleanly.
Cream does not have flash, does have a Zhonya's. The decimating smash will be tapped out early because they don't have the easiest.
That's a really good escape.
And he does rocket belt out there. The deadly flourish goes wide. The turret stays online. Anyway, tagged there by that true shot barrage. 5 seconds on Dragon. Roll up to look at Zuian, who does have a flash, maybe forced to burn it, and does jump over the fat wall. Flash from Tarzan, though, into the shield vault, and that brings down the Karma. Tarzan got the GA thrown out by Tien, who has got himself that free Talon strike. The Crescent Guard, he has to flash away now. All the while, look at Flandre, he's taking out Zuian, and Cream, who just can't get involved in this fight. Flash forward for the Hope brings down the jungler. Now Jackie has to back away, and Flandre managed to keep enough people busy that they follow up with a kill.
And it's another Dragon denied away from top esports because of that. No soul to the side of them. Anyone's Legend hands Q over the wall to him. The Encore still saved from the fight. Jackal forced to cleanse and goes very low HP. He's not had a good game, folks. Or rather, his laning phase is good. He's not really been allowed to impact the game. Ult doesn't kill him there. It doesn't clip. It was a little bit scary there for a second. Dragon to the side of Anyone's Legend. And the later this game goes, the harder it is for top esports to play the game. They needed to have strong early game. They did. Then, of course, a couple of random things happen around that, Dragon fight where it really was about how, the 5v5 first started to come together. They lost that one, just about survived the Baron. Credits top esports. They've dragged this game out from what I thought was a losing situation into a supposed more playable one. But the later this game goes, the harder it gets, as we're seeing.
Flash for that shield bolt, gets a lot of work done. Sion ult, there's a deadly flourish. All the usual shenanigans is to back away from a lot of early damage there. Flash forward from Hope after an arcane shift and just followed up well.
So the question is for top esports. Okay, you are currently still our first place team. Right. How do you problem solve your way through this? Anyone's Legend are a team which have been on the rise. They have been, but we thought, well, they've been winning against the lower tier teams, against IG, Weibo. They did take a win versus NIP. Cool, that's good for them. But top esports, yeah, they lost to Weibo, but they're an unpredictable team, as we know. Surely Anyone's Legend, they're still just going to lose through early lane. Top esports are just going to bully them around in the early game. That hasn't necessarily been the case. Top esports did have good early laning phase, but I think the overall draft so much better here from Anyone's Legend, and they just survived through to mid and late game. We know that Anyone's Legend are still a very good mid and late game team. Managed to get themselves map control, managed to get themselves vision control, Baron spawning in a few seconds. Top esports have precious little going for them now.
One wall behind, but it's a known quantity, that, so theoretically, Anyone's Legend should be well aware of what's going on there.
Flandre still basically unkillable. There is a hang-on second. Tien's getting jumped on here.
He drops slightly wide. Fongyue takes a blast gun. Immediately has to flash away because it takes him too far. Shanks is left quite low, but he just actualizes. And he had a massive Seraph shield. Cream goes down. Tarzan's the one who picks it up. Tien has got himself a GA, but the Crescent Guard times out. The Deadly Flourish only lands onto a Scion who does not care a damn about that at all. 3 members down, and TES are out of options.
I can't believe it. It's another Fongyue Mega Cone play. So Fongyue's had about, like, 3 different times in this year. A Mega Cone related disaster. You know, he just flies directly into the Rise. Has to heal and flash away from him. Top Esports lose the fight. Shanks very nearly goes down, but anyone's legend. They were in such a big advantage anyway. This should be the death blow now. This should be a clean closeout, especially because Top Esports were denied that soul earlier. There's no Elder for them to play around. Baron to anyone's legend. Top Esports, they've ran out of steam despite some good efforts from the early into mid game.
Yeah, unfortunately for them, they're just running out of abilities to kill people on a good timer here. Yes, Jackie's finally hit 3 items, but they're not particularly inspiring items, it must be said. And Infinity Edge is a fairly long way away. It's not going to be coming through anytime soon unless the miracle of all shutdowns begin to come on through. Tien's strong enough, but the GA is broken. You've got the safety from Cream with the Zhonyas and the Rocket Belts allowed to outplay 1 or 2 bits, but it's not getting any kills. Maybe enough good shot blasts onto enough squishy people from Zuyan does something for you, but I just don't think they get any opportunity anymore.
They're just going to hit the Scion, see. Realistically, they're just going to get tanked by the Scion, who doesn't care about that damage. And you know, I've been talking about Fongyue being one of our top supports. He has had a bad game here, Sam. The laning phase was fine to solid. And then beyond that, just hasn't really understood where he's in danger on the map. The team fights have been... He had 1 good team fight around the Herald. And as we see there, the Sun doesn't take damage.
Yeah, he's got Unending Despair, a Jack Show, and a Randuin alongside Giant's Belt Steel Caps. Like, he is just so tanky to nearly everyone not getting Cream, and Cream is an Annie. So what do you do to the Scion here? They'll realm warp the wave towards this mid lane to get the mid tier 2 there and keep shoving forward. So many cannons now here. I don't think Top Esports is going to be on a wave clear very easily as forwards go flying and say, no, you don't get to stuff up and clear away our minions. The Encore through and catches a couple. It brings the chase further forward. And now Zuyan needs to start running away, but he's slowed down by a decimating smash, partly executed. They'll blow up Jackie on the other side, and Fongyue, who needs to back away. Just about surviving is Jackie. He's the only one who does flash forward for a shield vault. The cleanse is there. When's that last Q? Not quite going to come on forwards. It won't matter. The Nexus turrets fall, and anyone's legend, despite fumble around that Herald, despite some early game woes, will leave no survivors but Jackie Love as they demolish the Nexus in game 1.
Top Esports may well have come in here favourites today, Sam, but anyone's legends do not seem to care about that. Flandre gets the Scion, his best champion, and while the mid-jungle suffered early, I think that Cream actually had a pretty good game on the Annie. It didn't matter. I think that the composition from anyone's legend eventually came online, and Top Esports couldn't fight in the late game. They couldn't fight in the late game. I think Jackie Love had a really hard time as the Jhin. The Jhin into the Scion. It's hard enough when you're ahead, impossible when you're behind. The team fights looked a little bit ropey from anyone's legend at first, but you know, eventually they just got into the point where their composition outscaled, and it really felt like Kyle on the Seraphine was a huge part of that victory too. It was a multi-part affair, of course. I think that probably Scion walks away with the MVP, but real shout out to Kyle, who I think has not been on great form for most of this year. You know, he's had now about five months solid of being mediocre rather than good. And well, start of the year was fine, but I think a Seraphine in those team fights, even in the laning phase, really, really potent. I think he really helped them win the front to backs.
It's the one. So at this point, as Top Esports, you draft a very early game comp, you try to get a lead, you do get some good moments there. There's sort of like the likes that mid jungle goes really well. You kind of get a few kills, Tien's 2-0 up, and you kind of get that comeback fight in the river. You go, oh man, we got 4 for 1 here. This is going to be a really weird one to analyze in some ways, because it felt like you'd done a lot of the good work early and then just ran out of steam. I wonder whether the draft was just a little bit too fragile in terms of the win conditions.
I mean, for Top Esports, I don't think it's that hard to analyze from their position. I actually think anyone's legend on the other side, them losing a couple of those fights early, that was where things got a little bit. That's where I'm like, okay, how did they lose them? Top Esports, you know, they won through the mid jungle, and then they didn't correctly see where the globals were coming from, so they died in top lane and bot lane, and that cut down their lead, and then they just had to like miracle team fight. They were lucky to get one of them. They were lucky to get the Baron revenge as well.
Yeah, true.
But I think on the side of top esports, it's basically just like you weren't prepared for the globals countering your snowball, and then they couldn't climb back in the game mid to late game. So I think there are some problems. I mean, there's always a problem giving giving the Sion over to Flandre. That can be a big problem. And we'll look at the post game stats. I mean, Cream tried. I mean, look at it.
Yeah, that's much more damage than I thought that Annie was doing. I'm not going to lie to you.
I think Cream was very good. I think he was very good. I don't think it was on him.
Yeah, unfortunately on the other side, like Jackie just not really getting that much done on the Jhin. I grant you that every fight he was being full sent at by multiple globals. Not a lot of easy plays to make there, but still that's very frustrating, especially considering Jackie has largely been the superstar of this roster. He's been so good, and he just wasn't involved today at all. He got no kill involvement, 0, 3, and 0.
And I see some things like, oh, well, they did give up Sion, Rice, Seraphine, and Dref from Bather and Twitch chat. You know, I understand they're all S-tier champions, but on the side of top esports, I mean, Jace is a very high tier champion. Karma is one of the highest tier champions within the entire meta. I think Annie's very high priority right now. I think that Fungoy did have a pretty bad game beyond the early lane. He had that one fight at Herald, which was pretty good for them, but perhaps Fungoy points some fingers there, I suppose, because I think that he actually has a couple of games in a row now on the last streak where I don't think he's been looking fantastic.
Agreed. Nice pick up on the Jason to that turret there as well, and credit to AL as well for the recovery from some of the slight mistakes early, from this slightly dodgy fight in the river where they, you know what, we've just blown up the Jace, this is great, and then the extended fight just goes so damn wrong.
Okay, folks, I'm going to go put on an ad break at some point. Do I need to put it on right now? Yeah, I'm going to put on an ad break, folks. We're going to go into a quick break. I'm going to have myself another coffee, and we'll join you for the second. Well, Sam will still be here. I will be, but yes. I'm going to go on a quick break.
Go for it.
Okay, cool.
It was a nice competitive mid-game, at least. There was some fun stuff, like that Baron turnaround, all the good stuff there. So I don't want to say that like this was like a complete blowout, because that's not actually true either. But I do think game plan-wise, there were some issues in terms of getting out of the early game with the lead that they needed. They had to kind of pull back with some smoke and mirrors, and it still came down to these really difficult late-game fights. Where it's like, okay, well, I've got this insanely strong Sion, all of these globals, Rise that's actualizing everyone. Blah. Nice to see you, Salonius. Again, guys, if you haven't already, please do consider following, subscribing, liking, all the usual shenanigans. There is a Ko-fi link as well for those of you who would like to assist via things that are not switching, or not subscribing rather, on Twitch. This AL is not as stable as you think. Yeah, there's some. Yeah, there's some truth. This could definitely still go wrong the way. To the adverts we go. Let me flick this around as well. Move that around a bit. Hey, Mistos, good to see you. Probably need to move this camera back the other way, actually. 1 second. I probably can wait till the time a bit before I move that around. Kind of blocking off the cool bit. Nah, see, I do it too late. That's the one, can I? There we go. I'm still not actually far enough. There we go. All right. Better. They had a really bad start to the split beta, and there's still some issues in terms of... Basically, we thought AL were going to be really, really strong coming into this year. They'd kept the roster together. The only thing that changed was coaching staff. And we thought, you know what? Should still be really good. And that was not the case. They really struggled to get involved in fights in the way that they were hoping for. Or rather, they ended up with this really weird position where they were really lost in the early stages of the game. The laning phase in particular was very, very poor. Their mid game wasn't as consistent as we'd have liked, especially if they were behind the curve of the thick game. They crashed out in playoffs, and a lot of those issues just kept rolling. So there's been coaching issues, there's been player performance issues, and they're only recently kind of coming back to form again as of late. Thoughts, feelings, opinions. It smells like a 6-game day today. Might do. There is a world where top esports are tilted off the face of the planet, though, and drop again. Like, I need Jackie and Fongwei to do a lot better this game. I probably need a more potent game draft and for the mid game as well. I think top esports didn't get enough out of that early stage there. And the fact that, you know, people like Flandra are beating a Jace feels really bad. Like, I know it's a bit more contextual than that, and there were some good stuff through that mid jungle, but the side lanes weren't it. Despite the fact there were some good Jace plays later. You know, I need to see a bit better than that one. Top esports tilting is very possible. Yes, I cast NA. Yes, Jeff. Alex doesn't, though, for very valid reasons. Those staffs are adorable. They look like official ones. I think they've been given those, or like had them designed by Riot or something for it. That's quite cool. I can probably just move the camera back now, actually. There we go. Bonk? Oh no, just a spin. I appreciate you, Zareth. The collabs are like pre-made costumes. Yeah, I agree. I think probably the answer is both. But they're definitely very synchronized, right? They're all using the same materials. So my suspicion is probably... in fact, they're all here. There they are. Hello. I wonder whether they're quite famous. I wonder whether they're like a famous C-pop group or something as well. Does anyone know who they are? Yeah, they're very true, Trinity. Very true. There's a lot of pre-made ones. But it's fun to see them in the audience as well. That's kind of a nice combo. Hello, gang gang. She's got an incredible dress on today as well. Bit of a different style to usual. As ever, the fashion show in the LPL stays winning. The little pearls off the shoulder. Yeah, very nice. Reminder, guys, if you haven't already, consider following myself and Alex on various socials and on, of course, the Twitch and the YouTube. Forgot to do that earlier as well. Socials. This is really annoying. I have to reach all the way over here. This is fine. I look very elegant, I have no doubt. Come say hello to us. We're awesome people. Hey, thank you for the gift sub, by the way. Thank you, Zareth. Appreciate you looking after us, I really do. Enjoying's back in. Yeah, there should be. I mean, I think there is something. There is something that like there's a regular Moobot thing, but maybe we do that. They need that as a command as well. Talk to us about it. And thank you, Zareth, again. Kites and enjoying back in. There is, yeah, there is an automated one. Need to find a fix for your Twitch. I think they were cosplayers collaborating together. That's kind of fun stuff. Yeah, there is an automated one as well, Mistos, but yeah.
Nothing horrid happened. I'm back.
Well, that's annoying. I sent someone to make horrid things happen.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Gosh, well...
The assassin failed?
Oh, that's what they were.
Yeah, yeah.
Right, okay. Well...
Oh, curses. Well, never mind. So try it again later.
Damn, yeah.
We had a couple gift subs from Zareth.
Oh, thank you, Zareth. Appreciate you. Yeah, thank you. Hitting all the regulars, appreciate you. Not hitting them in like a physically hitting way. That
Zareth, can't believe you do that.
Yep. Can't trust them with anything, you know. Appreciate it, Zareth. Right, I guess we're getting pretty close to the whole game thing.
We should be, yep.
Yeah, so, look, Top Esports, I think they had the right idea of trying to play around early lanes. I don't think you can sacrifice your whole composition for it, though.
I agree.
I think that, like... The last pick, Scion, was just disastrous. Did the Scion get MVP, presumably?
I believe so, but I'm not going to lie. I think I zoned out a little.
Good. Someone in chat, you can tell us who got that down, because we're going to get back onto stage very shortly. In fact, we'll do that just now. Perfect timing. Wonderful. All right, let's get ourselves back into it. Okay, right. Look, mid jungle worked out pretty well early for top esports. I think that Cream was actually very good. I think that Tien played very well in the Xinjiang. I think the mid jungle of top esports were really locked in. I am a little bit worried though, Sam, about the overall composition. I think that top esports, they can't just pick for early lane. You have to pick for early lane and then also have a win condition beyond that. And I think that's where it fell apart in the last game, just about. Wasn't too far off. You could see them again fighting very well at points, despite having the disadvantage, I think, in overall team fight 5v5 identity. Anyone's Legend on the other side, I mean, they got Flandre in a really good situation. Suyan was not winning that matchup at all. And bot lane, they survived. I mean, Jackula didn't get any kills, and even though they were getting pushed in, eventually the globals came online and caused them a lot of issues. So now as we come around to our second game and our second draft, one of the things which I'm really going to be looking out for is top esports. You need to pick a better overall composition. I know it sounds really dumb, but it's just top esports. Pick something that works together in late game 5v5s a little bit more. They did just get destroyed by that Sion.
Yeah, or just, if you go, I suppose the other option is just full send early, but then you need to actually full send early, not just get 2 kills. Like you can't do that halfway house. That's not enough either. Like, you know, you commit to the game plan or do something different. Thank you for the follow as well, Blue.
Jarvan is available. Rumble is available. 2 big picks. Oh, no, sorry, Rumble isn't, but the Jarvan's available right now. See if that makes it through the draft. I'm not sure it will. First pick is going to... this is interesting. Top esports have chosen last pick rather than first pick. And I think the reason they're doing this is because they really want Suyan with counter pick.
Yeah, agreed.
I think that Suyan looks so much better with counter pick than he does blind picking. Has given up a blind pick Varus to the other side. That can be a flex between top and bot lane. Though I don't think Flandre, in my eyes, is a Varus top player. I'd imagine that's going straight into bot lane.
You never know with Flandre as a thing, but you're right. I agree. It probably does feel like a Hope champion who does put up some pretty good numbers there on that one. The thing is, it might now be responded to by the Lucian Milio, would be my assumption, which has really risen in priority.
You can lock in the Lucian. You don't have to lock the Milio now. If you do want to lock in a priority role somewhere else, I'd imagine you'd do it anyway, but just throwing that out there. In terms of the other power picks left available, well, a lot of the jungle pool is gone now because there's no Vi or Jarvan alongside the Shinzao and the Pantheon.
Nocturne even got banned, so you didn't even that option.
Yeah. So yeah, a lot of the top tier jungles are gone, and it's Neferi. If the Neferi does get locked in, I need people to understand. If the Varus gets flexed top lane, the Neferi gets flexed with it. The Neferi is not actually just the early AD skirmisher jungler, which it is. If, in some world, Flandre plays the Varus top lane, Flandre himself played Neferi top lane to counter it. I know that we saw a little bit of that over in the LCK as well, but just keep that in mind. It's a little weird, it's a little out there, but just thinking ahead.
Is the Azir being hovered and locked by the looks of it. That's not being flexed out, so the Emperor of Shurima does come on in. Did once again see that very cool cosplay crew back in the audience there. They had a whole little advert thing going around the city trying stuff out, and then they're all here in the audience today as well, which is quite fun. So I appreciate that little bit of a sort of like shout out for Shenzhen. Nautilus being considered here for the bot lane. Yeah,
strong lane for that. But you really, I think with the junglers getting taken away, you really want to give Tarzan something he can make an impact with. Locks in the Skarner animated splashes. That's really cool. Milio on the other side. So we do get the Lucian Milio, which is, I mean, it is the Skarner counter. So Tarzan has somewhat self-countered himself. The reason why he will be doing this is that there is enough CC for you to blow the Milio ult and then still have a potential of a good Skarner ult. And you still have good early game playmaking where the Neferi doesn't really assassinate you. You just try and like get farm advantages over each other and try and impact around each other because the matchup itself is quite hard to get kills in. But, I mean, picking a Skarner into a Milio coming in after is very, very rough. There's no two ways about it. Anyone's Legend will ban away some matchups in Cream now. There's no Akali into it. There's no Aurora into it. So starting to lose out and a few of those better matchups into the Azir. Cream did actually just, I think individually, outvalue Shanks last game. I think Cream has been on incredible form. We'll see if he has the tools to have the same impact again.
Yeah, it's not that the Shanks was bad. He did all right. He did some good work with the Rise as the game went on, but certainly put up some very impressive Annie numbers, it must be said. It's been a while since I've seen Annie do that much damage in a game. There's the Renekton ban away from Zuyan as a potential option. At some point, someone's going to have to lock in a non-flexible role. We're still waiting on mid lane and or top jungle. That's the thought here. I'm imagining mid lane realistically feels like the safe option to lock.
Yeah, well, you've picked second pick to get yourself top lane matchup, really. Now, the thing is, with the Renekton gone, you could also go Ambessa. Oh, are we going to get... okay, we get Cream Yone. I was about to say, we've actually ended up getting a choice there between two Cream classics. We've seen a lot more of the Yone into the Azir recently. We've seen players like BDD and Chovy play this a little bit more, where the Yone into the Azir is pretty good. Allows you to get through the early game to scale up later. Also, I think it was even Shanks that played it the other day into the Galio.
Yeah.
Now the thing is, because Renekton's gone, you do have potential of Ambassa being blind picked for Flandre. It's one of his better champions, and the best matchup against it is now gone on the other side as well. So is this just an Ambassa lock for Flandre at that point? What does Swian play into it?
Yeah, well, there's the Ambessa locked. The War Mother is in.
Do we get something like the Vayne from Swian? Do we get the Vayne? If you do, it's triple AD. No, you can't do that. In fact, actually, you might have to go for the Gwen. You need AP on your team, really, because the Skarner will be a bit of a threat. Gwen and Bessa, it's a pretty fun matchup. I wouldn't say this is a counter. I'd say this is competitive. Now, Flandre, away from the Scion, competitive matchup. Don't have the double globals roaming up to you. Swian gets a choice of his matchup. I think he'll be more comfortable in this game style because he doesn't have that Ryze Pantheon just hovering into his lane. And Gwen is notoriously pretty damn good versus the likes of the Varus and the Nico, who you can just run at, press the W, and start firing ults through them. Yeah,
it can get very scary for them to disengage because a lot of their tools to escape are mitigated by that Hallowed Mist. Does look like the Gwen will be going top. No real surprise there. We're not seeing the Gwungle today. Worth noting as well, I want to keep my eyes on Tien early because I think the Neferi with the ability to eviscerate over walls into things like Dragon and Baron Pits means it allows you to go for very late invades, allows you to potentially contest some of these camps, and you do have a fairly good matchup into the Skarner early who can struggle to drive you into the walls with the Call of the Pack, and the Dark Daggers bleed you out quite nastily.
Now, top esports do have a triple melee team. They have a lot of mobility, but there is a chance of really good Azir ults, Nico ults, Skarner ults. Top esports need to be very, very careful about how they pick their engages. I do, on the whole, like their lanes. I do, on the whole, like what they can do with early game. Anyone's Legend, I don't think they have the same kind of like frontline advantage they had the last game. They do have the Skarner, yes, but there are champions on the other side which absolutely can kill them. This is a more even draft in my eyes.
Fun drafts, a lot of volatility. I think these fights, especially with how many melee carries we've got in general, implies to me that we are going to get quite a lot of violence when it occurs, and I don't think there's going to be a lot of ways out.
That's the thing with melees. Quick, bloody games tends to be the nature of it. Let's get onto the Rift. Here are the Gyos.
New skybox. Slight overlap of the Gyos there. It's okay. Everyone was still yelling, having a good time. It's a full stadium today.
Saw Cream there. You know, vaguely losing the level 1, but does have second wind and Doran shield, so it's not the worst thing ever. Neferi's going top to bot. Skarner's going bot to top. Jackalope, I believe, starting with the dash forwards there. Don't see that very often. From that, Cream's starting to really get some value here, but misses that last Q, and that means that the lethal tempo will trade back better. It does have the regen advantage, as we said, because he does have second wind, Doran shield, but Shanks keeping that lethal tempo up very well.
Yeah, he is. That's always kind of nasty. He gets nice command, attack, and shifting sands there. No command.
Shifting sand. What? I mean, yes, the W is the Arise, and then you've got the Q, which is the shifting sands. Yeah.
Yes. No, shifting sands is the E.
Conquering Sands is
Conquering Sands, Conquering Sands is the Q, yes.
I do actually play Azir, but like, there's just so much sand in it.
Yeah.
No, I do feel like Anakin.
I hate sand, it gets everywhere.
Exactly. I feel like I've lost my mother to, you know, Raiders or something. So Sorry, Mom. Sorry you had to
Sorry
find out
about
this way.
that. I didn't know. When did this happen?
Yeah.
Yeah, that quaint English town of Tatooine.
So, mid lane, Shanks having a better time here versus Cream this time. Q goes wide from Cream. Just keep walking forwards anyway. If that Q had hit, it would have been a much, much better trade, of course. Cream, one of the most famous Yone players within the LPL. I think for a while he was maybe our best, actually. You know, we had players like Rookie and Knight, also very solid on it too. But Cream made a real name for it. Both that, Akali, Yone Akali, it's Silas as well. He was the melee assassin guy. A lot of people called him kind of like, you know, Zekka light at the time. So he was, you know, playing very similar time towards Zekka's kind of World's Run. But Cream has had some really high upper level. In fact, you know, as we've been saying, I think Cream has been maybe second best mid laner within the LPL this split so far.
Is it time, Al?
Yeah.
Do we need to brush off the banners? Hire out the local village hall?
time.
Do we need to get the club back together? Specifically, the Lactose Tolerance Club. Yeah.
You know, for those of you who are Cream lovers, you know, we love lactose here, folks. We love it. Tien coming down bot side. I don't know if this is kill threat, but it is going to stop a recall. Hope not able to get that. They don't have a combat summoner on Hope.
Kyle flashed in. They try to get the kill on Jackie. Can't quite do it. So it's going to be the one for when the top dive happens and Zuyan flashes. Survives. Flandre has to flash and does get that kill. Should get out.
Ooh, very close though. Tower's heated up. So it was a dive for dive traded. Zuyan has the teleport. Flandre did have to flash at the end there. Cream walking forwards with the E. Shanks Eing into him, getting the damage in the shield. Cream will win this trade, but misses the last Q. He's not had great accuracy on them from what we've seen on screen so far. Gets the cannon there. It's another lethal tempo stack back from him from Shanks. Again, that regen value from Doran Shield second wind making a ton of value. Gets the level up there too. Next time he has E, would look for a kill trade, but he's eating a lot of the poke on the other side. Thing with the Azir into this kind of lane, you do want to poke down the Yone, but you can't afford to do it in just bits and pieces. Q not going to be fired. Shanks realized that the jig was up really, but basically against the Doran's wind second shit. Doran's wind. Oh, God, I don't want to hit. I don't want to smell Doran's wind.
Yeah, we heard it. Doran's flatulence.
Oh, God.
A little potion. It's like a little vial.
Oh, jeez.
Doran's bathwater.
Anyway, oh, no. Doran has become the E-Forger. And Tarzan punishing Cream as he goes forwards there. Might force the flash out here. Really wants to get over the wall and does manage to do so. Tarzan using that flash in the dive top lane earlier. Just about live. Cream, no teleport to get back to lane. Needs to recall. Get back ASAP on the cannon wave.
Yeah, that's slightly frustrating for him. He was actually dragging the wave away as the Azir briefly to kind of keep it over shoved. So now I think this Yone is going to have to shove up real deep here. Nice drag from Shanks.
Yeah, this is the problem with like having a reset stop. Cream really tried to get that wave forced in, wasn't allowed to by Tarzan, and then Kyle after. And now he's going to be losing out on, well, full wave. So that's 7 CS, cannon involved in that too. Shanks going to pick up this whole wave under turret. That is effectively, you know, a 14 CS swing.
Yeah.
Because 7 lost on one side, 7 gained on the other. So Cream, that's a big loss. That's a big loss for him.
Top side as well, of course. Flandre got that kill up there, so he's up ahead of this Gwen. And again, both these champions scale pretty evenly in a lot of ways. I think people often have Gwen down as probably the one of, if not the best scaling top lane champion. She's certainly very potent, is going to have a lot of fun this game, but I'm looking at a lot of things for the Ambassador to combo up with this game, which makes her very scary indeed.
I saw that there was like a chain coffee place that started doing Pepsi coffee milk.
Oh no!
So, we've actually managed to manifest Pilk into existence, except it's got random coffee in there too, so even more.
Very us coders.
Cream is getting scarred here. Does have ult, does get through that. The Impale is still available, has the E, but Cream doesn't really have much of a hope here. There's more people roaming into his lane. Does he have a shield from anyone? No. Fengyue, not close enough, goes down. Anyone's Legend playing so much better around the mid 2v2 this time around. Cream's been put under immense pressure, and top esports haven't responded accordingly.
I'm aware that this is very much a tone break from the very important death of Cream there. However, I do now need a bungee jumping Yone skin.
What? Oh, yeah.
When he unbinds his soul, like, I just need that with that really alarming, like, elastic buoying sound when he comes back.
We need, like, elastic Yone. Yone elastic. Yeah. Yone elastic, Mr. Fantastic. Maybe that's a little too big, but bit of a mouthful. You didn't respond to that, so.
I was trying to think through it. Yon Elastic is probably...
Yon Elastic is already pushing it, but
Yeah.
I think it's worth it just because I said it, you know?
Yeah.
It's not quite up there with Cassandra.
That's great. That one's great.
Yeah, that one we can be very proud of.
Because the other option, of course, is because we've got Santa Brawl. Can we have Cassandra as well? Are they allowed to be 2 Santas, or is it becoming like a Krampus Santa? That's what the K stands for.
Krampsante?
I think it is still Cassandra.
But the thing is, we already have kind of Krampus and Fiddlesticks, like Dark Candy Fiddlesticks and stuff, right?
True, but he's more like a Jack Frosty type thing.
Yeah, true. What? True. Shanks has himself the recurve bow, which means he has... Oh, actually, I really like this from Cream, by the way. Really want to shout this out. Don't go Berserker Greaves first on Yone anymore. The attack speed isn't enough. The on-hit damage of recurve bow is much better combat stats. You do so much more damage with that, especially because you apply it on your Q as well. In trades, you do get like 2 or 3 extra procs of it. So Cream going to that before the boot scores works into your blade as well is really, really nice to your early game all-ins.
Problem is, of course, he is still kind of been put under the cosh because of those 2 unfortunate backs. Been 1 death, 1 escape, but at the cost of most of a wave. That's made things quite tricky. Is still back at half. There's those Tangle Barbs to catch Fongyue. Dragon Grubs are started currently by Tarzan. Worth noting, TN did get the early Dragon. I wonder whether we fight over this. Overcomes the rest of the team. 2 taken right now by AL. Should be able to get out, I think, from this point.
They get all 3 there, so they get 3 of them. Toppies was not in place to fight early. Shanks is doing really well. Milo does get the extended attack range to the Yone. Doesn't want to pull the ult out. Just goes in for a quick trade. So 3 grubs the side of anyone's legend. Sam, they are winning this early game. The mid-jungle win going a lot better for them. And, you know, Suion's not ahead in the Gwen versus Ambessa matchup. One of the things which I've noticed a lot in recent games has been Toppies was not protecting top lane very well. So when Suion isn't just out and out destroying that lane, he's actually dying quite a lot being on weak side. We saw that versus Weibo and now versus anyone's legend as well. Bot lane's doing fine. Jaculov has that kill, is ahead in that bot lane, of course, from that dive which happened earlier on. Jaculov at least getting himself involved in the game, which he were in a way he couldn't in game 1.
Yeah, completely agree. Now looking very, very potent here in the grand scheme of things for AL, because I think they are going to be very, very potent in this mid game. Both teams should be theoretically, but my worry is, I'm looking at actually an ult here for ult, so lead to too much there. I got a little bit spicy there for a second or two, and I appreciate that.
Yeah, pretty typical in the Azir Yone matchup. Sometimes you just try and all in and try and get a chunk, see if someone blinks first. Has flash, gets the Q, almost wall stunned. There is an impale, has to flash away Tarzan.
Oh, I see the thought process.
He could have maybe flashed, but he chose not to use it. I don't think you have to use the ult there. I think he's obviously going to walk out of range. Tarzan, a little bit unfortunate with that one. Could does get the flash out of Cream. Once again, more pressure put on him. I think that Cream is the best performing member of top esports. Why not put him under pressure? Down into 0-1, down 20 CS, going to pick up a wave here, but the Yone is not an early game champion. This is a misconception. I talked about this when Shanks
I remember.
Yone is not an early game champion. If Yone does have an early game, you have a problem. That's why we see it in specific lane matches. He scales so well. If he doesn't make it through the early game, though, the champion really can struggle to get online in the time points where he wants to. Shanks dodging another Q there, but using the full duration of the E to get decent trade back onto him again. Can heal up a little bit better than the Azir on the other side. Tarzan having a good early game on the Skarner so far, though. Gang top lane, gang mid lane number of times. Tien on the Neferi, less kill threat from him. Did get the dive in bot side, that was well played by him. But Tarzan has had the better of the impact so far, as is befitting the matchup.
Worth noting as well, Dragon's about to spawn about 5 seconds off. Nice little chunk there from Cream, who, again, has got Berserker Greaves plus that recurve bonus. If you're a little happier, Shank's still not at his first item. This makes this a relatively even state of affairs coming into Dragon.
Hey, Reese, by the way. Reese saying that they missed game 1. Is the series living up to the hype? Game 1 was so fun. It was so many team fights back and forth, some drama. There was, you know, some big Baron dance. It was fun. Now, the question is, do we get 3 games? I can't, Sam. I know we need to remain quote-unquote unbiased. I want 3 games, Sam. I want to see 3 games between these two. I feel like, you know, we don't get you don't get many chances to see these top teams play off in these specific matchups. You know, of course, Group of 10 gives us more of them, but any more gameplay from our top teams, then I'll take it. Looks like Dragon teleport in for it. Yone's coming down, does have ult. It's going to be quite low by the time he makes it to the play, though.
It's okay, so that might make this a bit interesting. Skarner wins the smite fight. Look at Kyle, it's a complete ruse. The flash pop blossom leads to Jackie Love's death. The public execution isn't needed because the target dies before it can complete. That means Flandre actually has to flash over the wall, and now they can come in. Suyan goes down as the Impale is there. Tien is dead, and this is a horror show for Top Esports. This game ain't close anymore.
Suyan just teleports into the middle of the team, gets 100 to 0. An awful teleport from Top Esports top laner. Now, we were saying how good he was in the first half of this split. That was disaster from him, Sam. Teleported right into a Skarner with all cooldowns up, dies immediately. Cream's going forwards in the mid lane, does get the Milio heal and shield, misses another Q3. Not good accuracy from Cream on them. He should have had so much better trades versus Shanks, but his individual play has actually not been very good, on top of also being put on pressure too with these Q trades. Watch this again. Kyle's the hero of the fight. They do spot him on that ward, but they don't react accordingly. You know, Fungaway gets caught in the engage too. I think he was trying to stay within range for the ult just in case Tarzan popped that. Of course, then he gets caught up in the engage too. So a bit of a poor setup, but then Suyan just teleports in to a full wall stun into the ult. The Yone ult goes wide, flashed away from, and then maneuvered away from by others as well. It's a bad team fight from Top Esports. On the other side, Anyone's Legend, it's a great objective fight. Shanks is now 3-0. He's 1.4k up. Cream has died somewhere along the way as well. Anyone's Legend they're in really good form here today, Sam. They haven't fallen apart in an early lane. They're finding a way to get Tarzan into the game again. Kyle is having a great series, one of the best we've seen from him in months at this point. Anyone's Legend, they're giving us a little bit of that look back into how they can find themselves to peak again.
This feels very good news if you're an Anyone's Legends fan. And a reminder, if they win this series, they tie Top Esports in the scores despite their seemingly opposite trajectories. They have been on a great run right now, and this would be a very nice crowning achievement. Cream needs to be very careful here. He's popped that refill potion, but over we go. He's got an ult in 5 seconds. I don't know whether he's going to be given the opportunity. It's a good Q3, but the conquering Sands just immediately annihilates the poor Yone.
Now, Shanks has been doing really, really well at placing his soldiers. He's had a great series here. And we're at great game 2. Game 1, I thought that Cream got the better of him, and I think that Cream was Top Esports' best player. Game 2, it's not been a fair fight, Sam. Tarzan Kyle roaming into his lane. I think that, as we said, Cream did a very good job of walking towards him too, but oh, they hang on, whoa, no, but they should know this, right? He should know this because you can see the Azir back off, and then he just walks up against full combo. But so basically, when you have the soldier up as Azir, you can see them in fog of war. So he saw both Azirs, so he knew that the Nico was there, and then just walks up and just completely misjudges how much damage the Nico has. Has the full proto belt now as well, by the way. Kyle is actually going to do significant damage with almost 1,000 gold lead himself.
I hear your wisdom, Alex. I'm going to ignore it in favor of the funny combo.
Yeah. Wonder if Pixie's still in chat. Was that a Nico approved combo? But yeah, I mean, Cream, look, it's really hard to see him in this position. I don't think his individual trading has been the best. I don't think his Q accuracy was fantastic in laning phase trades. But beyond that, realistically, Top Esports have had another game where one of their solo laners, in fact, in this case, both their solo laners have been put under immense pressure by Anyone's Legend, and they haven't responded accordingly. I don't think they did very well at that versus Weibo either, where Suyan was really shut down by Tsuka in that game. Tien, I think game 1 actually did a very good job of playing through mid lane. This time, I don't think Top Esports, after they kind of failed to get that laning phase advantage, I don't think they responded accordingly.
We should at least get this turret down bot side. It will be a bounty, by the way. That's how bad games have gotten at this point. Shanks will trade on the other side, though. It's not exactly going in Top Esports' favor in the grand scheme of things. They'll get slightly more gold from, because again, there are those bounties active, but I don't think that changes the grand state of affairs. Every single member of AL has currently got a bounty on their head, by the by.
I really like the fact that Flandra's freezing that lane there, too. Top Esports have vision on bot side, but not enough to walk up towards an inner turret like that. The rest of Flandra's team is on a reset, so now he can like slow push it out, then join the rest of his team as they complete their resets. Top Esports behind 4,000 gold, 30 seconds on the next dragon. It's a hard situation for Top Esports. Reminder, folks, that Top Esports, if they lose here, they go even with Anyone's Legend. The other thing is that BLG would actually be in sole position of first place.
Huge.
Sole control of that. I mean, given the fact that BLG have also been on their own kind of journey throughout this split, We thought that perhaps, you know, top esports with the way that Tien was playing, with the way that Jacula was playing, Cream as well, they could just kind of not sneak a first place, but, you know, claim a first place, despite the fact that BLG are LPL and first stand champions. Anyone's Legend coming to life here. It's taken them a while, but they're coming to life, Sam.
Tien might now be in a spot of danger. Has to smite for a little bit of a slow. Does get that call of the pack. They can keep running though, and that means without that invulnerability potential danger, Shanks got an arm guard, so not quite as much danger as you think he is. And Cream gets hit by that Varus ultimate, dead in the forehead. And he gets CC before he can rebind his soul. Remember, Yona, you can't buffer through that anymore.
Well, I mean, technically, even before, if you ended up getting hit by the ult, you still can't recast the E's. Even before, you would have died. That's just getting hit by the CC, dying straight out. Just Cream misjudging. 0 and 4. Cream has had an excellent split. He has not had an excellent game.
Unfortunate stuff from him. Yes, don't get me wrong, a couple of those early deaths was from absolutely relentless pressure from anyone's Legend, ganking him via the jungle support. Shanks getting some really good trades as well. Obviously, we come back to this play, and basically Cream is here trying to keep his jungler alive.
Yeah, he's just there to support him, but then what happened afterwards with... Okay, this is fine, this is fine, this is unnecessary. He gets hit by the Nico E and the Varusol. So it's double CC, instant death. There was a while where that was fine, but you can't play like that before you get QSS, which he may well go in this game. Top esports are resorting to bush baiting, maybe running at hope, but he has himself Ghostblade. He can just get out of dodge. They're gonna try and go over with Suyansu, but he's on half HP.
I don't know whether he beats the Skarner at this point in the game, actually. Over they go. There's that Eviscerate, but Kyle will pop blossom everyone. It's all going real wrong. There's an Impale from Tarzan. He's got a Protoplasm on. It does die here, actually. So I take that back. There's the Shifting Sands, followed by that Conquering Variety Flash to keep the autos rolling. A final Arise, and the Gwen dies. Sure, she got the kill, and that is important at least. Probably prevent something like a Baron, but it ain't looking pretty nonetheless. Cream gets a chunk on mid lane, but again, needs to start running away as Flandre can start to Drake and step towards him. Kyle, remind us, better amount of his cooldowns. Another ult potentially has to be forced. Shanks now throws up the Sun Disc. Flandre trading onto Cream, who needs to rebound the soul. Shanks looking for a potential angle, goes shifting in, gets kicked out by those who make a Blaze King, but I give Flandre license to begin to flash forwards and lacerate in. Looks for a Sundering Slam, can't quite find it. Can Shanks shift over? He might well think about it, just command.
Oh, bloody hell, those ults is hurt. Wasn't the ulti mid lane, by the way, it's just the Nico route. I was like, oh wow, yeah, it feels like an ult at this point. I think that Kyle has had an excellent game. I think that Tarzan has had an excellent game. Anyone's Legend, we thought with the loss of Tabe, they would lose their identity. We thought that perhaps this was the end of a short era of dominance for Anyone's Legend. Within the LPL, dominance, of course, can be somewhat debated, right? But I think across the average of 2025, you can't argue the fact that they were the best LPL team. Suyan ended up finding Shanks and Tarzan as a duo. That's how he ended up getting to the half HP. And then, luckily, I mean, we saw Suyan be able to kind of chase down the Skarner as the rest of the team fight happened for him. He's trying his best there. Of course, it's a little bit harder for him to deal with someone like the Azir when things are going so poorly wrong. Tarzan used that ult to bring Suyan to the rest of his team. Shanks has been disgustingly good on this Azir. They've given a lot of resources to do so, but this is something that they did in 2025. You camp Shanks' lane on a scaling mage, and he'll eventually get to the point where he'll team fight. It's one of the ways which Anyone's Legend beat BLG a lot of times last year. They just camp mid lane, get on yourself on a scaling carry, and that's how you can get into a proper win condition. Doing the same again here. Tarzan going over the wall. Kyle does hit the root. W comes through, but it's a little late. CC already landed. Tien dead.
Nicely done. Gold lead reaches 6,500 and begin to take out this turret. No Baron needed right now. They're just being very obnoxious. The upheaval was used to try and throw people away, and they just can't step into this turret. It's gone. It's gone. And again, you're a melee range team who do not want to be melee range anymore.
Yeah, Jekyll just got hit by the Varusol and lost like a third of his HP to a quick. I don't even think there was a full charge arrow there on the other side of it. Wonderful series from Anyone's Legend. I mean, it's game one. I think that early game was a little bit of a worry. We saw that top esports laning and their team fighting is still very, very good if you give them the platform to do so. But top esports are not quite there in terms of jungle support this series. I think that Fungyue has had a couple of series back-to-back where he's looked a bit rocky. I think Suyan the same. I think that Tien, I don't think he's been bad, but I don't think he's been controlling the game in the way that we saw in the first half of the split. So top esports, what we need to track going beyond this point, because this is now 2 series in a row, 4 games in a row, after such a dominant start to the split, how do you overcome this hump? It's okay getting your first lock-in on the meta, realizing, okay, this is how we invade, this is how we play lanes. Great. What's the next step when people adapt to you? It's very hard to stay at the top of the world, top of LPL as well. It's very hard to stay there. Anyone's Legend clearly have done their homework and came in very well prepared today.
Mid lane we look. Is a little bit of trading here as 30 seconds till the drag will be sole point for AL. Tarzan does a little bit of damage there. That cozy campfire allows the Gwen to threaten this Skarner a bit more than I think they were hoping for. So decent chunk there. Of course, does have the protoplasm harness, so not completely out to dry. Zvian does need to start backing away as the Conquering Sands were thrown forwards. Maybe Blaze Kick interrupts a little there, but the River very firmly in command now of Hope. Gonna try and Hope, well, AL specifically. TN eats so much damage. My days, the Dark Seal stacks have added so much additional damage to this poor Azir. The
Azir is just off the rails. Couple of auto attacks, completely unplayable. Has the Shadow Flame, which means you crit when they get below that HP threshold. Dragon's gonna go down, be a threat of soul later. Anyone's Legend have enough threat already, Sam. They got enough threat already. There's 7k up. They have like a scaling Azir at 505. Shanks is like the Megazord at this point. All 5 members have like combined into getting Shanks ahead through early ganks and play around the map. And now Toppy as well. I don't think they're the Power Rangers in this example, Sam.
Not anymore.
Wait, no,
no,
it's not the enemy. Okay, I can't remember what the. Okay, anyway, they don't have the tools to take down a Megazord, Sam, and I haven't watched enough of the show to tell them what they can do.
I have watched it when I was a kid, and I remember very little aside from the various Megazords.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember the dinosaur one.
Yeah, that's true. It was quite cool.
Yeah, because, like, so I had a friend in uni who was really into Kamen Rider, which was kind of what ended up inspiring a lot of kind of...
Power Rangers type stuff, yeah.
Yeah, that kind of thing, that genre. I actually quite enjoyed watching bits and pieces. I didn't think it would be my kind of genre, but it was actually quite fun at points. Of course, the genre kind of exists to sell toys at stores. Like, look at this watch, which I can do stuff with. Look at this. Well, same thing with Beyblades and all the rest of it and what have you. But, yeah.
Well, speaking of getting knocked down, eat ground to get back up again. We may have to see that from Top Esports because they've got Barons to consider.
Sam, I appreciate that because Beyblade lyrics, sure I do remember some of them. I'm not sure everyone does. Ships in the night here, Flandra looking for Sui. I'm not able to find him right now.
It's Sui, and he needs to get out of here probably.
He might hop into Tarzan. This is some Metal Gear Suian, Sam.
He used to potentially think about letting it rip, that's for sure.
Maybe they thought he teleported out? He does have 2 items. Does he win a fight versus Ambessa?
He's got the Dusk and Dawn build, by the way.
It's a pretty good extended fight. He might look for an extended play around. He's hopped over the wall. Yeah, he wants to get behind mid lane. Suion's going for like a big Metal Gear Solid play right now. He's unseen. Can they corral them towards an entrance where he can get onto the Varus?
I don't know about this. This feels like he's reset. He can't find anything.
I think Top Esports, they're so far behind, they can't kind of hold up both ends of the pincer. So if they went for a fight, I think they'd die before Suian gets there. So, and there's a good chance he'd run over Vision by the time he was there. So he escapes, he looks for something creative. We saw similar stuff from Hoya the other day too. When you're this far behind, what do you do? Well, grand answer is not a lot, but that's the kind of thing which can occasionally like play to your outs, is the phrase. Right? I was listening to I don't know if anyone here is like a Nuzlocke content enjoyer, but Peachal released a video about Platinum Kaizo, which talked about how everyone seems really lucky when they play to their outs, because they know getting lucky through that's the only way that they can win. Top Esports were trying that there, didn't quite get lucky enough.
Down. Comes that far side alteration. Disappointing. The chains of corruption still landed even with the call of the pack. I mean, TN needs to jump away. Flandra does escape for now. The Impale comes down, but it's onto the Gwen. The turnaround with the Pop Blossom, trying to finish her up, but she's got the Hallow Mist. She survived a very long time. Elvis isn't the best fight for them. Shanks goes golden, but he's very, very deep. He's likely dead. Takes one with him, though.
Who gets the kill onto him? Who gets the kills? The Lucian. The Lucian gets the shutdown. That could genuinely be very important. 1 for 1, but from 7,000 gold down. Yeah, Top Esports will take that. Jackalev even finds himself at a small gold lead from that now. Maybe the Lucian Milio with Jackalev now getting an extra windfall coming his way. Perhaps that is the difference he needs. Funnily enough, it's a bit of a changing of fortunes of Cream and Jackalev. Cream is the one with 0 kill participation this time. Didn't even get anything onto the Azir because he went into stasis as that happened. So Suian hopped out. Of course, as you mentioned, had the Dusk and Dawn. Tian W's not well timed, but the Milio does provide its value. Technically, can cleanse out the Ambassador ult, which I believe suppresses you at the start of it for half a second.
Yeah.
So you can actually cleanse out through that one. A very good Gwen W saves this play for Swian. He gets dragged back, but Tarzan, the ult was not fantastic, and Shanks finds himself in no man's land. Shame for Cream that he can't stick around and get any gold himself. I would have almost taken the gold onto the Yone instead of the Lucian. But I mean, Cream, Jackalo's gone back, gets himself a last whisper. I mean, you're still 7,000 gold down against the Soul Point. But as we said, folks, playing to your outs. How do you thread the needle? Well, you got to aim for the needle in the first place, despite the fact that it is very high risk.
Yeah, it's not particularly easy, make no mistake about it, but Zuyan is getting to the point where he's pretty scary. He's still 2 levels down, but he's beating Flondra 2-level advantage. The needles come down, but now the turnaround begins to come on through to the public execution. He's burned out his ult. Now flash for that snip and gets it! Nicely done. Shanks now hunting for a kill here. Can look to get some autos down. Dragon is up in 25 seconds. Blast cone to the other direction, but the Conquering Sands ensure it is the 1-for-1. The flash was forced by Zuyan, so he does also lose that.
Yes, but I mean, Sam, you've taken out both top laners from the play. The thing is, I think you actually do need the Gwen to win team fights. The Ambassador off the board, normally I'd say, yeah, just take off your opposing number and try and simplify it down to like 2v2s, 4v4s, whatever. Just take someone off the board, but it is going to be an Infernal Dragon taken on the other side. That'll be the Soul. Jackal have very low HP. Do they leave the Dragon? They do. They're leaving the Dragon. The Baron has forced anyone's Legend to respond. Shanks is coming over. Good damage onto Fang. Kills it with the auto attacks. Cream goes forwards, forces the stasis. Does he have his ult afterwards to layer it? Baron goes down. No Dragon taken on the other side. Anyone's Legend instead looking for kills.
They can potentially drive on through. Shanks is going to try and shift across. Sees Jackie good damage, but they just blast out that Milio Tarzan. Now the back end of this will blow up another. Impale comes on down, but it's buffered through by Cream. Double carries alive with the Baron.
Yeah, I mean, the arrow ends up blasting the Milio. So the Milio goes down. Hope good shot from him. Jackal very nearly bought themselves a kill versus the Azir again. Top Esports playing to their outs. Get themselves the Baron. Dragon is alive still. It's not been taken. Suyan's alive. If you can run at Tarzan, there's actually a chance where Suyan could cause some issues here.
Stacks fell off. That makes things a bit trickier. There's that ward down. They know where the Gwen is now. Just buying a bit of time. Didn't want to start it until a few more members were around.
Problem is, now you give over the Infernal Soul for free. I wonder whether you just had to all in there and just hope for the best. I get that the other team's likely to come to the play quicker. This is Infernal Soul to anyone's Legend. There is going to be a Baron buff from 2 members of Top Esports. Permanent advantage of the Infernal Soul, though. 10 stack Magi for Shanks. He gets the movement speed and, of course, the AP from that, too. Cream still finds himself 29 minutes into the game. 0 kill participation. Down 3,000 gold on Shanks. And we talked about this mid lane matchup, Shanks versus Cream. This is the new era of elite LPL mid lane. Yes, I know that a lot of people have different memories of Shanks and Cream in terms of, you know, highs and lows. Probably more about Cream's highs and lows. But, I mean, for every time you talk about some of his international failures, you've got to remember stuff like it's just Tristana in 2024 as well. This series has been one great game from Cream, one great game from Shanks. Cream in the second game, sadly for him, despite being the best top esports player in game 1, has not been able to match that hit.
Shanks has, however, decided to go take a quick trip to the library.
Yeah, did mention that. Yep.
Can be quite potent here, I think, especially because that move speed, probably not unwise versus all of these melee champions. He's already, as we saw, eviscerating anyone who even so much sniffs at an auto from him.
Check the love at the 4 items. Has the Lord Dominic's regards. I mean, it's really hard for him to play. He gets hit by 1 skill shot. He walks into his ear soldiers. His fight is over. Kyle does have flash. Look, at this, we've been talking about this for a little while, right? Anyone's Legend are very much in the advantage. Shanks looking for the singular auto attack, can't land anything there. Puts down the Azir turret. Wonder that it does technically apply spell effects if you do have something like the Leandries. Doesn't actually have that right here, but it can crit, I believe, with the Shadow Flame, which is kind of funny. Gwen pushing out top lane. However, the Azir very good at killing towers. Cream pops forwards.
Try to clear out this wave just a little here. Does indeed come Gwen. They're going to try and find their way forward. That's a knock up onto Flondra. Got the blast going to work with. So we are now looking. Can maybe look at Shanks, who will shift forward. Misses the ult. The pop lost him though. Turnaround. The public execution as Rian is dead. It doesn't matter. Now Tien is left alone. Tries to get away from Flondra. Flashes on in. The Impale catches Cream, but he buffers through with the Fate Seal. Doesn't matter. He's dead.
He's dead. Swayan's W doesn't come up in time. He's not immune, and neither is Milio. Anyone's Legend will fell Top Esports, putting Top Esports, what we thought were our best regular season team, onto a 2-series loss streak. Anyone's Legend, despite their poor start, will draw even with them.
From 6-1 to 6-3, Top Esports stumbling, fumbling at the top of the tables, and Anyone's Legend begin to climb right back into the conversation. They tie up in the scoreline, and they do it by going 2-8.
Anyone's Legend, very good game plans today. Really loved how they played around top lane in game 1 and then mid lane in game 2, showcasing that they can play a varied style around different lanes, get different people ahead at the right moments. Top Esports on the other side, I think their compositions it was flimsy in game 1, and in game 2, I just simply do not think that they understood what was happening on the map around jungle support. I don't think they saw where Tarzan and Kyle were going, and I think for Anyone's Legend, this is the first series from them where I genuinely believe I saw the glimpse of how good Tarzan and Kyle can be as a duo again. Shanks was excellent in game 2, but the reason he could be excellent is because of the work of Tarzan and Kyle setting up the map in his advantage.
And again, part of that also then comes from much better level 1 plans over the last couple series. We didn't see as many of the early aggressive jungle plays this time around, but last series there was some serious groundwork put in from AL to keep Tarzan alive. Hell, Flandra sacking 30 CS to keep Ascana in the game against things like the Nocturne. This series, actually, because they had the good laning phase, it allowed Tarzan and Kyle to go mess with that mid lane on repeat and try and make things quite interesting and challenging, or go topside and make those plays. AL look like they've kind of done a little bit of soul searching, a little bit of just time in the proverbial scrim gym, and come away with a few gains to speak of. They look a lot more coordinated and a lot more on the same page in that kind of just early stages of the game in terms of what they want out of those first few levels and jungle clears.
Look, it's great to see Anyone's Legend bouncing back into form. I think that Flandra laned very well versus Swian throughout the entire series. I think that, yes, he did get solo killed at the end there in the Gwen versus the Embessa. Doesn't outweigh the fact that Flandra was more useful than Swian in both those games. I think that Tarzan was far better at impacting the map. I think Kyle was far better at impacting the map. I think particularly Fungi had a rough series from Top Esports in both games, and despite the fact that Jakulov had a better game in game 2, it wasn't the dominance from bot lane that we expected to actually run away with the game that we've seen from the rest of this split. There's a ton of things to take away from this series. Obviously, we're just kind of throwing out so much of that stuff there, because these are two top teams, and their trajectories will have huge ramifications about the entire rest of Group Ascend, the entire outlook on playoffs. Teams like JDG will be looking at these teams and go, okay, well, maybe they would have contested as hard as before, but it looks like, you know, we need to respect AL a little bit more. Perhaps Top Esports, they will see themselves some advantages there now. Perhaps they can see something there too. BLG look at this and go, damn, I guess we're clean in first place. That's nice.
Yeah.
BLG, despite their own failings, have managed to stay top of the table in LPL. We'll get into these post-game stats. I mean, of course, it's Shanks favored. Crazy damage from him. The story of this game for me, though, was how well Tarzan and Kyle set up his lane for success.
Yeah, they did a very, very, very good job on that one. And again, he delivered, which is great news. As we saw some good moments. I actually think this Gwen game was actually pretty okay considering the game state. You can't do too much more from them. Managed to pick up a few kills, threaten some side flanks.
Yeah.
I mean,
besides the one teleport.
Yeah, well, that one teleport sucked. Outside of that, though, you know, again, imagine if there was a platform to play off there. It just doesn't really happen. And I think there is going to be some discussions here from Top Esports, because bluntly, this game 2 in particular was not close. In game 1, we had issues with the kind of game plan from the draft to say, hey, you really need to smash early game from this. Sure, there were some good miracle fights later on, but that's not what you want to be relying on to find wins, particularly against a team on the rise like Anyone's Legend, who are so potent at those stages of the game in the same space. And that's quite alarming. I think then also credit to people like Flandra, had a good series on the whole. I mean, that one death there to the Gwen, notwithstanding. Shanks, again, looking very dangerous here. And you can kind of just go down the line and go, you know what? Not bad work. Hope was fine. I don't think there's anything particularly to say about Hope in general. He just played a decent series. But, you know, I think on the whole, this is a good look for Anyone's Legend, especially as we do begin to ramp up towards kind of defining our playoff spots.
Top Esports 2 series loss streak. I thought that they'd crack their code. I thought that they'd, you know, they found their stuff, you know?
Oh, do you want a coffee, Alex?
I got half one, so I'm actually okay.
I might go make myself one.
Oh, good. Cool. Roll the chair out a second.
Of course.
Cool. And then we get on to a second series, Weibo IG. I mean, Weibo did just beat Top Esports, so maybe they're on a bit of an uptick. It's their first win in a while, though, I think. Hello, Angie, by the way. Sorry, I did see you in chat. I said hi. I was just in the midst of the game. How are you doing, Angie? How are things? Who have I not said hi to? Hey, Perk. Hey, Gamer. Who else have we got on there? I didn't say hi to. Mecha, I'm not sure I said hi to you today. Hope you're doing well. Enjoying as well. Appreciate you all. How dare I do my job? Yeah, today, I don't know. I've the brain's a little bit slow to work today. I couldn't tell you why. I'm not sure why. T1 Genji at cinema? Is T1 Genji on right now? The problem with doing so much LPL is, I lose. Oh, I didn't say. Oh, hi Zaref. Sorry, I didn't see you in chat. Chat history though. Yeah, HLE T1. Didn't you mean? T1's playing HLE. Cool. Oh, there's an interview. We'll listen to that.
到赛后采访，我是主持人洛星。在这里，我们首先要恭喜 AL 战队拿下了本场比赛的胜利。在我们的赛后采访席，我们邀请到的是 AL 战队的中单选手 Shanks， 你好，先跟大家打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是 AL 中单香克斯。
欢迎香克斯啊！恭喜你们今天拿下了队伍的4连胜，而且不仅仅是成功复仇了滔博战队，并且是以2-0这样一个成绩，干净利落的直接拿下，而且第2场还是巨大的优势。想问问，这和你们赛前的预想的是否一致呢？这个结果？
就我不知道队友怎么想的吧，但就是我打滔博有点难赢。
你自己是觉得不一定，但是今天发挥的很好，打下来感觉怎么样呢？跟大家分享一下。
就感觉大家打的都很好吧，尤其是第1把还翻盘了。
第1把翻盘，那说起来，第1局其实对面对你们的下半区以及中路是有一点针对的，那他们是有做一些调整和策略，前期给了你们不小的压力。那在这种压力的情况下，大家是怎么样去决定接下来的一个打法的呢？
就是第1盘前期就崩盘了吧，然后但是我们上次复盘就改正了我们很多问题吧，就是 BKB 说我们就是劣势也要想好下一波做什么，就应该就这样赢了。
所以说在第1把你们劣势的时候，大家是怎么想的？下一步做了些什么呢？当时大家的交流上面是怎么样沟通的？
就感觉大家心态也都挺好的，就是这版本就是这样，前期劣了就有点难受，没办法。
那我觉得其实教练在后面给你们复盘也是很关键的。来到第2局啊，可以说你们整体的状态是更胜一筹了。那问问你的沙皇更是顶级无解肥，非常的顺畅的一局。那算不算是一局爽局呢？
感觉对线期挺爽的，就是我一直叫老赞过来搞。
对，不仅是他这样过来。 辅助 KO 也一直过来，野辅基本上都是跟你组成了一个铁三角这样的一个情况。那想问问这局下来之后，你对他俩有什么话想要说的吗？
就希望下把还这样，就这样玩得很开心。
这样玩得很开心，希望你俩继续坚持啊。那要问问啊，如果说在你心中选一个对于你的 MVP 的话，你会把这个 MVP 交给谁呢？ 从你的视角，中路的视角来说，
感觉交给老朱吧，因为第1把3蛮顶的吧，就是感觉第1把翻盘他还是出了比较大的力。
确实，第1局圣香哥个人秀啊，加上上野的这个联动也是非常的给力。那今天的这一把第2把当中呢，他在也是解锁了自己的一个职业生涯的4500助攻的一个成就。那你来到 AL 战队和他在一起当队友，也已经有1年半的时间了。想问问，在你的心中啊，不管是赛场也好，生活中也好，他在选手是一个什么样的选手呢？
我就感觉他就是私下有点幽默吧，就挺搞笑，很好交往吧。然后其实他是一个特别负责的人吧，就是我们很多时候一些开会啊都是他在说嘛，就是感觉他就是拉得挺满的吧，就是赛场上赛场下就很负责。
那你会觉得他有给自己上太大压力吗？因为他把责任都揽到自己这边来。
那应该是有的吧，我觉得他压力应该是挺大的吧，但现在应该还好。
OK， 那最后一个问题，因为这个香克斯选手应该对于西安主场也是非常的熟悉嘛。那今天这一次又回到了西安，跟到大家见面，有很多支持你的粉丝，有什么想要跟西安的朋友、跟 AL 的粉丝说的话呢？
就非常感谢大家一直支持我们吧，就今年希望我们就顺一点吧。
好的，我们也再次感谢香克斯选手来到我们的赛后采访席。接下来的时间，我们就交还给今天的2位解说。
Okay, I gotta do that thing where we put on an ad break, and then we'll find out our MVPs for the series. for player of the game and player of the match. Yeah, we've seen Hex play Dusk and Dawn a lot. We've seen that a lot. Yeah, Hex play Dusk and Dawn is very good on the whole. It allows you just really, really good 1v1 power. Some of the Proto Belt, it's pretty good versus high. It allows you to escape the Bardol. MVP for this game goes to Shanks. He was set up very well for his team, and then he used that gold very well. Oh yes, Angie, you asked for a compliment as well. Ooh, let me have a think. Gonna make it a good one. Yeah, for sure, Angie. Yeah. Like, having something like a Protoball is really, really important against stuff like Bardol, which can kind of like... Oh, hang on, Zeus just died. That's messy. Player of the match, I think it's Tarzan. Kyle, maybe, actually? Kyle was really good. Tarzan gets it. Yeah, it was one of jungle support. One of the two. No, you can't Protoball over walls. Oh, Varus do be dead. Oh, this is kind of nuts. I think Kanavi's had an excellent game. It's also kind of big, I think, to I think it's kind of big to see Kanavi actually win versus T1 for the first time since like MSI 23. Like, a lot of people think, oh, Kanavi's just really bad versus T1. He did beat them in MSI 23, remember? You know, in a best of 5. It's not always been the case. Knight needs to learn Azir from Shanks. Did you see Knight's last Azir game? Did you see him versus... who was the team they played against? I think it was versus Weibo. He destroyed them on Azir. It's very good from him. Well, there you go. Actually 1-0 up. Sorry, yeah. Compliment for Angie. Let me have a think. Should make it a good one. Angie, you know how a lot of like black feathered birds aren't black, they just look different to bird eyes than human eyes? I feel like that's a very appropriate analogy for the way that you look at people. Like, you're very good at like judging people's character and things outside of what, you know, the surface level stuff, which a lot of other people do within life. I think it speaks to your character that you don't judge people on kind of surface level stuff. Can I laugh at all of the people who said that HLE is a bad team? I mean, HLE were... The thing about HLE is that the lanes didn't understand what Kanavi needed in jungle, and I think that Kanavi was doing the right movement as jungle, and his lanes just weren't moving. I think they've started to get that nailed in now. I think that they're really starting to get a lot of value out of jungle lane movements. I mean, HLE, no. HLE was a bad team. They were good players who didn't work together well as a team. They were a bad team. It always takes time to gel. Typically, the stuff that they were gelling on, you would have thought it would come together a lot easier, actually. But, yeah. I mean, obviously, they've found things out a lot better now. I think that, basically, the team they weren't very good at responding to what Kanavi needed. And I know in a bunch of interviews... like Zeus and a couple of other people, like, oh, you know, it's just like this very aggressive like style of play. And I think basically from interviews it became quite apparent that HLE didn't buy into Kanavi's philosophy. But if you know anything about Kanavi, you know, like, he will just keep doing that. He will just keep playing the way that he does, and he's very good at it. Very, very good at it. No, he's won international events doing that. He's destroyed LPL over years doing that. Swean very nearly carried this. If he had his W there for the ult, it would have been so different. Yeah, Harold, maybe. Exactly enjoying. I think that, you know, on paper, HLE should have 3 dominant lanes plus an invading aggressive jungler. What they've had really is 3 lanes which have been inconsistent, and then a jungler who just keeps invading anyway and dies. So, yeah. Oh, I gotta... Oh, wait. That advert sometimes gets... I don't know why that advert sometimes gets us in trouble. Like, even... As in, like, YouTube will just be like, oh, that's bad. And I don't know why, but it gets weird. Oh, we got a trade... Oh, wait, we got a trade thing now? What is this? I don't know what this is. Oh, is it naming all the abilities? It's naming all the abilities. Light binding... Verdant Barrier, not Verdant Barrier, shit. Oh, what is Lux W? E is Lucent Singularity, R is Finalis Funkeln! It's Lucent Barrier, I think, right? W?
战争学院
OK， 很厉害。
星之守护者，不知道，很古老的皮肤，因为我刚玩的时候抽奖应该抽到过这种皮肤。大元素石，完全不知道。
Oh, this is colors, yeah. Oh, so funnily enough, I've seen a lot of this on TikTok about Pokemon. So you try and tell the Pokemon through their color palette. There's a lot of, and then there are things like, what shiny is this? I'm like, I have no idea.
Hello， 大家好，我是埃及辅助 Maker。玩的挺多的，最近喜欢用。
Yeah, gamer. It's because they think it's about gambling. They think it's about gambling. That's why.
德玛西亚、王子、赵信、盖伦，我只是大招终极闪光，一技能是。
Alles Funkeln。
啊，透光起点。
W 叫取光屏障。
都有点印象，但是说实话，这4个字就是记得不太清楚。Q 是什么？光之束缚吗？啊 ，Q 技能我有印象。黑暗退散。然后还有一个是我的光芒将照亮一切。感觉50。
有150。
这么多吗？中路玩的比较多吧，之前。没有印象啊，谁喜欢玩？谁比较喜欢玩？欧文比较喜欢玩。哎，没有了，感觉中路没有人玩，我只能猜辅助啊，要么就是我也玩的不少。
OK， 是你。
啊，以前玩的比较多。哦，我懂了，从上到下就是有可能头发它是黄色的，对吧？可以。战争学院的那个皮肤吗？对，就上面是红色的，我有印象。是的。这个就是那个新手的，对吧？就粉色的，一看就是新手。哦，这个我经常用的，这个皮肤蛮有印象的。就绿色的这个背景的话，应该就是那个地狱伞兵。紫色那就是奥术师那个吗？哦，大元素石。哦，对，大元素石，看了才知道。
哦，very cute, Angie。
这个原皮，去看一下原皮。这个没印象，不怎么用这个皮肤。
Oh, space. Of course, that's Space Groove. It's such a disco palette, that actually. This is all Lux related, isn't it? So we don't have that splash art, so we can't use that one. So basically, this is like promo for the new season. Do we expect Weibo to lose? Well, Weibo did just beat... No. I think that IG... Well, hang on. So it's really important, folks. IG have a new mid laner for next series. He is called Nya. Wait. Oh god, I gotta wait, folks. He's called Nya. Wait, I got... Oh my god. Yeah, but Renard's been benched. Hang on one sec. Oh, God. Yeah, he is called Nia, but Nia, yeah. You'd say it Nia? Yeah, Nia. Chat, are you gonna wait? Come on, chat, let's Nia together. Oh shit, hang on, I need to change music over because of copyright stuff. We'll have issues with it anyway, but you know. What's funny about Nia? It's Nia. If Sam isn't wearing cat ears... Yeah. So what's funny about Nia? Because in Japanese, Nya is the sound which cats make. And in modern pop culture, Nya has been used for a great many cringe slash comedic slash, I guess, sort of cute, like cat-related scenes and or... yeah, visuals. Nymaera, exactly. Nymaera.
Nice.
Don't give away the game, Sam. Chat hasn't seen it yet. Folks, I think it's a wonderful time for us to talk about, you know, Invictus Gaming. You know, a new mid laner coming in for them. You know, Renard is gone. However, we must celebrate their new mid laner to the glorious shouts of Nya! Don't leave, Sam. Don't leave me like this. Sam, don't leave. Come back. We need to educate the people on Nya. God. What am I doing?
Oh, I made a tweet that said I will not be wearing cat ears on broadcast, and then
What?
this degenerate.
Sam, you said nothing about myself. So, IG had a mid laner called Renard. That's great. That's wonderful. He wasn't very good this split, Sam, so they've called up their top esports challengers mid laner called Nia. Nya is what Japanese cats say. Well, he'll be playing versus Weibo here today, Sam. Nia on the Rift. He played in Demacia Cup. He's been LDL for a while. Back up to LPL. Well, up to LPL now for the first time.
You're not committing to the bit, Sam. I am disappointed that this is when you decide to show maturity. I've got no defense. I just...
So, like, again, I'm just going to move it just down here. So, oh, well, this is going to be wonderful because, look, this is Weibo. Look at their roster. Wow, wonderful, wonderful. It's the roster you all know and love. That's great. Cool. Is it, though? Wait, no.
No.
The Hank is different.
here.
That's great. Cool. The Hank, great. But we're waiting for a very specific bit. We're waiting for a very specific bit. Go away adverts as well. This, again, we really need this very specific bit. No! Get my face off of this as well. Anyway, that's right. Funny bit, sort of over, I guess. Right, yeah, was on top esports challenges, moved up to IG now.
Wow. Okay, yeah, he's going for top esports challenges. The Hank has also potentially joined as well after.
He's not starting though.
maybe.
He's not. It's worth noting that he's not starting now. He's on the roster, but Hung's not been playing well.
Yes.
It's made it with this software. I didn't even realize that they celebrated May Day out here, out in China. Actually, I thought that was more of a European holiday.
I mean, probably where we had the big cosplayer group in as well. They had a little like sequence where they all went around Xi'an having a good time.
Oh, cool! I actually missed that.
It was kind of in the break between games. It was quite cool. And then we kind of cut to the audience, and they were there in the audience, all dressed up.
Zeref has redeemed a roast, but for me. So I figure I've given you a lot of material. Okay, all right, sure.
Alex,
yes.
Look up there.
Look up there.
Look up there.
Chat. So what he's looking at is wait. He's looking at. Look at that.
Consider, Alex.
Yes.
You have spent significant amounts of several months' wages on an Ari hoodie and an Ari shrine, all in service of today converting yourself into a cat boy for a bit.
It's a fox. And also pronouns.
Cat. That's fair.
You're wrong.
Another three.
You're wrong on both counts.
Fox person. That's. Consider. I want you to take a really good long look in the mirror and realize what you've done with your life.
I'd have to take a while to sort the camera back. Oh my god. Yeah, that was a yeah. Well, that was a thing of all time, Sam. Wonderful. Okay, get us on to the
我首先有请到了 WBG 的中单选手小虎，你好，先跟大家打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是 WBG 的中单选手小虎。
欢迎小虎。那第一个问题要问了，因为之前可以看到你们的队伍是在经历一个比较低迷的连败的情况嘛，但是在上一场呢是零封了势头正旺的滔博战队，想问问你觉得现在队伍整体来说最大的改变是什么？
上一场比赛之所以能下滔博，我觉得是大家的配合。还是挺默契的吧，然后因为也是赢下了比较重要的比赛嘛，所以大家现在的士气也是挺不错的。
士气高涨，更加有信心了。那第二个问题，今天你们要对上 IG 战队，你觉得焦点会出现在哪个位置呢？
可能在游戏前期更看两位打野选手的节奏吧。
OK， 我们也把焦点放在今天的打野，大家可以在比赛当中多多关注。同样在这里，我们也邀请到了 IG 战队的下路选手佳琪，你好，先跟大家打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是 IG 的 AD 佳琪。
欢迎佳琪。那最近呢，可以看到你们的队伍是处于一个比较艰难的连败困境。那现在全队调整到了一个什么样的竞技状态呢？
只能说还在慢慢调整吧。
还在摸索自己的适合队伍的打法。那第二个问题，今天如果你们想要成功复仇 WBG 的话，你觉得大家想要拿下这一分，需要在哪些地方必须要做好的？
我觉得就是要减少我们自己的失误吧，少点机会应该还可以。
OK， 那我们接下来就看看你们在比赛当中的精彩表现吧。
Well, wasn't that fun? Okay, so we should probably talk about the actual matchup itself a little bit now. So things that we need to keep in mind for Weber versus IG. Okay, so there are a couple of things here. There's a compliment and a fun fact. We'll get to that. So I need to compliment you, Sam. Sam, you have a really good sense of humor, and it very, very much helps in those moments, Sam. I appreciate how you can full send. You deliver those moments very well. So appreciate it. Good. You sold that moment good. Ari, fun fact. Sure. Gosh, let me think about that. Well, let's talk about the matchup first, and I'll get around to that a little bit later. Oh, I guess wait, is that a fun fact? So Ari's voice actor is Laura Post, who is the voice of Yellen in Genshin Impact in English.
True.
So that's a fun fact. Not Yai Miko, who's the other Fox girl in there. It's a very different character. But yeah, Yellen's voice actor in English Genshin is the same as Ari in English, which is very cool. Yeah, she's cool. She does signings on her Twitch, so and Sam in fact got me a poster signed by her. So I have Ari and Yellen's voice actor signing an Ari.
Also gave you a very cool shout out, which I stayed up until 4 in the morning in order to get the clip of.
Yeah, it's like, I hear you're the best Ari in the world, and like, that's great. I have that clip now. It's on one of the sub buttons. I have it silenced for LPL stuff because I don't want to like overlap the game, but yeah. One day I want one of them to drink it. You want someone like drink the Warhorse, like completely like
just down it and then
like
crush the can,
frat style, just like whoa!
Yeah, just like put the whole drink from the bottom, crush it on the foreheads.
Yeah. Well, no. So Zeref, so my first 5-star in Genshin ever was Yellen. So actually, and I have Yamigo as well. So Yellen was my first ever 5-star, and I stopped playing Genshin after because basically the file size got too large for my PC. But I played it for a couple of years, yeah, and Yellen was my first 5-star release, yeah.
I'm a Raiden guy. That was my Raiden and Lisa were my two mains.
Yeah, Sam does a lot of Electro,
Ara Electro murder people.
I don't think top 369 is coming soon since top is sorry. I'm guessing you meant to say, do you think 369 is coming back soon since top is also on a losing streak? There is a chance, actually. There is a chance.
Yeah. It's also worth noting, again, part of the reason why I think 369 has been struggling a little bit is this is alleged, and again, I'm sort of saying co-stream. Basically, Niall made a really mean comment, allegedly saying basically his main way of throwing was to go get 369 fed because he didn't think he could carry, which is a horrible thing to say. But allegedly that tilted 369 off the planet, which I could understand.
Oh, hell. Especially since he used to be such a big carry as well.
Yeah, so basically hearing that actually, like, yes, how I throw was just play for 369. It's just...
Who is your favourite voice actor, Sir, out of interest? Who is it? I have a lot of voice actors, which I'm a big fan of. I mean, I love Cortana's voice actor. Jen Taylor.
Jen Taylor's phenomenal.
Absolutely fantastic. Yeah, I mean, yeah, Cortana, I mean, I can't believe they misused like that. Oh, Yui Ishikawa, fair play. Yeah. I don't know whether that was a facetious comment, so I don't have the context on that game. But I did see someone saying that, but I didn't see anything backing that up behind it. So,
I mean, only allegedly, as in game again, only allegedly. But, so you know,
at least I even know the stuff that we can kind of like confirm, right? In terms of 369 defending Nio after the losses, and then the information coming out. That was a big hit, like a big hit. Oh, Violet got him right, yeah. Fair. Yeah. But coming into this game here, Weibo IG, because we haven't actually talked this much about this matchup. Look, Nia is in for the mid lane of IG. Renard was struggling a lot. Now, Nia did play in Demacia Cup. I don't have the biggest memories of him, because, but, you know, he's been in the LDL for a little while. Top East was challenges. A lot of their members have come up to LPL proper now. Obviously, Nia was part of that. You know, comments aside there, Feng Yue was part of that too, Suyan too. So that's now 4 out of that 5, which is well, you can get Warhorse off of Alba. That's 71 cents per can. Yeah, but it's all gonna be in shipping then, isn't it? Yeah. Anyway,
I feel like getting you some Warhorse for your
I do have 4 of the Jinergy drink, but yeah. I think I need to put on an ad break now before we get on to the draft, by the way. So I'm going to put on an ad break now, just so we don't get any in-game, just because it's been a while. Advertisements! We should be on stage pretty soon, but at least this way we won't miss draft. We might miss some of the player walkouts from this, so... The Jinergy drink is in like Jin, the champion, but energy drink. So, Jinergy drink. I could go and show you.
Could you also go Energyn?
Can you feel the Kenergy? Exactly. The Kenergyn. Imagine if Jin was in the Barbie universe.
I know.
Barbie can be a murderer too.
I can make you famous, but I'm already famous. Everyone knows who I am.
But yeah, Weibo, despite the fact that they were on a massive loss streak, beat Top Esports, and IG, they have a lot of work to do, so Weibo should be coming in as favourites here. But whenever you favour Weibo, something goes wrong, Sam. This team is not normal. As soon as you have any belief in them, they fall apart. Whenever you have no belief in them...
You know, there's that meme of the mum like yelling at her kid in the backseat, like, why can't you be normal?
Yeah, from the Babadook
That's
movie.
Basically Weibo Gaming. Do you know what movie it's from?
It's a horror movie, so yes. Yeah, I watched it back in uni.
Is it good?
Yeah, it's basically about like a haunting of this like working class Australian family. It is a good movie, yeah. It's but like basically the Babadook's like this shadowy figure which follows them and starts saying Babadook, because it's the Babadook. Basically, there's like a child who's like has like development issues in terms of learning. And like the mother very struggles with it because, you know, she's like a single mother looking after a very troubled child basically who's like haunted by these visions, but then also that is kind of like a allegory as well for actually growing up with you know, children which have like difficulties developing in, I suppose, more quote-unquote normal ways, right? It is a good movie. I'd suggest watching it. It's good. Yeah, it's good. And it has, there's a lot of grief in there too. Yeah, there's a lot of that. I can't remember all of the themes. It has been about 10 years since I watched it, so it has been a while. Yeah, no, I thought it was pretty good. Like, I wouldn't say it's like my favorite horror movie, but it's up there.
Was that kind of streak of movies about houses and families being haunted basically ever after that really big success of Paranormal Activity? Yeah. Really. I mean, in fairness, that first Paranormal Activity movie was good. It
was good. After that, it kind of wore out the...
It did. I mean, it wasn't, but I remember that first movie being genuinely very creepy.
Yeah, no, it was fantastic. I really liked that. And like found footage obviously kind of came from Blair Witch. You know, the main stars of Blair Witch basically never got paid. So they never do any content about the movie because, like, well, we never got paid. So, yeah.
It's crazy considering how good the movie was.
Yeah, fantastic. Right, we'll get back into the game now in terms of actual matchup stuff. I think jungle matchup's huge.
Yeah,
I think that
JJ.
I think JJ versus Wei really important there. You know, I think that both of them have been reaching up towards, you know, very good levels of play. Quite hard to say whether they're quite top LPL junglers because there are so many good junglers in the league right now. It's very hard to say that.
Yeah.
No, Tarzan, Tien, Shun, all been on really good form for most of this split. They've had some dips here and there. Tarzan started bad, is now good. Shun started good, started to fall off a little bit. Same with Tien. Then you have players like Guon who is hanging around. I think he's been really good at points too. I think that there's a bunch of good junglers around. Monkey, now he's back. Maybe he'll show some good gameplay too.
Again, I will also say that, like, I think from what I've seen of JJ specifically, and this is true of Wei to a lesser extent as well, but JJ is so reliant on his level 1 aggression. We have seen so many voracious Raptor camp starts, jumping at the enemy camps and trying to play around for it.
No, I will agree. Blair Witch itself. I actually have never watched it, but
I need to watch it. Maybe do a Discord movie night.
Yeah,
Blair Witch guys?
Maybe we'll do a Blair Witch product in Discord at some point. We'll watch that at some point. But yeah, Blair Witch product. I would say that the concept is better than the film itself, which is the case for many horror movies. Finding something which has a really good concept and also activates that concept well, that's the hard bit, right? So for me, something like Wreck is a better found footage movie.
Yeah.
Wreck is my favorite. It's my favorite horror movie. It's a found footage zombie film, and while it doesn't follow the same kind of like narrative rise and drop you'd expect from a film because it's meant to be so realistic, it allows you to break outside of that kind of realm of things. Okay, right. Let's get ourselves into game. We'll get ourselves into entry. Wreck is so good. Wreck is my favorite zombie movie. It is my favorite horror movie. I really love it. Wait, really? I've watched it like 4 times, and I even try to watch it with you sometime. Anyway, whatever. Yeah. Get ourselves onto stage. Let's get over here. Into Xi'an here. WE's Arena hosting our LPL games for at least today. See how long that lasts for. IG versus Weibo. First out onto the stage is Invictus Gaming, led by Mako. The inimitable, the indomitable. Even with IG's struggles across this split, I think Mako has been a top 2 support in our region. Fantastic player in an Enchanter meta, which he's always thrived at. He has been the shining star for Invictus Gaming, even when, particularly, mid lane has started to really cause issues. First match, of course, as we said, for yeah, in the mid lane, come up from top esports challenges, replacing Renard as he goes out, back down to the bench. Will he be an instant success? Hard to tell. Probably not. Will he be an improvement? Well, Renard definitely struggled. Can definitely see room for improvement there. He's up against Xiaohu here today. First LPL match against one of the greats.
Yeah. Introductions here from our Mayday cosplayers. Leading the teams out and giving them that little intro sequence. Always very good fun. Xiaohu leading the way there. Another one of our LPL greats. Perhaps fallen away from his title as best in the region, but is certainly never someone you can ever fully count out.
No, and I think what we're seeing in this split particularly is that Xiaohu will have like 1 individually bad game and then 2 individually actually okay to good games on the other side of it. The ratio changes thereabouts. The teams on the rift. Weibo IG has been one of my favorite matchups here here within the LPL, Sam, over the last handful of years, regardless of roster, because they're just so hard to predict. Weibo specifically, but IG are also in that bucket too. Even when they had the super team last year, they were a team which you really couldn't put a number 2 a lot of the time. They would just really cause a lot of issues. And yes, Train to Busan is also like my other favorite zombie movie. Basically, my 2 favorite horror movies, I think, for the most part, are Train to Busan and Wreck. Although, I mean, if you're just counting it as like all horror and all movies, Alien is very, very hard to beat. The original Alien. Oh, wonderful, 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 wonderful. Anyway, talking a lot about horror movies because I really like them, and you're going to hear more about that. Anyway, let's talk about more about League of Legends. I guess we'll talk about League of Legends, Sam.
Nocturne gets locked in. I allow you to talk more about horror movies.
Nice, cool. What about Fiddlesticks? Fiddlesticks. Yeah.
Never
going to see that, though.
When's the last time we saw a Fiddlesticks? Obviously, the famous one was Inspired, right?
No, we had it since.
But we had
Mirwin
played it top. I remember that one as well. But specifically as a counter into Xante?
Yeah. Rumble.
That's what it was.
You'd poke you down and it wouldn't matter. It wouldn't matter because you just heal off the wave and then kill him eventually. So yeah, playing for IG. Now I have to say I can't remember much from him in terms of how he played in Demacia Cup. I'm actually gonna look up his match history now and just see exactly what he's been doing recently, because he's not played a competitive match since Asia Masters last year. I don't think. It has been a long time since he's played. Technically, I think he did play during Demacia Cup as well. But yeah, you know, he's a player that plays a lot of like the bursty champion stuff, like the Sylas, the Aurora, the Annie, the Ari. So we're expecting more of that. And in fairness, most of them are in meta right now. But yeah, I think that Nia hard ass to put him up against Xiaohu first match in. I know that Xiaohu has had some ups and downs, but he actually the last time that IG faced Weibo, the big reason why things fell apart for him was because Renard got destroyed by Xiaohu. Like Renard would lock in the LeBlanc, Lysandra came out, destroyed him individually. Yeah, it was a hell of a matchup there, because I think IG, sadly for them, I think that top lane, I think Breathe has looked really good for them. Bot lane, I think that Jatchi and Mako have actually looked very good in laning phase. Mid lane's been the issue, and I think that's dragged Wei down with them, sadly, because I think Wei still is a top tier LPL jungler. He's very, very good. LPL has incredible junglers right now. Problem is, mid lane falls apart, so he doesn't have a platform to play off of.
Look at those cosplayers again, giving us some fun little signs. They've been having a great time today. Bit of a tangent, I'm aware, but they're kind of getting that little float over. If you're wondering why they're there, it is the May Day celebrations. They've been doing some fun content around the city and stuff between games, which has been quite cool. Keep an eye on that one, indeed. Nyan Meow Raw.
Yep, that's me. It's special occasion for Nya. You get that, Sam.
Some cooking outside.
Did you open the door for anything? Speaking of horror movies, oh, is the door open? Bit spooky.
It's next door. It's fine.
It's all good?
Yeah.
Okay, it's fine.
Next door, slamming the door a bit. Anyway, it's fine. Not an issue, but I heard it a couple times. Let me just double check.
All good. Okay, today is the Workers' Day's Mayday. Yar. So who is the worst player in the LPL off the top of LPL people's heads? I mean, right now, or...
Someone on OMG, probably, no?
Maybe, yeah. I mean, yeah. Anyway, there's a couple of names you can throw out there. Let's get ourselves into draft as Sam Weibo IG.
Indeed, indeed, indeed. Orianna banned. The double AD carry bans away from Jatchi and the Ezreal and the Ashe that have been really his two primary picks. They split that on the Jhin, worth noting. Jarvan also going to be banned, but it realistically means something like a Rumble or a Karma is getting through here.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of these are still power picks. This is the thing about the meta we're in. Fearless has meant that basically the Riot Balance team hasn't needed to take down the top tier champions as much, which just basically means that draft 1 is filled with the same, like, 10 power picks or so.
Yeah.
And you can get rid of 6 of them. You can't get rid of all of them. So we're getting stuff like Pantheon Rise, we're getting stuff like Rumble, we're getting stuff like Lucian Milio. And all of the picks which are banned away are power picks. I think that Nocturne is actually a game 1 pick. I think Orianna always, Jarvan is, always is. If you have it there, we've seen a lot of Ezreal Bard, Ezreal Karma. Karma likely getting through in this draft too. This is one of the things about the way that Fearless has affected balance within Pro, top tier champions, you don't have to nerf. Well, they haven't been nerfed as heavily. They've been allowed to remain strong. Whereas in another season, they would have been 100% pick ban rate for the entire year if they remained at these levels. And which of course never happened. They get nerfed down and eventually. First pick now, something like that Rumble.
Yeah.
It's the Rise instead, though potentially gives Xiaohu an ability to get one of his comfort picks.
There we go.
And you know, Rise does everything: global, tanky, good laning phase, great scaling.
You may pick up a Pantheon here now for Wei then, or I think JJ looks at the Pantheon pretty aggressively here on the other side of this. Does he want to look at something like the Onivia or the Cassiopeia? Again, it's basically out throwing a big question at this mid lane very early on, saying, hey, here's one of the strongest picks in the meta right now. Also, Rise win rate in LPL is very high, so indeed it will be the Pantheon to deny that double global combo that is so potent.
I think that Rise is high win rate everywhere, to my knowledge, really. When I think about it, like in terms of the top tier regions, it feels like it just gets success everywhere. It's so tanky, has so much damage. Yeah, in LEC it's a low win rate, but LPL 60%, LCK. No, funnily enough, no, Sam, you're right. LPL is the region where it has the most. LCK is struggling, LEC is struggling too, by about a third win rate. Karma locked in for IG. Initially I thought, wow, Rise is just really good, but no, you're absolutely right. LPL, fantastic. Everywhere else seems to be struggling a bit more.
So there might be a bit more of a question about who's being allowed to play it. Sometimes you give it to lower tier teams and that negatively impacts the win rate, whereas if you give it to someone like a Chovy or a BDD, then there's perhaps a different conversation. Either way, we will think about that at another time. I'm going to interrogate your stats sometimes to double check on that stuff. But the Vi Rumble, now a consideration for Weibo Gaming, so they will lock in a very nasty top side of the map.
Yeah, Rise Vi Rumble. This is what Weibo did versus Top Esports in one of their games. They just said, right, you can pick your power bot lane. We're going to lock down point and click everything in the top side. Something like a Pantheon and Ambessa, if they don't play with their defensive skills very effectively, they can just get melted where they stand. Bot lane, of course, the Karma's already in from IG. Ezreal's already gone, though. Weibo can ban away some of the picks, like the Jhin, if you really care about that laning phase.
Yeah.
Or something like the Sivir as well, and you can get rid of a lot of those bot lane potent picks. On the other side, IG, you can ban away enchanters if you want. Something like the Nami could get banned away, and well, the Seraphine you could still ban even though the Ashe is already gone. But they have much less obligation to ban them away because they already have the Karma, which is kind of like queen of the support pool.
I agree. And again, they've got good point and click already in the sense of the Pantheon and the Ambassador with the Karma behind them. Lot of movement speed, lot of ability for one to follow the other quite happily. Less AoE, of course, and like Weibo are going to be complaining too much about the picks they've got either. It's just full of power picks. I think the Lucian ban makes sense. Would have been very potent follow-up with the Vi and everyone else because you can kind of add a culling in on that single target who's on top of the equalizer and stuff that can get quite obnoxious. On the other side, I wonder whether you keep looking at some of those kind of mid lane options, you know, just to really make him sweat a little here.
Yes, they ban away the Galio, of course, very good with the Pantheon and the Ambassador mainly, really, because you get when Ambassador was released, we saw a lot of Ambassador Galio. IG, they might ban away Corki here, because the Corki Nami is still available. One of the better early game AD carries
as well, perhaps.
Yeah, I mean, if you do that, it's probably Corki Nami on the other side from Wave. But look, there are a lot of mid bot laners you want to be aware of.
The Nami instead.
Ban away the Nami is one of the better laning phase enchanters here. As you said, Karma kind of like the best laning phase enchanter. But well, yeah. But then you have like the Nami, and then I suppose Weibo might have to think about something like that in Seraphine now.
Consideration of a misfortune Seraphine, because when you got a lot of lockdown. Again, it's a little bit miserable into Ambessa Pantheon, but hey, so be it.
Like theoretically, you're right. Just no one's playing it right now. Not in LPL. Like I we saw it in like week 1 of the split. But yeah, basically since Ashe Seraphine kind of rose to priority, Jhin locked in with that Karma, as we said, didn't ban away anything else. There's Sivir, Misfortune. You're actually thinking about that. Fair play.
It's Elk.
Elk does, of course, love his Misfortune. Elk is, of course, one of our very best AD carries within the LPL here and now. Jatshi, one of the new blood to the LPL AD carry pool. I think he's been great. Elk on the other side, though, is utterly fantastic. Sivir would give you a lot of ability to empower your Rise and your Rumble as they go into the fight. If you do go for that, this will change the pop.
Okay.
Is the Misfortune. Sam, I mean, credit to you. The Misfortune call. It's not with the Seraphine, but it's the Misfortune Nautilus. Fair play. Elk goes towards it, and there are no tanks on the other side. That's a great call out, Sam.
And to be fair, reminder, when we saw this from G2, Hans and Labrov piloted this lane to break Gen G. They really got a lot of good value there. And now basically between the Nautilus and the Vi, 2 single target lockdowns, the Misfortune is not bad at just tanking her way through the early laning phase because she gets an early Bloodthirster. She'll be able to throw a bit of poke down. It's good stuff there. Thinking about the last pick here, it'll be the Akali for Invictus Games.
They saved their last pick for Nia first game on stage. It is that Akali. It is a pretty squishy draft from Weibo. There is point and click CC though. You're playing into a Vial, you're playing into a Rise and a Nautilus ult as well. It is not a completely free game for you to play around that. We can go into quick ad breaks. We don't get them during game, folks. Nia could have gone towards that Azir, but then the Azir into Nautilus Rumble as well would have been quite hard. Not the easiest time in general for him. IG, they have pretty good snap engaged. They do have pretty good damage. I think Weibo's composition is far easier to play though. Just a lot more point and click. I think that their lanes are more than fine too. IG, it's going to have to be a game through Wei getting some really good impacts from his ultimate and from his early pathing. I think Weibo, on the whole, their composition is very powerful and easier to play than IG's.
Very much so. Makes this quite interesting. Quick click the dive of Bessa and Akali with Pantheon jumping in can be pretty potent. Front line there, and it is very all or nothing. You go in, you get your kill, or you feel real bad on the other side. AoE galore in those team fights. Equalizers, overloads, bullet times. And again, as ever, my read with Misfortune is if the bullet time is required for you to win a team fight, then it's a bad time. If it's not, if it's just extra, then you're in a great space. I'm looking at this game, it's just extra, and it's going to be really nice on that sense to potentially turn up to some of these fights. It means we don't get the Enchanter match in the bot lane. Not necessarily a bad thing here. Keep our eyes on it as just a little bit of spice here in our game 1 drafts. Akalis and Misfortunes and everything else, oh my. To the Rift we go, we'll listen to those Gyos and get into our game 1 of this second series. Level 1 hook onto the Karma. There's the barrier from Elk, who does need to run away from Jachi. Well, then 4th shot the Nautilus, who cares significantly less. Still, it will be IG with the initial shot, but it is all the way into turret, so Weibo will be able to get to level 2 on a fairly decent timer here.
Yeah, the initial wave, level 1. The level 1, not great from the Nautilus and the MF in terms of wave control.
No, it's not. I just saw there as well. Drop 2 CS to the turret as well. Feel pretty sad about that one. Well, it does get at least double up onto Mako, but yeah, Elk's going to feel a little sad there about the health of those minions.
Yeah, Mako, of course, on the Karma. We talked about Enchanter meta being good for him. Hung, I mean, I would have called him more of an engaged player. Problem is, he's kind of struggled on everything for the last split. Of course, first split of the year, took it off, was on top esports in summer last year. Great regular season. Playoffs, things fell apart a bit, and then at Worlds itself, he had a really, really hard time. Of course, he used to play for Weibo last year, and JJ is getting behind them in bot lane. I don't think they spot this at all. They've not managed to track the Vine. Where is that hook? They get the passive down, gets the hook onto the Karma. Pretty sure this will be 2 kills for them, Sam.
It really will be. Elk flashes on in, gets that first kill, can begin to run at Mako, who's got a flash, so probably difficult to fully lock down here unless Hung gets a good angle for a hook, but they will just take the first blood and be happy enough with it.
Masterclass by JJ. Gets his 3 camps into bot side. He can get a quick recall, defend his top side camps. So that is a kill bot side and 3 summoners down for no cost. He uses his flash, but he gets a kill, the assist there. Goes back for the longsword. Pantheon will not be able to do anything in his top side, in the enemy top side jungle. So Pantheon just gets to, clear his camps, but won't get anything away from JJ. We said that, look, IG's comp needs Wei to have good pathing, or IG to find some creative plays, because we think that Weibo's composition is easier to play. JJ sets it up for success. It was a good flash for the confirm with the passive auto from Hung as well, meant there was basically no counterplay there on the other side. And Jachi's now behind in lane, which is something which we've criticized him from before, and actually a lot of this split we've not had to talk about that because he's done very well in lane. When Jachi falls behind, that's when we see the flaws of this younger AD carry, especially when compared to Elk, who's been around the block a couple of times now. It's been very effective.
Worth noting, some very important pings happening in the jungle there. Wei immediately reverse course to get that topside scuttle crab, and will now likely get the bot as well, so we'll double scuttle here, and JJ's not going to be able to contest either one of those, so just get a little bit of something to his way, but again, it does come at cost of that bot lane advantage.
I'm a little bit surprised, because Xiaohu had managed to force back Nya early. Look what the cat dragged out of lane, or I'll do it the way around. Good hook. It's not onto the Jin though, so actually I think that Mako's happy with that. Decent trade back from Jachi.
It does at least, though, get a nice chunk, does Elk with the auto double up follow, with Karma unable to shield any of that up, so it's Jachi who ends up losing significantly more HP than Hung, who lost 5%, if that, maybe thinking about a Hex Flash angle, especially as the reset comes on through that was on Vision. That's going to give a potential hook angle, won't take it, though. Nice idea. I appreciate the thought process.
Elk was a little bit out of range. He's just there to try and keep them in lane again. Mako's happy to tank this up, gets the root there too, so Hung's kind of flinging hooks, but Mako in the early levels can just tank it up, and you'll notice there that Hung just ends up losing more HP. Mako and Jachi have the XP advantage here, actually, over Hung, who's on a roaming a bit and lost bits and pieces. X-flashing about the place, but I think that Mako's actually been playing out his individual matchup quite well. You don't often think as Karma as someone that can tank a hook, but with the way that, you know, the alt W can work, with the way that you can just shield yourself, often it's actually quite powerful.
Xiaohu now shoving through mid quite happily. The overloads come on in. Yeah, just getting shoved in, and kind of expected. You are playing Akali into Rise. You don't really get a lot of wave control ever.
Yes, first of his 9 lives. He can do what he wants. You know,
very good. Yeah, very, very good. Curiosity killed the cat. Pressing R button brought him back.
You know, just saying, if you ever think about, you know, if you need a reference pool, Sam, we got the cat and 9 tails. That's one there.
Yeah.
I haven't thought about individual cat breeds, really.
Do we get a Marvel black cat skin?
No, because we're not Marvel. See, Sam, that's I mogged you there. See, cats mogged.
That's true. Yeah, that's what mogging really is. It's just
it's just a cat breed. Yeah, well, not a cat breed, like a mix of cats. You know. Yeah. Right. Well, we'll keep workshopping that as it goes on. Don't worry, we have plenty of material.
Viewers, is Mog as a reference to a cat?
No, it's not.
No. Specifically, like a Moggy. Is that a British thing or is it a global thing?
I know.
I don't actually know.
I'm pretty sure that it's a British thing, but I don't know how many other people care about it. But it's basically just like what is like, it's the same kind of thing for like a mutt in dog terms, right? Where it's like not a specific breed, it's like a mix. But then again, I don't know, like the whole breeding stuff in petdom is kind of weird. Wei's not going to get level 6 off of this. Does have his camps coming back up. He'll get the Scuttle Crab. JJ's managed to do completely fine in terms of farm. His camp's coming back up too. Of course, got double scuttled. Wei's now going to go into the enemy jungle. If he gets a camp still, he will get level 6, get the extra passive armor pen. Doesn't have smite for this, so JJ can just secure it.
Xiaohu is here, so I think this gets a little bit spicy for Wei. He's got vision control there. They're giving this up. I think they are. There's too much prio bot. They really want to take the 6 and then go somewhere with it.
So Wei does have his smite off cooldown now. Okay, here comes the Realm Walk, though.
Mako's forced to flash. Jachi now potentially in danger as the heal allows Xiao to come in. Absolutely Mach 5 with the Ghost on top of everything else. The Grand Starfall was picked up by Wei. That leaves Xiaohu in a difficult spot, and IG can just run at the Nya does get the kill onto Hung. I was scared by that one. The curtains get caught. Elk gets tagged by 1, 2. The third block by JJ, and the 4th only lands onto the jungler, and there's 2 kills to Invictus.
Sorry, I didn't realize it was going to be so loud.
Someone trod on Alex's tail. Yeah.
What? It was his first blood in his first game, Sam. Yeah, gets himself first blood in his first entrance into the play. I was like, wow, he gets a kill. That wasn't planned. I just didn't think it was going to be that loud. Okay, right. Carly gets himself the play. So, look, this is a lot of what we see in this early game. We're initially thinking, wow, great hook. Karma's quite hard to kill. Has the shield, ends up going for the alt W and gets the healing from it. Not under threat at all. They go way too deep. Summoner's blown for it. Now, Xiaohu goes down, and first blood actually goes to mid laner of IG of various feline origins. They get 2 kills from that.
Elk got no autos off until Nymaera dived into the turret. He got one auto on the Akali, nothing else. So literally, your Fed Misfortune did nothing. Got to do no damage there at all, which was really problematic. She hit autos onto minions, nothing else.
Yeah. And you know, typically when I see Xiaohu making these aggressive realm morphs, I think it's a very good thing for Weibo. Nymaera now has himself that first kill though. He's actually going to be participating in this game, and I don't like to dunk on Renard like unfairly, but the problem with him is that often he would just not be a factor in the game. There's a flash and a barrier on Elk. No ult from Jachi just yet in terms of full kill pressure.
Does manage to get under the turret, and Mako tanks a turret shot, slightly frustrating for him, but it does zone Elk off the wave. It's getting shoved into him though, so I don't think he's going to complain too much here. Should be able to pick up the majority of the wave under this turret. Have picked up a cull. Probably wise. You can see with the Vamp set as well, the plan is get to Bloodthirster, be okay, play for the team fights.
Fun fact, I've said this on stream before, but this one's not a redeem. But fun fact about cats. Big cats are raw, small cats meow. So even though cheetahs, I believe, obviously seen as a big cat, they're not because they can't roar. So what cheetahs are, is going to sound like a really contradictory statement. They are a big small cat. They are not a big cat species. They're a small cat, but
small cat. Welcome to the jungle.
Like in the same way, like mains are really big, right? They're really big, but they're small cats. They're more like dog-sized house cats. But yeah, I mean, cheetahs don't roar, so that's what they do. Yeah.
Is that true, or is that just internet wisdom?
No, they don't roar. They don't roar. So, and I believe that is the definition between the two of them, because once you get over a certain size, you're very likely to have that vocal thingy. Also, another fun fact: cats normally speak in a much higher register to each other, but they start speaking in low registers so humans can hear them. Yeah, so house cats have learned how to speak in low registers for us, basically.
Yeah, that's quite fun. Also, if cats are bunting you, like rubbing their face and stuff on you,
headbutts,
yeah, they are getting a pheromone on you called F4, which marks you as part of the pack.
Huh. That's very cool.
So that's how they know that you are family, basically.
There's an ult in top side, so perhaps some big game hunting and top side flash forwards.
The Fast and the Furious, they come flying on in, and I think Zucker does not enjoy the family reunion there. In general, as Breathe and Way just full send.
Did you just Fast and Furious line just drop in the middle of that? Fair play. Well, you know, there was that one where they did go to space.
Yes, yes, they did.
There were points where I was like, wow, you know, Tokyo, incredible. And then I'm like, why are we in space? This is like Sharknado territory now, and everyone knows it. Mako's going to face check the brush, spots this now. Look around the corner, they have double ult. That is a dead Karma.
Yeah, she's just about not the renewal.
Okay, well, that's pushing it, Mako. I said, well, it's really hard to pick off Karma when she has ult W. Well, not to that level. When you full channel a bullet time into them, you expect the Karma to die.
Yeah, well, that plus the heal was required, but she does get to walk away there, which is pretty ridiculous. I think if Elk had a Bloodthirst, then we'd be having a different conversation, but alas, no.
Like, a lot of the time, folks, I'm sat there, and as a commentator, you try and lead the viewer into a play, because, you know, if I tell you what's going to happen next, like this thing, oh, well, you know, watch out for the Pantheon ult, watch out for the Vile, you as a viewer, kind of like, even if you're passively watching, you go, okay, well, that's what I'm looking for. Now, when I say something like, that's a dead Karma, it should have been a dead Karma by all rights. When you're double channeling ults on them, you should kill them. So what that means is actually, when they do live, you are surprised just as we are in the same way, because that shouldn't have happened. Mako has been excellent on the Karma.
Gonna throw out another one of those W's. That one's not the Mantra, actually was the Mantra variety. Decent amount of damage. Now, the problem is there is a flash, and use it gets out again, but there's a teleport bot lane. Zucker's here. Jachi's now in danger. The realm won't comes on forwards, and Zucker does get that kill. Now, Way potentially in a dangerous spot as Elk, potentially at risk of his shield vault staying well away. Will get to back out with the assist to his name. Did have to burn the flash and the barrier, so clearly there was the grand, or a play bot lane that went awry.
Yeah, but Mako lived again. Because I actually stopped myself and said, well, there's definitely a dead Karma this time, because I was like, no, I've seen Mako do this enough now. Ends up living there. Yeah, so this is what happened on the bot turret. Try and go for a dive onto Elk, and well, Sam, they don't have the big cat to hunt the Elk, Sam. Great teleport behind. Great teleport. You don't expect that at all. The Ambassador's not there. The Ambassador's not teleporting to the play. Zucker, he had a great game, a great series versus top esports in their last series out, and Weibo, credit to them, firing well against IG here. However, on the other side, IG, we expected IG, I just punched the mic myself there. IG, we expect...
Good, give in to the hate, my young casting Padawan.
I expected IG to be well off the boil here still. You know, the mid lane change, I wasn't sure it was going to be doing much in the short term. Maybe it's just something where, you know, Renard's shown that he's not growing now, so perhaps Neo will be the future for them. even game now going into mid game. This is such an important series. So both Pantheon going topside again. Flash still available for the Rumble.
Does he need it? Wait, Oz also got that public execution is wide, but where is Zucker going to go? He's got so many people coming. There's no way out. No way! I appreciate the attempt landed Electro Harpoon onto Mako, but he's now in a 1v2. Bot lane Xiao, who has to ghost away as the depth charge comes down on the Jachi. They want this dive off. Should pick up that AD carry and do so relatively cleanly. Hung just about out of range. Good damage back there onto Mako, but he again has a McHale's, so gets to cleanse the burn and stays alive.
Yeah, Jachi's really been struggling on weak side. We said that, look, when Jachi falls behind, things go quite poorly for him. I think in this case, it is... Sam just punched the mic there. Good, yes. I'm learning from my master. Darth Mike punches. Did I ever tell you the tragedy of Darth Initialise the Mike Puncher?
It's not a tale the sound text would tell you.
I swear to God. This microphone will be fully inoperable by the time your casting friends arrive. No.
Sorry,
right.
Mike. I didn't mean to punch the mic. Okay.
Equalizer was on the wave. I mean, Zucker did clear the wave out, still ahead of his top lane matchup. Breathe. That's a little behind there. I mean, IG have not been protecting Jachi very well, and I think that Weibo have... IG have, yeah, they fall quite significantly far behind it. They're out doing well. Breathe. Alone on top side have Flash, has Eclipse, has Hex Drinker. Now the Nautilus is very good in these dive situations, as we've seen. Doesn't have the ult to go unstoppable through the first bit of CC.
There is a heal, but there is no Flash. Makes things a bit dicey. I think just looking for plates at this point. I think Weibo's just saying, look, we're going to give it this dragon. Bit problematic. Second dragon early is not great. But on the other hand, we just want to make sure we're playing through the strength that we have. Get Xiao to the point where he can side lane and be a real problem.
But by the heal, do you mean the one that's on cooldown on the Nautilus?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I thought that was off cooldown. I missed the sliver there. That's...
I thought that might be the case. Just checking.
Yeah, no,
it's like,
yeah.
Look at this heal, which I don't
yeah. Got baited by the icon.
I gotcha.
It's nice to find. He's walked across so many boards to get there, though.
Yeah,
so fairly certain know he's there.
That is the great vision wall of China right there. Weibo put down like 4 wards from top down to mid. You ain't getting across that one unseen. And the bot side clearing out some vision. So right, there's a realm up onto Jachi again. Doesn't have the flash. I mean, they're really going for this Jin, Sam.
They get the depth charge. Now they're backing away. They'll throw up the curtain caller's potential risk prize. Bullet time should dissuade relatively well. Flash was required by Xiao Hu Hung, also hooked out. Breed has managed to get a very good chunk onto Zucker. Looks like there was a public execution that caught the Rumble off guard. JJ is coming. There's a lot of damage back. The Sunwing Slam is just wide, but now Wei is here. That means Zucker has got no way out. It'll be donated to the Pantheon. And that is a horrendous sound of the Rumble dying as he's flung into the atmosphere. Yeah, literally.
And then it goes quiet and then goes... like a second as he lands.
If Riot were real homies, they would throw a splat noise in.
Like just like the Z ult pop.
Yeah, basically.
But like
that's for League next, guys. That's what's going to start adding. Just the VFX.
You accidentally like walk over like the dead Rumble and you hear like the Heartsteel proc and the slap, just a boom. You need to get the Foley artist in this.
This is what League Next is going to do. There's going to be no graphical updates. It should be the most horrendous SFX of all time.
Okay, 1.2k lead to Elk. He popped the Cull, so that's where a bit of that gold's come from, but also he's been way better at surviving on weak side than Jachi. And again, I actually think Jachi has been really good for IG. I know that I can already tell a lot of comments post this series are going to be, oh, Jachi was so bad, Jachi has been awful. But we know that when Jachi falls behind, this guy is very vulnerable. And we know that IG in this game weren't really doing their best to protect him. They were focusing around Zucker instead on this Rumble. I think that, you know, Jachi, there is a rightful criticism of how does he die so much on weak side? Is it a team thing or an individual thing? And the real answer will be a mix of both. In this game, you know, I think that Weibo have done very well to make sure that the Jin is basically going to be a W bot, not be the massive kill threat. Does get good damage onto Elk as we talk about that, half the HP gone. Appreciate the follow there. And again, if you're hanging out in the background and listening to us, I don't know what we're saying this game, but if you're listening to us say it, we appreciate you. Breathe getting realm walked on a bot side.
Yeah, does need to flash out. Got himself a cunning swipe and therefore gets away. Every time I say that,
a cunning plan.
Yeah, exactly. I'm glad you get it. There's a vault breaker forwards and there's a lacerate out, so the cunning plan allegedly worked.
Does it involve a turnip, Sam? You know that. So for those of you who are Blackadder fans, which we definitely were, I actually think it's what Rowan Atkinson's best work. I don't think this is a kill. He has flash and heal. They're really pulling the ults though.
Yeah, they will get the summoner out at least, but there we go.
Anyway, quickly finishing off that point. But Blackadder, great series. Go watch it. Fantastic comedy. They were gonna do a 90s show, which was about like Blackadder in a like a punk band, and they had a drummer called Bald Rick. Instead of like Baldrick from the other series. Wonderful. You know, I'm sad they never did that. That would have been wonderful. They put an ult into mid lane. Elk has blown the flash now as well. Of course. It's been a pretty mobile game. You know, we've got the Pantheon on one side, the Rise on the other. Lots of... Both these teams are kind of like more about that mid-game scrappy fight. Yeah. You know, if you think about classic LPL style, fights coming out of nowhere, ults used to get great macro movements and fights just exploding from nothing. These two teams encapsulate that.
If you want to see Weibo at their finest there, their win rate with first turret is 50%, which is probably about as Weibo as it gets.
I mean, Weibo... I don't feel like it's as Weibo as it gets until like they are massive favorites and lose, or massive underdogs and win. I feel like Weibo... This is actually a very dangerous time, Sam, because I'm actually not sure which they are in this one, because Weibo did just beat Top Esports, but IG are like new mid lane buff. Renard's out. So now we have like this horrifying scenario of like, we can't use our narrative power of Weibo, of the consistent inconsistency. There's a teleport up behind from Rumble. Make it rain to come down. Do they pull the ultimates? No. Dragon, of course, spawning. That's why they're playing for it. IG would really like their third to threaten Soul later. Herald spawned by IG. They can use it as a battle herald to charge into battle. Don't even use it as a mount. Go, my child. Herald is slammed into the job. Good job, sir.
Dies for it. Worthy sacrifice. This is you know, some of you may die. This is a sacrifice I am willing to make. Greatest line. Towards the dragon we go. This will be so point for IG. They don't want to play for this one.
I love the fact that he was designed after a DreamWorks executive, so his face is like someone who was really disliked by the workforce basically jump onto the Rumble.
There's the equalizer back. The cease and desist comes across as well. The public execution on the other side as Breeze gets to the back. But he's left alone, and Elk murders him. In goes Nyar as well. The Grand Starfall. They would have played this, but again, Elk finally falls. Nyar does die though. That's one of his 9 lives down. Hung in the back of the pit, dies to Jachi. Dragon was taken by the Pantheon. Realm walk forward, so they're going to keep going, but that is a very dead-looking Nautilus. Weibo, it looked good at the start. It's getting messy as we go on. The flame spitter's still there. The barbecue is on. Shahu's face checking a potential 4th shot, and that's a triple kill to Jachi. We're getting the Jin Penta. I don't think we are.
Yeah, the Jin Penta would be the Quadra. IG get the Dragon, Sam. Everything else I can't really describe very well, which is kind of what we expected from this series, but I just want you to know that if you are confused about what happened, so are we. We'll go into this again. Initially, it's a good CC chain onto the Rumble, where we think, okay, well, you know, if you get stuff onto him, really good ability to stop that combo coming through. Pantheon E, quite valuable here, actually. Stops a lot of the damage from the Equalizer, the bullet time, and the Vial too. Breathe, then decides to stop breathing. He decides, I've had enough oxygen for today. It goes to his head a little bit, or rather it doesn't go to his head. That's actually a bit of the problem. Oxygen, you need it for thinking, folks. Nier at least manages to get down the misfortune. Trading 1-for-1 as mid lane for AD carry, that works really well. And then we see what happens when you don't have an AD carry in extended fights. The Jin, even though he's behind, is still very good consistent damage and ends up cleaning up just about and ends up being a 4-for-4.
Yeah, and JJ also had his Q timeout, so he took the Realm Warp, hoping to Q immediately, doesn't, therefore he doesn't get the blast shield, doesn't get the heal, all those kind of big things. Shahu does a lot of damage in that fight, but then again, on the other side, so does that Pantheon. Credit to Nyar as well, kind of followed up on Breathe, who kind of full sent, but the important thing was it allowed them to bring down Elk, who otherwise could have been a real problem across the extended fight there. Wasn't. And actually also because Jachi picked up those 3 kills, now back within touching distance of Elk, who was getting significantly further ahead. Zucker is a very dead looking Rumble, I suspect. There is E part 2 into R part 2. E2R2 is not an astromech droid though, it is the death of a Rumble.
That's very funny. That is. I was sadly trying to think of a cat pun and I couldn't think of it in time.
Nah, you go.
So it's like Just trying to think if I could fit Nya into Omaiwa more Shindu.
Shinyaru. Stop.
Anyway, right. Nia's doing pretty well. Look, he's 1k behind Xiao, who's been very involved in the game, but I don't think it's necessarily Nia's fault. He's down 20 CS, but he's getting involved quite a lot of these kills. It's probably, I don't know, maybe it's the side lane tower.
Yeah, I think he's taking a lot of calls.
I think on the other side, Breathe has been given the side lane goal. This is actually an important thing, because Breathe is a big ambassador player, not you would have told her from the Dragon fight where he jumped into 4 people. Might try and jump on the Akali. He's already gone, though. But the thing about Breathe is, back when Breathe was on Weibo, and this was a huge thing, you know, in the last couple of years when Breathe was their top laner, Weibo played towards topside very heavily. And in fact, in 2024, when they made Summer Finals versus BLG, Breathe was the one top laner, it felt like, that could actually go toe-to-toe with Bin. Go back and watch those Summer 24 finals if you got the time at some point. Breathe actually, I would argue, despite it being a very dominant BLG series, I think Breathe was actually holding Bin to account. If anything, he might have even been the better top laner in that series. Breathe has been very streaky. Of course, he's a player with top-tier results within the LPL at points before, not consistently, but he has occasionally peaked up, much like Zucker on the other side, towards the very top end of the table. And stuff like the Ambassador, particularly on release, Breathe was the best Ambassador in the LPL. There was one wonderful clip, very close after release, where he had like a 4 Infernal Dragon Ambassador fight, and he did 10,000 damage in the blink of an eye. I've got the clip somewhere on my socials, actually. You can go scroll back far enough if you find it. Minute till Dragon out, IG looking for that Infernal Soul. Weibo, I mean, they are right there in terms of gold. One good enough combo from the Vi and the Rumble will do. One good enough bullet time will do it. However, with people like the Akali and the Ambassador jumping onto the backline, if you don't use your CC well to peel for Elk, he is not going to have teamfight impact.
Jachi's gone towards the 3rd item already because he's gone for slightly cheaper items in the Rapid Fire and the Hex Optics on top of that Infinity Edge. Gives him a little bit of safety to get involved with the fights. A little ways off something like a Lord Dom's, of course, the Misfortune, not at Infinity Edge. She is close. She's completion costs away, but isn't there. Will not have it for this Soul fight, which is a big deal.
So, Infernal Soul up in 30 seconds, IG. Can they claim themselves an Infernal Soul? That would be the difference maker, really. Weibo setting up now for the Realm Warp.
There we go. Hung will now start removing some of these wards. Start removing fight potential here from IG. Want to get in
where's
here.
The Vi going? Charges the Q, goes back. Elk into the battle line. Weibo really needs to protect the Misfortune. Can they do that? Starting up the fight. Dragon starting to get leashed.
Little Dragon gonna start low. IG want this smite fight where he's got the GA. That'll make things a bit interesting. Yeah. On a flank angle, but well spotted by that control around. There's the hook, but it's on to Wei. They're going to take that Dragon while that CC chain is landing. Nice from Weibo. About to fight after. Nya finds a way to the backline onto Elk again. Throws down that Twilight Shroud. Does go down, but takes the Misfortune with him. Hung also low. Now GJ needs to run away here. Should be able to Vault Breaker overall. The problem is the rest of Weibo need to retreat. TP out on one side. Reset should come on through from Shahu so they don't catch any additional members.
Dragon 2 for 1. IG slight win in the fight, but they don't get the smite, so Infernal Soul not achieved by them. Weibo, they'll take that, I think. They don't lose the fight by enough to give up Baron. IG in a position now to you know, at least get some pushing waves afterwards, but is definitely not what they were looking for. We'll go back to the replay of it. Wei had GA, puts the E on top of the Nautilus hook, but he's just not quite there for the smite. It's a good consideration there. Breathe actually tries to ult the Vi to make sure that they're suppressed for that brief blink of an eye. Nya then decides to go 1 for 1. I think that's fine here. He's been doing that every fight. If Elk doesn't get to have a good bullet time, I think it's a net win for IG, even if the Akali dies for it.
Yep, not fantastic. There must be said. They don't get the kill there onto JJ or to additional members either, so they can't turn that to the Baron, which I think is what they were hoping for after that fight went and broke up the way it did.
Yeah. That was definitely something which I was worried about to mention it in the aftermath of the team fight, because that's what you always have to think about with these big fights. If a fight happens in a big enough way, especially at this point, I mean, everyone has enough damage to kill the Baron.
Elk's now got that Infinity Edge. Worth noting, the other thing is, of course, Xiaohu at the Actualizer. Yeah, it's all well and good killing Elk, but at this point, maybe Xiaohu can just machine gun you all down. Riftmaker done for Zucker, who obviously had a very good start to the game, but has kind of burned out in a few of these fights. Just because obviously there's a lot of upfront damage, making his life quite challenging, but the Riftmaker theoretically helps keep him around in some of these more extended fights. It's not really a front line on either side. You've got Pantheon who's conditionally that. A couple of bruisery figures. Decent chunk there onto Elk, who does not get to survive there. Good pickup from IG. Not quite sure how he got caught out there.
That might actually lead to the Baron itself, Sam. We were saying that if you lose a fight big enough, that can happen. Without your AD carry for free, I think IG should be looking at this startup. There's a Realm Warp from Xiaohu to get back into mid lane to push it out. Now they don't have the Realm Warp to reposition around the Baron. And despite them not having a huge tank or huge Baron DPS, it should be enough. Weibo, they're going to have to start a fight.
Public execution, Grand Starfall, big shield, but Xiaohu's immediately annihilated. Everyone sat on the red carpet, there's just not enough damage. And Yar executes a couple more, as does Jachi. And the work here is done.
One of the things we said right out of draft was, can Wei have enough advantage and enough big plays to make the difference in this draft? Finds Elk as he goes to put down a ward. You don't expect someone to be there, but you didn't have the flash. Elk, it's been a sad game for him because it feels like there's just nothing he can do. Niao's been on his case, Wei's been on his case, and I think that Wei, that pick there might just win IG the game. You know, IG, they've been on a pretty horrendous loss streak. They have not won a series since week 2 of the LPL and came out of the gate strong. Beat top esports as Tien and Jakulov just came back after a sizable break, and they've been waiting a very long time now to find themselves their victory. Don't have Elk for this fight. 4v5. Everyone piles on. Nymaera gets into the mix of things, and while the equalizer's not bad, there's just no extra follow-up damage. No way to kill off that many people closing the distance.
That's pretty tough. And again, Elk putting down the ward. He had two other people around him. It's not like he was there by himself.
Yeah, it's just that this is the nature of these kind of compositions. Just everyone can jump on you from such a long way away. Vi could go over the wall. Credit to Jachi. You know, hang on to say that he managed to get picked off if he walks a bit too far forward. Mako spots it now. But Jachi, weak start to the game because Weibo really put a lot of pressure on him. Got that triple kill around the dragon fight, and he's been very, very good. The biggest thing about Jachi in this split has been him leveling up from his split on top esports in terms of what does he do in terms of consistency of early game. Helps the fact that he's with such a tenured support like Mako, and how does he play with an advantage safely when he has it too? We've lost, hang on a second, fight into jungle. He said that he might be going down.
Oh, that's a caster curse. Unfortunate there. Mako then gets hooked after. Oh dear, we could not have written it worse. Oops.
Oh dear God, that's a bad one. Words fail me. That's 30 seconds till Dragon Stem. Oh, Jesus Christ.
Well, that will somewhat mitigate the Baron power play.
I can't believe it.
Wait, are we sure?
I mean, Wei's pretty powerful. I mean, Dragon spawning in 20 seconds. If they catch someone out now, they might be able to... Hang on, they should go for him right now. They should go for him... God damn it. They should have actually pulled the trigger right then. I think that's a mistake. I think Breathe had to just pull the ultimate. I mean, he failed to get over the back of the wall. I'm actually surprised they didn't go for the pick-off there. Maybe they thought they didn't want to double down and lose the last of the Baron buff for the last minute of it.
That was not the best rotation of all time that leads to all this.
No. They didn't have to path that way. Just path behind the wolves. You didn't have to go the other way. Presumably, there was like a blue trinket that went over the wall. They spot them heading between there, and Jachi and Mako ended up dying. IG, I mean, they're still in the lead, but they lose another dragon. Weibo cling on to life. And now they have a 3-out misfortune, despite them being 1,000 gold behind. And if just Elk has one good team fight, this entire game changes now. I actually can't believe that happened. The timing is
exceptional.
Exceptional, yeah.
Right. So, we're now in this position.
I don't even know what you're going for,
I don't really know either, but here we are, having some fun with this one. Doing all
No, he's changing it mid-sentence. The thing is, I normally try and like lock into what he's doing and at least vaguely follow it, or at least, you know, critique it in a funny way.
Roughly the same.
Yeah. Yeah, you know, I try and critique it, you know, try and be, you know, very uncharitable with straight man, but no, doesn't work there. Breathe pushing out that top lane, Baron buff is worn off. They have to crystallize in this turret, so they'll be about half the turret down.
Yeah, Elk is now coming on up. Should potentially jump onto this Pantheon. He's got the GA, but he's going to force the flash out. Does get out. Cost them an additional summoner. Nice idea there. The minus 379 Baron power play is not exactly spectacular.
But the map control is still there. Now, they lost the Dragon. Basically, Weibo cashed in the map control they had after those kills to get Dragon. We're getting to the point, though, where it's 3-item Rise. Rumble's in a happy spot with 3 items too. Misfortune, despite being behind gold, doesn't care too much about that now. GA is up for Wei. There is a Seekers for Nymaera as well, so it's not like you get these kills for free. Oh, wow. But in terms of the scaling advantage, I mean, Weibo's comp is pretty good at that.
Can they get something more here? The Grand Starfall, jump onto one, Deadly Flourish, follow the bullet time, kind of force a slightly awkward angle, but it's not fantastic equalizer either. They don't punish as much as I think they were hoping for. Zucker, potentially a little low as the GA's popping on everyone there. They lose another though, that got a bit messy. And now they keep autoing, and he's managed to pick up a few more. They've killed up a triple.
A huge fight for them. They lose a GA. Hung's going around the corner. Jet Chi not sure about that one. Dodges out on the hook. 80 carries alive, but the Vial's still there.
Still had that season as his Mako's behind. This makes things a bit dicey. Elk gets the auto, doesn't fall down. Gets to keep rolling for more. Mako now in a dangerous position as it's made to rain. And Elk likely donated another as the hook comes on forward. And they get the full ace.
Just at the cost of Sam. This is game. They have 3 grubs. It's 30 minutes in.
You're right, it is.
I think, okay, I don't need to, looking at the death timers again, the fight took too long. This is inhibitor. It's not game, but Weibo are going to get themselves the gold advantage. They'll break the inhibitor. They can't end the game off of this. They can't kill both Nexus turrets at the same time. Not with Wei and Nya spawning at the same time, but Weibo spring into life. They're going to get themselves a huge amount of map control, which they weren't afforded before. And it all comes off of, well, a very, very unadvised engage in mid lane. I think Breeze has been struggling despite the fact that the Ambassador has been one of his really clutch champions before. The Pantheon ult, not really in the right position. Zucker, I think, was their target. They don't get him. Bullet Time does a really good job with the equalizer for zoning off the initial amount of damage. And you can see that, you know, the damage that the Bullet Time did, and of course the separation of Breathe away from the rest of the team really, really hurts. Last shot follows Nya out of the play as well. They're lucky that the Realm Warp actually ended up getting cancelled there, otherwise I think it would have been, well, I mean, it would have been about the same actually. I think they thought that would be the difference maker. Jachi sticks around for the ult to clean something up. Obviously goes way too far to do that.
Yeah, nearly takes Elk there, who had a very clutch barrier, or he was dead, and then maybe we're having a different conversation. It doesn't happen, though. Baron wasn't up, though, so Weibo can't convert into that. We have still got Dragon in a minute, Baron in 5, playable for both teams, but big swing for Weibo. They now find themselves up with a 3,000 gold lead. There is a death cap in the inventory of Xiaohu.
Yeah, the Rise is critical mass. Hung... In a second, Breathe used his teleport shield, so he does have a decent amount there. Not crazy amount of damage onto him. Realm Warp, as you said, just being used. Baron started by Weibo, but Elk gets to kind of tank it up with a Bloodthirster. IG don't have eyes on it right now. Do they see this happening? Yes, they do with the blue trinket, but how do they go through that fog of war? There's a Nautilus hanging out in that brush. Really nasty having the Nautilus in that one space.
There's the hook. They go get the bullet time after. The golden moment for Nya buys a bit of time. Wei also gets to press even left very low before, and Jackie just about escaping for a second or two. Zucker's overheating, can't get the kill. He goes golden. Xiaohu's blown up Wei though all the same. Flash! Oh, and actualize! And they manage to get a few more kills. The hook at max range, and they keep on a rolling. This time, they will be able to march through the mid lane they prepped earlier and convert it to the game win.
Yeah, this biscuit ain't limp, it's standing strong, or something like that. Weibo go down the mid lane. You said rolling. What else do you want me to say? Invictus Gaming will lose one of Nya's 9 lives in this game. IG thought they had themselves a turn of fortunes. Couldn't finish it off though. Weibo win game 1.
It's their way or the highway. They managed to get it to the Nexus in the end. It was a road less traveled perhaps, but they still make it to the Nexus despite some mid-game woes.
Go on then, Sam. What's another song by Limp Bizkit? Go on.
My generation.
Okay, you got one there. Good job.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll give you that. Fair play. I was just wondering if he was laughing or not. Okay. Sorry, Weibo, win game 1. Thank you so much for the gift subs, Purple Augur. As IG, you know, Nya comes in, we think it might end up being a game changer for them because Renard was quite poor. I don't think Nya was bad this game. He actually ended up trading his life quite well on a bunch of different fights. It was really just the way they initiated in mid and late game just wasn't key enough. It felt like Elk was surviving the fights eventually in a way which he wasn't into mid game. And eventually it just felt like Weibo punched back harder than IG could start the fight.
That got messy because it felt like, actually, I thought that pick was going to be all right in the mid lane. And then, because I thought, the equalizer didn't catch many people as I thought they were. They should be able to blow this up. But the GA value bought enough time. They then actually managed to get Xiaohu in a fight where he wasn't blown up immediately. that kind of started the disaster.
Stop saying that was a call of all time. That was as good as I could give in the situation. Yeah.
It was like alarmingly lewd, which I wasn't really.
Okay, yeah, no, I can't. Well, what else are you gonna say with limp? I mean, it wasn't.
You could have just gone for something like lyrically related.
Yeah, but at that point, people don't understand it.
You could have just said they go in and they break stuff, and it would have been fine. It's just one of those games, Al. It's just one of those games.
Again, Sam, you're trying to like allude to things and be clever about it.
But
not everyone's gonna
the thing is,
understand
it
that.
would have been fine without it. It's still a good call. The art, Alex, of a call like that is, even if people don't get the reference, the call still sounds
Yeah,
cool.
called that fight ballin' because it was horrible. Where's Ballin, guitarist of Limp Bizkit? No? Nothing more? Okay, folks, I'm gonna get myself another coffee. I gotta reset. Put on the music, and no, I'm not playing Roland. I'm not playing Air Raid Vehicle. I'm gonna go get myself a coffee. See you in a minute.
What on? Okay, well. Yeah, if anyone watches the boys that get this, I mean, boys has been good apparently. They've also just bought the Supernatural cast as well, which is very funny.
Yeah, but...
Zaka did a lot of damage on the Rumble in the end. Oh, I turned the camera off while we're looking at all these stats. That's a goal graph. Very LPL. Where's Artie? I mean, coming in the post. Coming in the post. This was the play where it all went wrong, wasn't it? Just too much of an overforce. Yep. Do need to put on an ad break Thanks for Alex reminding me on that one. There we go, guys. If you don't want to see the ads, then maybe consider subscribing. Player of the game will indeed be JJ. Nice work for him. Interesting choice, actually. I half wondered whether it might be Sucker for that TP fam. I guess he died a little bit too much. Scrolling. Brothers. Yes, there's that account. Who thinks IG comes back? Oh, possible. Bring the camera up. We'll move things over once we see the timer. Ooh, need to get a bit closer as well. Oh. Haven't taken a look at the win rate. Fair enough. Oh. Trying to rush through this. Come on, really? Messed that up. That's unfortunate. Can't hit the pause button. Move that over there. Should be back fairly soon, though. Oh, back over here. I can turn the cameras off. 1 second. Yup. We should probably listen into this, shouldn't we? 1 second. Okay.
然后其他的好像就不太知道，其他的不清楚。
They're trying to name all the abilities, are they?
那个照亮起来吧。等一下，里拉克斯大部分都是辅助玩吧，在 LPL 登场的话，因为有这么久，50次，有这么多现役选手，田野。
为什么会选是他？
首先，因为他打的最久，然后是辅助位，然后其次是因为田野也比较喜欢玩软辅。战争学院。
Oh wow! Wow!
星之守护者。不知道，很古老的皮肤，因为我刚玩的时候抽奖应该抽到过这种皮肤。大元素石，完全不知道，也不知道，好难猜啊。
新出了2个皮肤。
就这2个皮肤感觉都非常好看嘛，就拉克斯也被就大家称为拳头的亲女啊，就感觉好看的皮肤非常多嘛。然后这2个皮肤非常就是国风类型的，也希望大家能够喜欢，然后去购买。
Back on stage we go. Should be getting into draft relatively shortly here, folks. Rather pretty stuff here. Getting a little bit of this, having a look at some of, I think these are these chromas for, like, I want to say probably Lux realistically, isn't it?
Yeah. I feel like one of the, yeah, I feel like one of the, I can't remember. I do actually have it. God. Anyway, I can't remember.
We were just listening into some of the advert, or some of the stuff with Elk. It was quite cool.
I don't think it's the Panda Lux. I think it's a different skin because they have like the kind of like the Lunar New Year ones, right? Back onto stage we go. We'll turn cams off for the drama, for the draft. We'll wait for that one. So Weibo kind of got away with that one. Got away with that one. You know, however, you know, I look at Weibo and I see particularly the rise for Xiaohu looks really good. It looks really good. It's been a big comfort pick for him. I think that Hung on the Nautilus was fine. I think that's one of his better games that we've seen from him so far. Despite the laning phase, he did make 1 or 2 mistakes in the laning phase, hooking into the Karma and assuming he'd win, and he didn't. But it wasn't as consequential as some of his other games. I think that Hung has been on better form than he was in the first half of the split, where I thought, well, I mean, Weibo did bring up the Hank as a support player, so he is around. If Hung continues to be on poor form, I would imagine they switch him out. I would imagine that is kind of like the unspoken promise in the background, really. That Hung, you got to shape up, otherwise you're getting out of the main roster, much like what happened last year with Hung and Erha.
Yeah.
I actually think that still maintain better level of form than Hung so far. However, you know, against top esports here as well, I think that Hung has done better than he did at the start of the split. I think that he's playing admirably for now. We'll see whether that continues. Elk was hard focused onto ourselves into the draft here. And all right, Sam, game 2, Invictus Gaming versus Weibo. Weibo did somehow get away with that first game. I was a little surprised by that myself. Well, more than that after that early game. I think that Nymaera was actually fine for IG. I think that on the whole, it was actually more of a way that they initiated in game 2, particularly mid and late. That was more of a problem than any individual player.
I completely agree with you. I think it's kind of the fact of these things. We're going to see the Nocturne again away from Waves. Don't want to give that up. Too easy a combo. The Varus, the Seraphine. Yeah, giving probably the easy laning power over to Elk and Hung, probably a mistake. And I do think actually in fairness, Elk and Hung had a pretty good early phase of that game.
So we have Lucian and Jarvan are the 2 picks which stand out to me right now in terms of the big picks. The Jarvan's banned away. Do we think about, are there any other early junglers? You could go for Xinjiao as well and think about that, but I think the Lucian is more valuable. Gosh, maybe not even any of the above. Last game, IG last picked for Nyam, giving that full draft counter pick. This time they first pick for him, take away Xiaohu's Annie, which has been, well, he was fantastic against top esports in game 2, made the game-winning play, but you've given up the Lucian for it, and I do wonder whether that is too high a price to play.
Wow, yeah.
Lucian, Milio, I mean, Elk and Hung, it allows Hung to be a lot more reactive to the game, just play off of Elk. I think that's good for him because it means that Elk can be the big decider of the plays rather than Hung, who has been struggling, being the one to lead them.
Also, Elk is just a phenomenal Lucian. He's very aggressive on it, but if there's anyone who's ever going to ride that line, manage to tow it and step over it in the right spaces for those relentless pursuits and just glide through a team fight, it is someone like Elk. The response has to be fairly potent here. When we think about a Caitlyn lane with something, we are.
You go Caitlyn, there's no Bard with it, there's no Karma, Caitlyn Elise or Caitlyn Lux. I mean, we just had adverts about Mako, like, talk about all of these skills from Lux. Pretty difficult to play the Lux into the Milio once he gets that ultimate, because of course he can break the CC chain. But until that level 6, oh my god, you dominate this lane.
And you can't just poke out even post that.
Well, I haven't seen a Lux in a while. We get a Lux in the LPL.
Oh, yes.
Last time we saw this, I think Vampire was the one to play it. I think he was the last one to play it. We do not see the Lux very often within LPL. I think it's the first one of this year. I can't remember otherwise, Sam.
I'm going to put this out there. Somewhere out there, Carrier is going, it should have been me. Where is my Lux skin?
Gotta play it at Worlds, buddy. Gotta play it at Worlds. All right, let's see where it is within the LPL. Let's see where you are. I'm going to go check up some stats, Sam. Jace locks in, so decent range advantage for Weibo.
And again, it's not also that bad with the Milio again, because Jace does sometimes want to kind of abuse that hypercharge at auto trades. Having a cozy campfire behind you can help with that one a fair amount.
Yeah. So in terms of the world right now, we saw one game, I believe, internationally from Vampire where he lost that game at first stand. He lost it at first stand versus BLG. And while he had an okay laning phase, he couldn't play it out later into the game. And of course, Lux, you typically expect that, right? Very good lane, very hard to play after. Funnily enough, he is the only person to have lost on Lux this year, because he's actually won every other game in top level of play. We saw a win in LCS from Isles in Dignitas versus Leon. Carrier's played it twice. Both within LCK rounds 1 to 2. He played that versus D+ Kier and BNK Fearx, and the other one was Woody over in the LCP as well, who played that in DFM versus Gum. So we've seen 5 games of it worldwide so far. Currently, 4-1, Vampire the only loss.
Yeah, of course, got that mid lane locked in for the Annie. Theoretically, the Jace is a flex, but we just don't see it very often. NA does it more than anywhere else. Not really a thing over here in the LPL on the whole. Aurora band would be very nice for Xiaohu this game. It's just additional burst damage to go with your burst damage. So now looking to try and get rid of perhaps another one of those mid lane threats. And again, you are playing the Annie for out. There's the Vayne takeaway from Breathe, who might want to play that into the Jace. Can be a relatively fun matchup if you time it right.
So, banning away the Scion Vayne, I mean, you're pretty happy playing Gnar into Scion, so I mean, the Vayne is typically a Gnar protection pick, and Breathe loves the Gnar. You might still go for that anyway. I'm surprised that they banned away the Scion if they want to go for that, though.
Well, they're then suggesting that Jace might go mid, I guess. Jace jungle has really died a death, guys. Don't try it. I try to keep up and you just don't.
Yeah, Jace mid is too squishy. The glass cannon just gets destroyed by most of the champions in lane. So Xiaohu, no TF, no Aurora. Could go something like Victor, but then Victor's quite difficult to play versus the Lux Caitlyn. So you can sometimes outrange. Skarner for JJ means that, well, you don't play it against the Milio counter. No. Just deny it on the other side. And, you know, Wei having like a tanky initiator which can chase down the squishies would have been really nice. So this is a good pick for them. But it's a good takeaway. They're going for the Maokai instead. I mean, I actually think the Skarner was a better takeaway because I think IG might have even picked that even into the Milio.
It does allow you to go for more poke, right, with the Maokai saplings plus the Jace. Plus Jace Maokai is always a nice combo. Thinking about a Shinzao here now, actually. Just saying, like, actually, the Skarner into the Milio feels pretty miserable. So might just decide we need some way to force our way through some of this. That would not be that. We'll hold and see exactly what the decision is. They will go towards a Shinzao. A little bit more early power. Something that can body block some of these skill shots and potentially that Nature's Grasp as well.
So hovering over the Neferi, not sure that... a lot of dogs there. A lot of dogs is what they're hovering over. And again, you know, Sam, we were talking about those top lane bans, and you mentioned about the Jace going into mid lane. You know, typically they are Gnar protection bans, so perhaps they really do think this Jace is going mid. The Gnar is locked in, afraid of potentially that Jace going into the Annie. I mean, if Nia struggles in lane, and Xiaohu's been good at this, perhaps that is the case. Although I think at this point, Jace versus Gnar, I think that Zuko will take that. Xiao will take his choice of matchup mid lane instead.
The Azir is the decision. Got additional range between the Jace, the Azir, the Cozy Campfire, the Lucian potentially threatening with the culling. You basically want to keep people about half a screen away, and just blow them up. Of course, you have got to survive through this early game, though, where Caitlyn, Lux, Annie, Shinzao reign somewhat supreme.
Yeah. The Maokai is really good versus the Annie, the Caitlyn Lux later. I'm going to go put on a quick ad break, folks. We don't get that while we're during in-game. Subscribe if you don't want to see adverts. I mean, Maokai Jace is a really good combo. We've seen it. We saw it a lot in 2023.
Yeah.
From teams like Weibo, actually, but also mainly LNG was the huge player of that when they had Tarzan and Scouts. You kind of lock people down. And what you end up doing with the Maokai is you end up just playing in the enemy jungle near the Jace's lane, and the Jace can then shock blast from a very long range away, and then he will kind of add the extra damage that you don't always bring the Maokai yourself. This is going to be a very interesting game, Sam. I think the Maokai ult is going to be really important. However, the laning phase of that Caitlyn Lux, if it goes well enough, will draw too much attention from Weibo to bot side. I think then the game plan becomes a little bit harder. My worry, Sam, is though, IG have a good early game comp here. I don't think it's very easy to pull off late game if they don't have those leads. And when they've already been playing a little bit fast and loose, you know, they lost in that mid to late game with engages later on. I don't think this composition covers the holes and those weaknesses they showed in game 1.
Yeah, we'll be back on the ref for the second game here on the LPL, or his LPL debut, rather. Had a solid enough first game, but solid enough is not a game win. They were in a position, I think, really, to have clarified and taken that game all the distance. They couldn't do it. Gave that angle back in, and things got very challenging. As that skybox gyros to come. We'll go on from there.
Jump over the Raptors here. We are fighting over this. Nia, does he start?
Wow.
Stun goes for the stun onto the Maokai. JJ, well, he's looked for the early game play. It's found him instead. Breathe flashed up the RNG emote where he spent so much of his time. Jungler down early. That's huge for IG.
Yeah, the early invade goes very, very wrong in a very, very short amount of time. They pull over the top laners and things get spicy. But a lot of summoners to make it happen, but either way, it goes a bit wrong now. Bot lane, Elk also eating a lot of damage here early as the Caitlyn Lux do Caitlyn Lux things.
Keeps the lethal tempo stacks up too. Just you need to be careful not to walk into tower range there. But you know, any lethal tempo champion, if you ever get a stack, people just have to walk away from you, much like the Conqueror stackers as well. So who got the kill then? Was it Breathe? Or was it, wait a second, it was Breathe. That's kind of nasty. The Jace really wants that lane dominance. Credit to Nia as well. I was wondering whether he leveled up the Molten Shield first. No, he leveled up that Q. Ended up being very impactful. And Weibo, I just don't get why they thought they could go for that invade. I suppose they didn't realize that IG would be stacking in that brush. They were very much punished for that.
Yeah, and as a result, they end up with a brush with death is what they end up with, which kind of sucks for them. There's the Caitlyn Lux lanes. Oh, Elk's left real low. My days, yeah. Down to about 10%. He is a pilt-over Peacemaker and a headshot away from death. I think he's going to have to reset off this, and he's got 3 CS.
He does. So they get the CC combo here. Mako forces the flash with the short-range Q. It would have led to the death there with the trap. Mako would have had to flash outside the turret range, but it's what he's got. Look at, we can't go anywhere, Sam. We can't step anywhere.
Ooh, there's a turret shot back onto Mako, makes things a bit spicy. He's currently on vision. He doesn't have the flash or whatever, but I would have flashed Blaze Kick if I had it.
So Mako didn't realize that Jachi was dropping aggro, so when the E popped, he ended up taking it. So bit of a mistake there from Mako. I mean, he's still resetting anyway. They would have likely wanted to reset on this wave all the same. Elk has not managed to get anything out of this lane. Has a refillable pop after getting, you know, a handful of CS, and that's it. Jachi wants to recall now. Does he go for a cull? He's not going to have enough gold to go for BF sword. He won't. I don't even think he'll have enough for pickaxe, actually. He might have to be a cull angle.
Yeah, cull and refill can still look to leverage this early lead and snowball it further. It did cost, worth noting, Invictus gave him 3 flashes to make that play onto JJ. So there are a few of those down. And yes, a little bit slower on the clear, but JJ's still happy enough, I think, with the state of his camp.
Yeah, he's not got double scuttled. He was a little slower on the clear, as you were mentioning, right? But the big thing for me is now that Breathe is pretty much the steel caps, and yeah, looking for the stun as he comes out. Nice electrocute trade there too. So yeah, doing quite well. He's doing fine into Xiaohu. You know, used his flash himself. Xiaohu not been able to abuse that so far. Jachi and Mako trying to get wave control back over bot side there, using the headshots, but shielded up fairly well because he campfires. Of course, pretty good at that kind of healing over time there with the regen.
Yeah, and of course, maybe a look here top. There is no flash on JJ. There is, again, there's no flash on Breathe either. So if he overshoves this, it gets a bit spicy. JJ has cancelled his back. Breathe, the hyper dies out. He's coming down. Oh no. Oh, Breathe. Just about hops over the wall to deny the twisted advance fully, but there's a flash to the skies and Zucker gets the kill.
Yeah, took out that flash. The sapling makes a difference there. Jachi has lethal tempo stacked up, getting control of this bot. Side trap doesn't land. The Q does, which means that the Q from the Caitlyn lands after. Yeah, Caitlyn Lux. Lane domination. That is the name of the game. One of the most lane dominant bot lanes in all of League of Legends history. It wasn't picked for a long time because effectively everyone had teleport and go bot lane at like 4 minutes into the game. You'd have 8-man bot lane plays, stuff like Silas kind of flying into the bot lane in around about season 8 or so, around that kind of time, season 8, 9, you know, that kind of period of history. They flashed for the Q there, so Elk ended up taking a ton of damage. Barriers forced off him. Didn't get the kill, but, you know, gets them that control. We're going on to JJ, who still doesn't have his own flash.
Had to reset off that bot lane. But now Xiaohu's come over. He's got the level advantage. Does get a decent sap magic heal, but JJ is still going to get knocked up and knocked down by Wei.
Wei doing very well at getting ahead in this early game. We said that IG kind of needed to do that. Recalling on vision, but Wei will be protecting it. So, hang on, Han. Can you get the kick onto it? I think he can, actually. Recall stop. That's big, and now there's actually a kill threat here.
There is level 6 for Xiaohu, who got that off the wave. There's no mana on the air, so I think that is just the shuffle away. Doesn't need it. Might just use it onto Wei instead to knock him out and give them space. Hong's now behind, gets another super mega blaze kick, and he doesn't even have to burn the ult.
Oh, they know that. Wait, hang on. They knew the wall was there. They pinged it. Look at it. They know it's there. And yeah, just doesn't expect the Hung roam, and he goes down. I mean, he's played quite well in this early game, but that's a bit of a, well, understandably, a rookie error. Gets killed by Xiaohu. This extra gold back onto the scaling mage. Breathe also dying in that top lane. He's down 20 CS to Zucker. He's got the wave at his tower too. So much like last game, it feels like IG, the initial thoughts of their players are good. But Weibo are kind of finding these extra bits of value in between the cracks. And now they're actually doing fine in terms of gold. Solo laners are in a good spot. And Jachi and Mako, while they do have lane domination for now, you expect that of this duo. The question is whether they can turn that into a win condition later. If the rest of the map's not ahead, then, well, that becomes a much more of an open-ended question.
Yeah, it really does. As it stands, we do want to try and get more out of this Caitlyn Lux. We've largely seen plays into the enemy jungle to mess with JJ. And JJ, yeah, he's died a couple times. That's frustrating. But he's still, even in CS largely, managed to get involved in that topside kill. Can look for a play over here as well. He's got some potential ability to skirmish over this. JJ can potentially look to sap magic or steal away with those sapling burns. Shouldn't get that. Indeed, it is Wei who picks it up and gets the level 6 off that camp as well, which is fairly significant for him.
So IG, they don't, well, even after that level 1, they don't have the lead which they really wanted. Now, Jachi's going to get that call cashed in. He's not doing badly by any means. It's just, you know, there's a difference between a, you know, this is, again, we'll get a little bit philosophical about this. Permission to nerd out, Sam? Go. There is a difference between tactics there is a difference between tactics and strategy. Tactics is small scale, winning in a small kind of theater like this. You can win the bot lane advantage. However, strategy is what actually wins you the game. What are you actually aiming for? And that is, you know, destroying the Nexus. Caitlyn Lux are ahead in bot lane. Does it actually, though, win you the game being ahead in bot lane? My issue is I'm not sure it does. I think that now the top side is now much more contested. IG, yeah, you have a 600-700 gold lead, yeah. The Jace is going to be a larger threat, I think, than Caitlyn Lux.
Very problematic. I think the Tibbers was burned elsewhere there by the bye. Keep an eye on that. There's a Super Mega Blaze kick. Has managed to knock Mako away, but Mako's now out of mana. Makes his ability to get involved with this play a little more limited. Wei is here, misses that win, becomes lightning, and Hung and Elk continue to farm at best they can under this turret. Elk's also next to out of mana on top of everything else. Wei hit by that sapling. JJ wants 6 off this camp. It's so bad. He's got himself a Q smite and a dream.
If he gets it, well, Elk doesn't have. Oh, he gets it off of the mini Krug actually.
Yeah,
Wei still steals away some stuff there. Elk doesn't have enough mana for them to fight immediately off of that level up, which in another world maybe you do. Can't do it there. I mean, Jachi's farming well. He's on 10 CS a minute. He's the only person in the game who's on 10 CS a minute. Breed's having a really hard time with things. Reminder that they banned away the Yorick and the Vayne to protect the Gnar pick. Hasn't worked because Zucker just picks the Jace. Breed came into lane without a flash, and that can affect some of your harder trades because Breed knows that he can't commit to them without flash. And Zucker didn't have the easiest time with things individually last game. Breed on the Ambassador was doing a little better in the individual matchup. I do just wonder whether this Jace takes over the game, Sam. Yeah. Jace Maokai. Now, for those of you that weren't around watching during 2023, particularly watching LPL in 2023, LPL was the best region in the world at playing Jace Maokai. That was when we won MSI, and it got nerfed before Worlds, which is one of the big reasons why LCK managed to come back, and of course T1 ended up winning that World Championship. If it had remained a Jace Maokai meta, I do think that LPL would have won Worlds in 2023. Of course, it wasn't there for the whole year. It's often been the case in League of Legends where the meta changes, and as a top team, you have to adapt to. And of course, it got very close. 3 teams in semi-finals from LPL that year in 2023 against LCK's just the one of T1. Of course, then they ended up beating all of them, as it happens.
Crazy, isn't it?
But, you know, you look at the Jace players of the LPL, whether it was the top lane Jace players, of people like the Shy at 369 in their primes as well, or going into mid lane, Jace has always been, I know it's typically been seen as the Korean Jace top lane. LPL has also made a huge name for it, particularly with the Maokai combination.
Very, very strong indeed. Kind of remarkable then that certain teams are so good across so many different metas. I mean, how many times have particularly that T1 bot lane, right? Got so many crazy, ridiculous advantages, and then they'd have their kind of playstyle nerfed again and again. They'd have to find new ways of doing it.
No, I mean, this is the nature of being the best team in the world. If you are one of the best teams in the world, or play the best playstyle in the world, the one that's winning the most games, it will get nerfed. That's why Faker effectively has single-handedly led to more changes across League of Legends than anyone else. Dive and bot side, Wei going towards Elk, pulls out the culling, but I'm not sure it's going to achieve much, Sam.
Yeah, it gets knocked away, and that's a very easy dive. Wei will flash to delay anything resembling another turret shot coming his way. Elk, he's been under the cost from minute 1. It's kind of part and parcel of the lane, but it ain't getting any easier anytime soon.
No, IG do have themselves the gold lead. Now, Wei is getting pretty scary. Now, Shinzao in this kind of comp, does that... Oh, hang on a second. He's not quite within turret range, or within the trap range, rather. Ultimate fire from Jachi, not from Mako. Hung didn't have the ultimate there, and this is the problem with the Caitlyn Lux. You can use the Breath of Light once to deny that CC. You can't use it multiple times. And this is before Jachi's even got himself as Cull as well. So IG, good. They needed that. And again, they need to take this tactical advantage. The Caitlyn Lux beats the Lucian Million into a strategic advantage. The lead is so large, Weibo cannot fight against this duo wherever they are on the map. I don't think it's at that point yet, but with that kill and the Cull yet to come in as well, we're reaching a point where it actually might get to it.
And again, you need this Shinzao to be strong, I think, because he's going to be one of the easy ones to leverage the early lead and try and deal with things like this Maokai, who could be quite annoying with those ultimates. We have a lot of people who want to tank up those Nature's Grasp roots. Worth noting as well, top lane, we did see both summoners, I suppose, blown in the form of the Flash. which was fairly significant. But Zucker is still up about 1,000 gold. He's the additional threat here, matching Jachi on the other side effectively. We're going to keep shoving on in here. I don't know who got the early grubs. I think it was JJ who got one, but I think was forced off to allow Way to get some more. And Jachi will therefore use that to get the bot lane turret. The thing is, Breathe is being run at. The Nature's Grasp is wide. Over comes the Mega Gnar. This gets a bit messy, but he's just annihilated even in Mega.
And that's a problem because, I mean, Elk gets the gold. It helps him get towards his first item. He's down a ton of gold. The cull is now in. The turret's been taken by Jachi. 2,000 gold lead on a Caitlyn is terrifying. It is. It's really scary. But Zucker getting that top lane turret, Elk being gifted actually the kill gold for it. But, you know, the top lane going so badly for IG, I'm still okay with Weibo's position in this game. Yes, the Dragons going over to IG is a problem. Hex Optics in for Jachi. Actually still has the full pickaxe in as well. Elk gets some gold back. He's not got his bot lane quest completed yet. And despite the fact that Elk was so good at split 1, I think, in fact, in regular season, I think that he was the best AD carry within the LPL. Jachi has demolished this lane here in Elk. He's going to struggle to have value here, Sam. There is a huge difference in gold. There is a 2k lead, as we've seen there. That's a third of his total gold that Elk's earned.
Trying to get in range to get that CC. Buffers through it with the Q, but he's likely now dead even in the 2v1. There's not a lot to be done. Hung kind of looks over and goes, goodbye, my top laner. Okay. Dodges the light binding.
Okay, now that's genuinely a big win condition, because now we just saw Zucker died on the side lane. That's the Jace off the board. The Jace, who is the most strong member on Weibo. He's got the glass cannon build. They shut him down. That's a big thing. So Wei and Nia end up getting themselves good amounts of value there. IG need to continue to invalidate the Jace, because the Jace is the scary person here. If the Jace is on the same screen as the Maokai can root someone up for those shock blasts, and that's when IG have huge issues.
They do. Jachi not exactly going to be getting any weaker anytime soon. The Hex Optics always feels nice on the Caitlyn, because you know what Caitlyn loves? More range on her range. It can feel pretty nasty there. Of course, if we convert that pickaxe into something like an Infinity Edge second, does always feel very nice on the Caitlyn. Can also look towards some other options too if they really want to. The pickaxe is a relatively versatile item.
So IG remain in the gold lead. If they get the next dragon, that's when Weibo really start to sweat, because if they're not online by third dragon, at that point you question whether you can fight anything else beyond that in the game, really. You know, typically Caitlyn, you need to get like one pressure relieving play, 1 or 2. You just dropping wide there, Mako. Almost hitting that. It's great to see Mako back on stuff like the Lux. I'm actually not sure how many games has he played as champion altogether. I mean, I've always considered Mako a you know, a long-term player of enchanters, but on the career, he's played so much stuff. How many times has he played for Lux? Have a look. Lux, this is his 10th game of it all time. 10th game of it all time. I haven't seen that for a little while. Match history on it. Last time played it was 23 spring.
Wei again wins a smite fight. Not easy to do against a Maokai, actually. Still doing very well to continue to try and keep the Kosh on. Zucker taking the opportunity here to try and invade onto this red buff. There's a blast cone behind him, so should be relatively safe to take this and get out. Gonna potentially have this Xin Zhao find out, but there's the Spark. The name of the ult for the Lux is right.
Finalis Funken.
That's the one. Gonna look for the dash forwards. Gets a bit of a junk, but it's not a great ult from JJ, it must be said.
That's not great. Now, JJ back in 2023 was a huge player of the Maokai, and back when he was on EDG in spring 23, he was one of the best players of it. That ultimate there, not really good. And of course, JJ, world's winning teammate with Mako. They were there for a long time. They were 2 of the last remaining members that stuck around until 2023. That's when things fell apart. After that point, you know, the roster kind of went to the winds. Uzi came in. We had Uzi and Mako very briefly. I was jumping forwards for a quick love tap there with Illusion. Just doesn't have the sting behind it anymore. JJ's next ult has to be better. Using the ultimate like that and not getting anything really out of the Caitlyn Lux, that's a problem. I mean, yes, the barrier's down, but IG, I mean, they're not dissuaded from pushing pushing up towards the Herald. They get that objective. Now they can use that for the next important dragon fight.
They can. Zucker is going to TP towards the bot side. They want to play for this turret, don't they? That's the plan. They got the shove top. They're going to try and overload here for the best that they can do. Worth noting, actually, that Nymaera still doesn't quite have his mid lane quest. A little bit late on there. I guess not as valuable through the mid lane, but has struggled to keep up in the farm as this game has gone on. Made some aggressive moves, but done that at cost.
Welcome in everyone who's come over from the LCK that's just ended. That's definitely a series which I'm going to have to catch up with as well. I hear T1 actually has just ended, and I don't know, I'm going to keep it spoiler free for the people who are watching LPL and want to... Seriously, guys, go watch that. It looked like it was a real
great series,
like haymaker after haymaker of a series. IG here. So folks, for you to catch up from people who are walking in towards this now, like IG have replaced Renard, their mid laner, who was the stand-in for Rookie as well, and we have Nya in the mid lane. Yeah, that's what we've debased ourselves to be. That's our entertainment value. You've got LPL streamers saying Nya live on stream. Did I wear cat ears earlier? Close enough. I had Ari Fox ears. That's about as close as it gets. IG were ahead in game 1. Failed to close it out after a series of poor engages, and Weibo really fought well on the way back. Now coming into game 2, IG have had a really good start to the game. Have. Killed JJ at the level 1, took them 3 flashes, but they did it. And then this Caitlyn Lux has just exploded them. Jachi's a newer AD carry here to the LPL, played on RNG for a bit last year. Before they went defunct. He went on top esports split 1 this year. Yep. We knew him to be an inconsistent but incredibly high peak AD carry. Consistency has been worked on well from him, and now with Mako on the Lux, only his 10th game of his career, but doing very well here.
Probably needs to think about dashing over the Just get a good chunk there onto Mako. Gets Breathe to go Mega. Gets the heal, but they're still hit by that ace in the hole. Dragon started would be so point for IG. Damage has been pretty good on both sides here.
Yeah, they do. Mako's going to struggle to provide as much value. Has the Mikhails. There goes Way with the Q3 flash.
That's not bad. In goes Breathe to get the Mega. Now can't catch Xiaohu though, who shuffles away. Does finally fall to the Disintegrate flashing towards him. Zucker slowed down. Way goes in, gets the smite, the knock away with a Thundering Blow. But Jachi has a headshot. The additional stun and more damage comes flying on forwards. The Sheriff of Piltover claims her bounties.
This is where the game falls apart. I think up until this fight, Weibo had a really good fighting chance of making it back into it. Giving that dragon fight, the dragon itself, and the gold over, that's too much now, Sam. IG, we're asking them to take like the early game advantage, the tactical advantage, or winning lane, and making it into a full game winning position. Way charges up the Q on the dragon, gets straight onto Xiaohu, and effectively he's out of the play now. He doesn't get hit by the Meganart, just short on that, but there's an Annie coming round, and despite the fact there was a sapling slowing him down, he manages to get onto the carry, and it's full retreat. Your Lucian is so far behind, he's not really a win condition, and the Maokai Jace hasn't really provided its value, Sam. It hasn't really provided its value. I mean, they just go down without doing too much damage. Weibo have struggled to take their own lead, the one in top lane, and make it into a powerful point. IG, credit to them, they are now in a proper game-winning position.
Part of the issue there was Zucker was still only 1 item. Didn't have that second completion there, which really meant the damage on the Jace was somewhat middling here at this stage in the game, whereas Jachi, I believe, still had that Infinity Edge done, which is just a lot of damage. I hate to say it, but Hex Optics Infinity Edge is a hell of a spike.
It is, and if you ever get that first kill, then you get the extended range after that point, which Caitlyn has enough of anyway, but hey, why not add some more onto that? So IG have 2 turrets taken. They need to take the top lane outer turret to finish off that overall ring. Yeah, IG, it's a full court press now, isn't it? They're going to be walking in towards this topside jungle. Jachi and Mako walking in with Wei. Things can get a little bit difficult now. Once you get the outer turrets down as the Caitlyn, it's a little bit harder to get access to the rest of the map. Now's the kind of point where JJ and Zerka might be able to combo up some big ultimates.
There we go. There's the culling, the Nature's Grasp. Wei burns the Crescent Guard fairly early. The shot blast is well wide. That's unfortunate. Now Breathe gets the hop over the wall, and Zucker, reminder, does not have the flash. Still gets the Ghost Blade for a second or two, but it's still being run out, and there's an ace in the hole. The shield not quite enough. Appears the final spot, not there. Zucker just about escapes, but they don't necessarily get what they're looking for.
I mean, you can see what Weibo were angling for. We just said, after you push out of the lanes and you go into the river, into the enemy jungle, that's where the Caitlyn Lux can have some issues. And the Maokai Jace combination, where you kind of start corralling people into Shock Blast makes a difference. Right there, Shock Blast miss. Not that it would have been a kill combo anyway. You can see the theory from Weibo. IG escaped that and damn near have a bit of a loss in the family, Sam. Caitlyn was taken down. Kiriman, Clansman, Jace as well. That was a big change from Arcane, wasn't it? I don't think they were a part of like the same kind of like family before that, were
No, and again, it's because also Jace is effectively adopted, right?
Yeah. Various things. Although well, he's got his mother, right? But then he ends up basically, they're kind of like his benefactors.
Yes.
Yeah.
Indeed, Nya now needs to potentially back away, or Shavu rather needs to back away from Nya.
I don't know if Annie has a cat-like skin, but I think Nya should play that, you know. Rengar mid's a thing of the past, you know. Definitely not had that for a while. And
Who was a Rengar mid player?
No one, Sam. Maybe back when the mid lane bushes were a little closer, you could actually very occasionally play it, but that was when Rengar was like uber broken.
Raider playing it top.
Yeah, it was Raider, and it was Icy Gale.
Yeah,
Icy Gale was the huge Rengar top player back in the UK scene, and then they made top lane too big, and now he can't play there anymore. So, and that's why they had to make a ton of changes to Alawi as well. Thank you so much for the gift sub there, Grumpy Seraph. Really appreciate you. And again, if you guys are enjoying what you're hearing, please think about dropping a like, follow, subscribe. Makes a difference to us. Unlike the LCK and the other great broadcasts out there, the LPL doesn't have an official broadcast anymore. So if you want to hear casting like this, we would love to have your support in achieving that dream. Xiaohu under turret. Legendary player would need himself... Well, I'm not going to say legendary outplay, but he's going for one.
Gets him under the turret. Can they get some more damage? There's some CC, though, straight onto Hung, who will now get a Breath of Life. They've blown up the Annie. That's good work. TP could really suck. They try to put a Caitlyn trap ring around it. That's a very deep dive from JJ. Got bounced around by various skills there. Went in with a twisted advance and then hit by that Crescent Guard. Elk flashes out, survives. Wei is still damn tanky, so realistically is not an early counter threat. Mako now off vision. All those traps around.
Yeah, you can see the thought process from Weibo again, where they're trying to like break open the full court press from IG. Xiaohu makes a good play. It's a good sweep under turret. What else can he do there? Does get the kill onto Nia. The experience differential between the two is pretty high. Nia, first games in the LPL today. Xiaohu, his first games were 11 years ago. Over that now. His 11th anniversary was January, I think it was. And Mako, of course, on the other side. He debuted in the same split. They debuted only days apart from it. Spring 2015, long time ago. And yeah, didn't really get himself that much value in terms of his full combo. Gets a stun onto Hung. Doesn't really affect the fight there. It's a good pickup going onto the flash. There's Annie. Elk on the off angle. Can't save JJ, who was very much introduced to the full family there of IG.
Indeed he was. Meganar into Crescent Guard, into Bounced into Death. Was kind of a rough experience. Don't recommend that one on the whole.
When did Mako come back? He came back after a split away. They split, so he took split one of this year off. Same like Jack 11 Tien, both kind of taking. I think they were avoiding player auctions if they wanted to change teams, but also in case of Tien anyway. But also just giving themselves a bit of medical break. Oh my god, there's so much damage.
Just about escapes for now. A little bit of healing from that sap match. He's gone Bandle Pipe second, which I can see the angle for here in this game with a couple auto attack champions. There's some value to be found there, but. Just is feeling very, very low threat right now is where, but they can struggle to get the kills onto people who matter.
Now, even though they're not meant to be ever... Bloody hell, that damage from a headshot. Crazy from Jachi. For those of you that don't know Jachi, it's a guy who was on a low-tier team and then gone on to top esports last split. He's done fantastic. Here comes the Maokai ultimate. This is a bit of a Hail Mary, Sam.
Yeah, Elk just doesn't do any damage. Wei goes in, does get knocked back by Zucker, flashed away from that light binding. Xiaohu on a flank can look for a potential shuffle. He does have some damage. He's the one with a fair amount of gold. Throws out that Arise, can potentially throw some Conquering Sands to work with as well. Goes for the shuffle! That's what we needed! They get the Lux. Jachi now lowers on full threat. 910 gold shut down to Zucker, who goes to the skies and says, hello, sister. Eat my hammer, blasts her apart, and the sheriff needs to be found. Well, I guess they need to find someone else to wear the badge, don't they? Wei goes in, can still potentially win the smite fight regardless. Breathe, looking for that crunch. Down to 2,000 HP, to the skies. Nia's down. Who won the smite? It is still the Wei for the side of this Shinzo, who picks up that Mountain Dragon. They lose the fight, but they do get that critical soul. Baron will likely fall.
Yeah, JJ gets the smites. Sorry. Oh my god, no he doesn't. So Wei gets the smite, JJ doesn't get it. God, so chaotic, hard to keep track of everything. IG get the soul, but they give up their gold advantage. So Weibo walk away with 3 members alive. Xiaohu will end up respawning. So it's Baron the soul. IG, the later the game has gone, the less confident it looks like in both the games in this series. They've been at getting that like critical engage, which actually ends the game. Mako's going to walk over. He doesn't have damage though with a Mikhail's build here. He's going to get vision there. Caitlyn, they're trying to kill. Tried to kill the smiter, couldn't quite get it. JJ lives, smite onto Baron, so it is a soul for Baron trade. But Sam, I think Weibo, if they get into an even game state, I think they're much happier. I don't think the Caitlyn Lux are that good. When they're even into the late game. They are early game snowball champions. Xiaohu gets into the backline, trades his life, and it does lead to the one-team fight. Xiaohu, real credit to him. Emperor of Spring, the Spring Tiger, gets a crazy play there to allow Weibo back into the game.
The problem is they can't keep Wei away from this. Breeze was threatening with the Mega. Flashes for the wallop right at the very end. And in credit to actually Zucker, who has an incredible team fight. Gets a load of the shutdowns here. Picked up near enough 2,000 gold individually, I think, at least.
It's a huge fight. It's a huge fight. Elk gets 2 kills there. He's still down 2,000 gold. But now, the thing is, if Lucian jumps forward for a culling, it's going to sting now. And even though the Mountain Soul's on the other side, Hard to avoid that. I mean, the Mountain Soul's big. Is it big enough to get rid of, to kind of, well, deny that kind of damage there, right? Wait, not even a Serpent's Fang onto Elk to deny that shield onto him. I wonder whether Elk goes that next. Well, he needs the infinite. He needs the
Zucker can, though.
Zucker probably should go towards that soon. So you've got 2 minutes left of the Baron buff. How much do Weibo get from this in terms of gold?
He hops over, but again, he's only the mini. Can maybe threaten JJ a little bit here. There's still a speed away. Does get to run. There'll be a cozy campfire and a bit of a healing from that. They back away on this. Couple minutes, as you noted, onto the Elder. They don't actually get to keep threatening that turret, though, is the problem. They wanted that mid-tier one really badly. All the while, though, Zucker, who was a lot of this threat, gets to shove up topside and say, someone's got to answer me.
You do. IG, not a bad run back at them. I mean, the ultimates are now down, which are the real threatening ones from Weibo in terms of the Maokai and the Lucian. Those ults are the ones which can kind of contest range. Now, Caitlyn is the longest range person if the Jace isn't there, until you throw out the ultimates, which briefly allow Weibo to kind of push Caitlyn off of kind of dominance in a lane. Nia's trying to hold the Jace at bay as best they can. Mid lane turret just about standing. Minute left of the Baron. If Weibo start to get some tower gold out of here, if they get the mid lane turret down, that is a big advantage for them. It'll stop IG having that kind of control tower for the Caitlyn Lux to just continually harass them from.
They've not managed to get it yet, and they've only got 40 seconds on this stuff. One more wave really to play with. Then we're going to have reset, and it'll be a brief pause, and then always on that timer, top left of your screen, 2:54 and counting for the Elder Dragon spawn.
Xiaohu, what a hero he's been. You know, that top lane play where he managed to drag near on the tower, play at the dragon. He has been the player of the game, I think, despite the fact that you know, Zucker's had more of the gold, had more of the early game advantage. Xiaohu's made the bigger plays. I think turret will now fall here for the last wave of the Baron, where he goes in, tries to burst out. Elk doesn't quite get what he wants, though.
Well, he doesn't. Worth noting, actually, that's the sigil, the Noxian sigil, or whatever it is, in inventory, which means I'm thinking it's probably a GA for this Jace, actually, not the Serpent's Fang.
Might end up being,
Here we go.
Could also be the Death's Dance.
Here we go.
Culling's pretty good there. Here are the ults again.
Oh my god, that's a lot of damage. Jachi needs to back away. The redemption heal does Mako left low, though, as a result as well. They do have the Bloodthirster on Jachi, but it is good damage. You can see what the threat is, assuming they get the opportunity. Bloodthirster healing them brings Jachi back to full. If they don't kill him in that combo, he can still manage to survive his way through now.
Yeah, sure. It's either the GA or the Death. Oh, bloody hell, yeah, that's the poke. That'll hurt. Make it down to half HP. Elder in 2 minutes. Now, IG going to be approaching this with the Mountain Soul. They're going to have ability to kind of hold off areas and entrances with trap lines from Caitlyn. What we've definitely noticed that over the last few years, teams have gotten a lot better at approaching from different angles to stop this kind of area denial kind of combo. They will push in through mid lane or bot lane or through the jungle. There are 3 different options, and you can't typically block all of them. You can block, you know, one of them with the traps, but it's very hard to kind of stop the enemy team from always getting advantage, access to the river as you're on the objective. Zucker will push this out. Now we get to the point we're going to get our last resets through. Elk, I mean, I hope to God he's got an Infinity Edge. He probably doesn't with the amount of gold that he's got, but he really does need some big items. 2,000 gold behind. This is the important one. He does have the Infinity Edge. That's huge. I didn't think he would have it from that gold disadvantage. Part of it's the fact that he doesn't have completed tier 2 boots. He saved it for items instead. IG, minute till dragon. How do they, unlike last game, see out these early game fights?
Also getting to the point now where Hung, having got the Helia and the Mikhails, is becoming a late game enchanter, is valuable, whereas Mako, again, Lux, sure, she's got some enchanting properties, but really, she's poked, she's early power. Making things a little bit tricky. The prismatic barrier there to get some shielding. Good jet. Caught. That could be problematic. Just about okay.
Yeah, I mean, it still had the Breath of Light, so it's unlikely to be a full kill there. It's only the third of the HP down. Marcus Sapling's doing some poke. The Mountain shot Soul. Ah, well, it's hard. Tanking up a decent amount of that. IG pushing up. All in and bot side. IG finding something up to Xiaohu.
The Azir ult out actually as well, which is fairly significant. 13 seconds until Dragon Wei has now found his way in. JJ will get the Bramble Smash away. Acceleration gauge speeds up plus Phase Rush should be enough.
Genuinely a really big pick in bot side because, hang on, Nia's coming up coming towards mid lane. They do have the Breath of Light.
Flash away was required, otherwise Hung would have been CC. No real way for him to get out, would have been tricky.
That's genuinely a big flash away. I mean, it's an ult down and a flash down from Nia. I tried to look for the hero play. There was that Breath of Life from Hung. Dragon is started, and IG, well, we said it's pretty hard to zone them off completely from an objective. They're going to certainly try. Sapling's help leading the way.
A bit of burn there. There's no real anti-heal at this point, so it should be fine at this point, JJ. To find a way across. What's the health from the Elder? We just don't know. Wei's not in the pit, down to half. They need to get over here now.
Pulling out the Maokai ultimate. They're going to try and buy the way into the pit. He'd have to flash over the back of the pit.
do it.
JJ's now in range. You can get in for that flash steal. JJ, what have you got?
Gonna have to go down to smite by one by the Shinzao. That's IG with the Elder.
That is a hard smite fight to win for a Shinzao. Maokai Q smite is one of the best securing tools in the game, and he got in range for it. JJ, so often Prince of Thieves, left second to the throne here. Wei gets the smite, and that is a breath of relief for IG. That should properly be the end of this game. You're gonna get the Baron, you're gonna push in towards the Nexus now. Weibo, that was their Hail Mary. That was their chance to get back into this game against the Mountain Soul. They don't quite clutch it out.
Not this time around. Big smites to lose. Lost the one on the Mountain Soul, loses the one on the Elder. And they did get flippable, and I think IG will be counting their lucky stars. They got away with that one. Breathe. Still potentially a little bit of risk there. Doesn't necessarily get threatened the way they were hoping for. They'll back away with that. They got wave shove best they can. They've got a hold for about 2 minutes, something like that with the Elder.
And yeah, pushing out this bot lane now with the Baron buff. Legit. Unlucky on the smites, I suppose. Typically been very, very good at them. Just hasn't quite been able to secure the big objectives. And IG, you know, it's the team, new mid laner, first series in the LPL. As we said, he's playing with people who've played in the LPL for 11 years. Mako, Xiaohu, turret goes down in mid lane. IG have both uber buffs going into the late game, and it doesn't feel like Weibo ever got within close enough touching distance. Even with the Baron buff, the Mountain Soul gave the scaling back to IG.
Decent catch there under the turret, will force the retreat, clears out the wave, buys perhaps 30 seconds.
Push out from near, and bot side doesn't have his flash back up yet. Base not quite broken, but you know, with 2 minutes left of the Baron, almost inevitable. There you go. Mid lane turret goes down first. Weibo, well, they've used their big ultimates, they've used the culling and the Maokai. That's really what you use to fight back against this kind of outranged team. Just for a brief moment of time, you can contest that with those ultimates. Perhaps Xiaohu can get that big flash engage, has the Protobelt to give him some extra range too. Hard ask, maybe he can get onto the backline with the Emperor's Divide.
Yeah, struggling to get through the Bloodthirst and Mountain Shield now is this Jace. Went towards the GA, not towards the Serpent's Fang. Breath of Light keeps Ginger just about up. Burned out, never mind. To the skies goes Zucker, gets the knockaway, and Breathe needs to flash back out as the Tippers keep firing on him. Wei does get that kill onto Xiaohu, who will slide line divide, but find himself 6 feet under. Jachi goes to the fountain to look for a triple kill. And the game ends. Invictus Gaming had to work for it despite the early snowball. But we will be going to a third and deciding game.
IG find their first individual game win since week 3 of the LPL. They haven't won a series since week 2. It has been a while since they've been able to contest truly here within the LPL. Lots of issues about their mid lane. Change that out, get themselves, honestly, Sam, this could have been a 2-0.
Yeah.
This could have been a 2-0. This could have been a 2-0. Didn't quite end up working out that way. Forced through to a game 3 series though. And well, with LPL over as LCK over as well. We hope that you're enjoying a little coverage here of the LPL. I heard there was some great series over in the LCK today, and I hope you've all been enjoying yourselves there. We'll introduce ourselves. My name is Alex, also known as Nymaera. What is happening next? That's what's happening. I was wondering why the volume wasn't coming up. And this is my brother Sam, also known as Initialise. We cover the LPL because there's no official broadcast anymore. You might see a channel called LPL English out there. That's also a co-stream. And what that means is that we're all in the same boat, whether it's them or us, Kitty, Yamato, all these people that cover the LPL. We need your help to keep running because there's no actual funding for this anymore. If you're enjoying what you're hearing, whether it's here or elsewhere, please think about supporting your favorite LPL streamers. And the ways you can support us while you're here: dropping a like, follow, subscribe, commenting if you like something as well, clipping out a play or a call that you liked. It makes a big difference for us and our marketing, I suppose. And then also, there's a Ko-fi link if you want to drop a one-time donation there, and subs as well. Tell you what, it's been a pretty long day. I'm definitely starting to flag on the energy a little bit, but it has been a good day. I hope you've been enjoying yourselves. One last game between Weibo IG, 2 teams which are all over the place in terms of consistency, but definitely teams which have a ton of history against each other, a ton of history within the league itself. Now, obviously, IG much older than Weibo, but both of these teams have left their mark on the LPL, and I think both of them are quite desperate right now. IG looking for their first victory since week 2, despite starting very strong. And Weibo did just beat Top Esports. They did. Unexpectedly so, in the way that only Weibo tends to. To head to a third game, I think it's only fitting between these 2 teams. You know, we've got a set of 9 lives in mid lane from Nyap, looking to try and fill the gap which Renard left. IG definitely have mid to late game issues. They definitely have some of them, but they just about squeak it out here.
Fantastic stuff. Thank you very much for coming and tuning in, as I said. And if you've not done so already, consider following. If you've not done so already, consider subscribing. If you've not done so already, make sure you're following us on our socials as well. Very easy ways to help support the channel. And if you have got that extra coffee money, consider donating it here. There is also a Ko-fi link, which can be quite a nice way of looking to help us. Nice damage there from Jack Sheen again. Elk did decent damage, but the problem was it was into people who just didn't care. The shields became so problematic as the game went on.
All right, folks, we're going to go into a quick ad break. We're going to go chill out for a little bit. Again, we're going to rest our voices and make sure that we're kind of, minds are somehow in place for the next game. It'd be quite hard sometimes. But yeah, we really hope that you're enjoying yourselves, folks. And stick around. Chat. Be merry. Enjoy today's holiday as well.
Good work from Wei. I think that's deserved after the early plays.
Did anyone's legend win? Yes, they did. Anyone's legend did win. Okay, Sam's gonna take a step out because Sam's basically got some recording for another project he's got to do. And we've got a busy day later. So sadly, because today is going a little bit longer, I'll be solo casting last game, but that's fine. It's fine. I've been enjoying that myself. I've been brushing up on my play-by-play over the last however long I've been doing this for. How was LCK today? How was LCK? So there was T1H Lee, which is the big one, right? How was was there a DRX series before? DRX series? Yeah. Oh yeah, I hope you're enjoying my calibrated shirt. No worries, Kiwi, no worries. Did we run ads already? Yeah, we did. Cool, I lose track of that stuff. But yeah, H Lee could have 2-0'd. Yeah, but that's just... I mean, when you're playing with Kanavi sometimes... Look, Kanavi is someone I like to call the one-man army, right? Like, he will just do everything himself, but the problem is sometimes he forgets that he doesn't have to do everything himself, tries it anyway, and then... things happen. Because, like, one of the biggest flaws of Kanavi historically was he would invade always. Always invade. But he wouldn't always do it with laning support. Now, sometimes he was so good at it, it wouldn't matter. He'd just win anyway. But I think one of the problems with HLE throughout a lot of this year was he would be invading his team just like, and it is an invading meta, you should be actually at this point. I just don't think his team was very good at supporting him on what he needed. Yeah, I don't think it was very good at supporting on what he needed. So he would often just like not get value out of what he was doing. If Zek had played the way he's playing now last year, I wonder if Viper would have left, but he did during winter, right? He was fantastic in winter. And then obviously things fell apart in beyond that point. In game 2, he flashed over Dragon Ball for a level 3 gank. That's what I love to see. That's what I love to see. Kanavi's great. I'm so glad that they're now finally appreciating Kanavi. You know? Cool. Well, I asked Sam to get me a Red Bull. I'm not sure what's happening with that. But yeah, Zeka popped off, and alright, I'll have to watch it. I saw he had like a really good KDA, so maybe I do watch that one back. Oh, this is Maker talking about this. Leave you with this. I think this is like a not like a charade thing, it's like a little quiz thing. He was good on Jarvan. He's a very good Jarvan in fairness.
都有点印象，但是说实话，这4个字就是记得不太清楚。Q 是什么？光之束缚吗？啊 ，Q 技能我有印象。黑暗退散。然后还有一个是我的光芒将照亮一切。感觉50。有150。这么多吗？中路玩的比较多吧？之前。没有印象，谁喜欢玩？谁比较喜欢玩？欧文比较喜欢玩。哎，没有了，感觉中路没有人玩，我只能猜辅助啊，要么就是我也玩的不少。
OK， 是你。
啊，以前玩的比较多。啊？哦，我懂了，从上到下就是有可能头发它是黄色的，对吧？可以。战争学院的那个皮肤吗？对，就上面是红色的，我有印象。是的。这个就是那个新手的，对吧？就粉色的，一看就是新手。哦，这个我经常用的，这个皮肤蛮有印象的，就绿色的这个背景的话，应该就是那个地狱伞兵。紫色那就是奥术师那个吗？哦，大元素石。哦，对，大元素石，看了才知道，这个没猜出来。这个原皮，去看一下原皮。这个没印象，不怎么用这个皮肤。哦，太空律动的，哦，闪耀灯球的那个。哦，这个蓝色看着很像就是新出的那个皮肤，水袖凌云。啊，第一个的话就是那个蓝色，然后它身上还有飘带嘛，感觉这个皮肤是，然后发型我觉得也是，就是最近拉克斯的皮肤都是类似这个发型，我觉得做的挺好看的啊。然后第二个的话，这个黑金的配色也是我非常喜欢，然后旁边还有竹子，就是非常的国风。然后这两个皮肤应该就是出来之后会特别好看，大家可以多多购买。
Okay, back in towards the game in the series. All right. So game 3. For those of you who weren't watching earlier, people who come back from the LCK, first off, welcome. How's it going? I hope you enjoyed your LCK stuff today. Let me just zoom the camera very slightly. So the big things you need to know for this series are IG had a really good start to the split. Even without Rookie playing split 1, they had a pretty bad top player and a pretty bad AD carry. Sobro and Photic weren't good. Now, coming into this split, they subbed them out. They got him Breathe for top lane. I think he's good. And they got Jachi over from top esports, and he looked pretty good. Rats of Stars, thanks for the follow. I appreciate you. But yeah, I think that... You know, but the thing is that Rookie stepped back. Now, Rookie's had a bunch of personal drama. He's posted about it on his own socials as well, where effectively there's a bunch of drama between him and his ex. He kind of lied about some stuff. It's not been great. He's apologized for it online, but basically Rookie, he's needed some time away. I don't know whether he's going to come back, but Rookie was definitely not. I don't think he's going to be playing for this split. But the substitute mid laner who actually won Demacia Cup with them. IG have won a tournament this year. They won Demacia Cup, their first silverware since 2019 spring. He had looked pretty good at the start, but then his limitations became quite clear as the split went on. He was only really good at LeBlanc being his main champion. He didn't really look good on a lot of other stuff. His Ari was okay, but he was getting blasted in lane. It became very hard to play around him. They brought up top esports challengers mid laner, a guy called Nymaera. So, you know, weebs unite. First game on Akali actually looked pretty okay. The Annie was not fantastic. It was fine. You know, I think that he's good on AP burst champions, the big playmakers, but the Annie is a little bit of a different class of that, even between a lot of the burst AP mid laners. And on the whole, IG, you know, it's their first series with Nymaera playing in. Different mid laner, you have to think about the game differently. IG's mid and late game is looking a lot less strong. They had to have a very big lead this game from Jachi and Mako really popping off. And of course, Jachi and Mako, I think, have looked really good. I think Mako's been the second best support this split. I think he's been fantastic. Jachi, I think that he was on top esports main roster last split. He was very inconsistent. If he fell behind in lane, would snowball into death. If you got ahead, though, fantastic. Reminded me very much like Jackie Love in that way. And of course, he was learning from him too. As Jackie Love was benched himself for split 1 so he could come back healthy and well for the second split. So IG, on paper, not a bad team. They just need to, but they haven't won now since week 2. This is their first game win they've had since week 3, which was against Weibo. That was the last team that they even took a game off of. Weibo on the other side, they were looking pretty down and out too. They'd lost against most of the teams besides, you know, IG and Team WE. But then last couple of days, they beat top esports, our first place team pretty much within regular season. And they looked really good doing it. I think that strategically they looked like they were much more on form. I think that Weibo are a team that will always find a way to surprise you, but that doesn't mean positively or negatively. It can be both, or it can be both at the same time. It's just what a wonderful team Weibo can be, but whenever you have expectations of them, they crash out. Whenever you have nothing of them, they manage to get crazy wins. Do you think Rookie comes back this split? I'm not sure he does. I'm not sure he does. I think that perhaps next split, but Rookie, with all of the drama around him, I'm not sure. I'm not sure. It would be a shame if he doesn't come back. But this split, I don't think he's coming back this split with all of the personal life drama that's been going on around him. So we'll load back into game hit. Sam, can I have that Red Bull, please? Thank you. Appreciate you. But yeah, I mean, we wait to see what happens with Rookie. Bluntly, we wait to see what happens with him. We just don't know yet. We just don't know. In this series, you know, IG, it would be really big for them just to gain a bit of confidence, just to gain a bit of confidence. These two teams in their head-to-head. Thank you so much. Do you mind closing the door on the way? Thank you. I haven't done that yet. Appreciate you. Okay, so game 3, we get to see the depth of Nymaera's champion pool. I mean, from what I can see, he was a big, you know, Silas Akali Ari player. He's been an LDL player for the last couple of years. He played a bit in Demacia Cup, I believe, at the start of this year / the end of last year. How old is Nymaera? Can't imagine he's too old, actually. But one of the things which has changed about LDL and LPL in China in terms of esports in general is the fact that under 18s get much less time to play games. Basically, you're not allowed to play games that much when you're under 18 now, but as government mandate, effectively. And it's changed the way that LDL works, which, you know, plenty of context around that, but that's basically the basics of it. Let's get ourselves into game number 3. IG did manage to win game 2. They were ahead in game 1. Weibo have not been winning the early game today, folks. They have not been winning the early game at all. Sorry about that. The thing's going all over the place there. Okay, so let's get ourselves into this. IG, they've been playing very well around bot lane. Elk, we haven't talked about him or Weibo here yet. Elk last year was insanely good in last split regular season. Playoffs he fell off a bit, but Elk, you know exactly how good he can be. But one of the big reasons Weibo have fallen off is the fact that they changed out support, and I think that was a mistake. I think that Urha was better than Hung. Nocturne first pick as we go through the bans. The Neferi was banned away by Weibo, banning away one of the last remaining strong junglers at the early levels. There's no Vi, no Pantheon, no Shinzo, so a lot of the AD junglers are just gone. I suppose there's Skarner in terms of junglers which can invade and fight early. It's not an AD skirmisher, and not in the same way. You're more of a tank initiator. How has Wei played today? I think that Wei's played fairly effectively. I think that Wei is a good jungler. He's a good jungler. I like the way that he plays. Lulu locked in. Locked it alongside. Is it going to be Lulu Yunara? Do you lock the Yunara now? Do you feel like you have to? That would be the Lular, the Lunara. That's the one. We might actually see a Lee Sin now from Wei. We've seen that banned a few times. Corki Nami likely on the other side. No Ashe Seraphine in this series. Corki Nami, and I love these animated pick banners. They're very cool. I like them a lot. They're part of our Split 2 graphics package, I believe, for LPL coming into the split. Very, very cool. Ooh, Wukong being a little bit different. Very good at the 1 item mark. Wei was one of our best Wukongs in the entire region at peak. He was very, very good at it. Of course, kind of like when Wei was at his best, Wukong started coming into meta at around about 2022 to 2023. Wukong just kind of never left at that point. Obviously, Wei was a little bit better on the Viego in 21. Okay, so Wukong, disruptive, team fighting, 1 item spike jungler. Doesn't win against the Nocturne level 1. So JJ is probably going to go in for level 1 invades. I don't see how IG win this right now. Well, they won last game. If they get ahead in bot lane, Jachi gets a good new Yunara. I mean, Jachi's a good player. I would play her. You know, Jachi is a player that it is worth playing to carry. Playing around to carry. He is a very good bot laner when he's ahead. And I think that IG with Mako has managed to really instill that sense of confidence in Jachi, but also the consistency. Vayne banned away from Zuka, not wanting to play it themselves and wanting to give Breathe a less chance of being snowballed against. The Gnar and the Ambassador for Breathe, 2 of his most powerful champions. There's still Cassante Scion, if you want to play front to back. If you do that, Nia's probably on mage duty at that point. Xiaohu has gotten the better of Nia in both games, really. Not a surprise, there's an 11-year experience gap. I think that Nia was fine in game 1, but I do think that Xiaohu was the best across the average of both games. Aurora banned away from Xiaohu, and technically Zuka as well. Priority mid laners. We might be getting towards Ahri angles now, even though Ahri's not like... But these aren't the S-tier combos with Ahri, the Wukong and the Nocturne. We might be getting towards that level, especially with Annie, Aurora, the mages out. Yeah, I think we're looking at kind of like Ahri level now. Especially if Weibo ban away a Scion to ban away one of the last remaining frontliners. They ban away Gwen. Maybe they want the Scion themselves. If you go for the Scion though, like a little bit of damage. And the thing is, when Nocturne goes in, you want good damage coming through. Renekton, blind picks for Breathe. He has been a very good Renekton historically. Now, Zuka sees that. Do you want to pick the Scion into it? I think it's a fine matchup. You can definitely go towards that. You know, you can just hold the front line. Renekton gets ahead in lane, but Scion still impacts team fights more than fine. Weibo, don't just 2-0 them. What was the draft of the game bad from them? The early game of IG was really, really good last game. And Weibo couldn't play around it very well. They go for the Jax. We get a Renekton Jax. Zuka is a great Jax player too. We get a TF, so a very different game from Weibo. Now, do we get something like... Oh my god, that would be so different. I mean, the Mel is a huge counter into the TF because you reflect the gold card. Quite hard to play it into the Jax and the Nocturne if they ever manage to get into a good position for you. But you can reflect the tidal wave and the gold card back at the Nami and the TF. Victor's better in terms of damage output. I quite like the Mel, though. I quite like the Mel, if you can play it. We did say he might be on mage duty this game. There we go. Victor, last pick for Nia. Very different champions from him. Akali, Annie, Victor, all very different roles within his debut series. In terms of overall playmaking, I really, really like the TF when you have a volatile top lane like the Jax Renekton. The Nocturne TF being able to just like double vision control, where you turn off their vision, you get sight of every single person on there too. You get to jump in and like take down a volatile lane, very big. However, Jachi Mako on the Yunara Lulu, very powerful. Gonna put on a quick ad break so we don't get ads during the game, folks. If you don't want adverts, please subscribe. Makes a big difference to myself and Sam. We use this to pay our rent. This is our stream. This is our job. If you are watching and enjoying this, please think about dropping a sub or even just like, following, subscribing. You can do it for free. It makes a big difference to us. IG Weibo going to game 3. I like the double globals coming out of the TF and the Nocturne. I think that's very good at flipping these volatile top lane matchups. I think that's very intelligent of them to lock that in. All right, let's get into game. Here are our last gyros of the day. Sin. By the way, we're playing our games not in the regular venue today of Shanghai. It's in WE's home ground of Xi'an. So the team's kind of on a road trip here. Everyone traveling over to Xi'an. I didn't realize that was the case, but it basically means they get to take the show around China and show it to different fans as well. Pretty much every region across the world is enjoying doing their road trips right now. We had, Paris and Madrid for LEC. LCK doing the T1 home ground as well. And of course LPL going across the different arenas. Now they've got it luckily kind of in a very good position where they have multiple teams who own arenas already. Good wards on both sides for the early jungle pathing. You'll notice that Weibo can spot out that Nocturne, the Wukong has not started top side. On the other side, IG did have a ward on Raptors, which spotted Nocturne's starting place there too. Doesn't give them full information, but gives them enough to make some informed decisions. We have Nocturne going from top to bot, Wukong going from bot to top. Bot lane pushing by the Yunara Lulu. Corki Nami will have the bounce back. That'll be fine for them, but also means that Jachi and Mako should hopefully be on a timer where they can safely escape that lane. Early mid lane, Nia's doing fine versus Xiaohu there. Victor versus TF. I mean, Victor's just trying to... The TF's kind of just wanting to survive through to level 6 and get to that ultimate get out of lane, really. Good crash in from Jachi and Mako, get themselves first bit of gold on the tower there. We're close to it. Bubble, not landing on Jachi though. Now, Hung and Elk, of course, a very interesting duo. Hung was on Top Esports last year, did very well domestically, but then if you remember before that, he moved from Top Esports to Top Esports from Weibo. He's back on Weibo now, but the way he left there before was just disaster for him. His Alistair game, where he kind of died under turret trying to stop recalls, it looked like he just fully mental boomed. Came back in summer, did very well. This year took Split 1 off after a disastrous Worlds. So again, very up and down career from Hung. Of course, he used to be on LNG 23. He was pretty good on LNG 23 until Worlds, and then again, things went poorly for him there. Back on Weibo. Bad start to this split, like genuinely bad start to this split. Came back though and did quite... Hang on, what's JJ doing? There's a ward over there. Cool. I was wondering if he was going to do some kind of random flash over wraparound gank. Doing a hell of a play. The Nocturne, not great at the early ganking. Needs to get incredible angles to make use of that. May as well just recall, get yourself your components though. But yeah, Hung, very up and down career from him. Started the split very poorly, but the last 2 series, been pretty good from him. See if that can continue in terms of that level of form. The Arc of Ruin, Judgment rather, from Jachi landing there. Yeah, what happened to Aatrox in pro play? Very good in some jungle matchups, but needs to be ahead. If he's not ahead, things go very poorly wrong. JJ looking for some little popcorn chicken. Can't quite get all of them. Has the big one stolen away alongside most of the small ones too. It's a double roam over from laners actually. That's well coordinated by IG. Get way ahead. Of course, as we were saying, the Wukong doesn't really want to fight the Nocturne early. The Nocturne is the best early fighting jungler in the game. If you walk into him and he gets to just sit there, stacking up, in this case Conqueror, but in some cases as well, the lethal tempo, hits you with a Q for the attack damage steroid, and that, it is just hell. It's just hell. You do not win those fights. Very little beats a Nocturne at level 1. The way you beat him is by not letting him walk into you and get melee range. Good fast bomb there, but Elk is almost dead on the other side. Ow. Has barrier, so he's not going to die there, but yes, not exactly enjoying that. Yeah, could get a little bit under threat here. Gold card. Oh, does he flash free? He does. They really feel like they can get this. He has flash on the other side. Where's the fear tether? That's a little bit ambitious, actually. Gravity field goes down. Nia holds his nerve. Good discipline from the young player on IG. As we said, his first series up here in the LPL. Played in Demacia Cup and things like Asia Masters in LDL, kind of multi-region formats. But kind of came up on short-term notice for Renard, who's been really struggling. Top side, haven't really had much to talk about top lane itself. Breathe versus Zuka. Used to be a real top-tier matchup. Of course, Zuka debuted in, oh god, I think it was 2022 on IG. You know, he was there with Shun. Shun and Zuka were the top jungle of IG with Rookie as mid lane, and Zuka was the biggest move of 22 to 23 offseason in terms of the buyout. I know that Ruler went to JDG, because Knight went to JDG as well, but I'm pretty sure that even beyond that, the buyout was, I can't remember because it was contracts ending elsewhere, was huge from Zuka. As people saw him as this crazy player. Dragon Starter, I think there might actually be a contest here. Bot lane's walking up. I think this is going to go down to a Smite fight. Do they get anything on the retreats? Chaos Storm goes down. There's the grab field as well. And that's just going to straight up almost kill him. Spell Shield comes through. Flash comes through. And JJ very close to dying. Nia flashes in. Wants the blood. And he will find it. And somehow even makes it out alive. No, for a first series within LPL, it's a pretty good way to make your mark. Going down into smite range now. Elk very, very low. Flash away doesn't help him survive. Jachi cleanses and he's going to live as well. Double kill for Jachi. It's the young rookies which make the difference. Even Mako getting involved. The old man getting involved with the new blood. 3 kills for IG. This is an insane early game lead for IG now. No, Jachi 2 kills. And one thing we have to mention as well, Victor, the more early kills you get, the faster your upgrades come in. He's got 4 already. That's an instant E upgrade for Nia. And he starts this fight off really well. Just says, look, you are not walking up without a way out against a Victor. And the fact that he manages to walk up into a gold card, into a bot lane, he walks into 3 people and he gets out alive. I mean, if he shows more of this, I am very happy to see more of Nia as well. Walks up and Nia's all over them. Jachi for flash forward for his kill participation as well. I have no idea how Weibo didn't get a kill back. That is just disaster for them. Gets that last auto attack, just about kills. Mako picks up the last of the fight. Nia has himself that full E upgrade now. Very, very happy. JJ, such a good play. He has been Weibo's best player across this split, but you know, walking up there, well, should he have flashed earlier? Yeah, probably. Should have flashed out of the Chaos Storm. Polymorph Bubble will save Elk another couple of auto attacks hitting him. I don't think that's quite true, Michael. I don't think that's quite true. Look, JJ definitely didn't have a good fight there, but the rest of the team also chose to stick around and got out fought. And it's not all JJ's fault. Was it a mistake of him not flashing? Yeah, you should also have... Yeah, you should have flashed early. Absolutely. But Weibo were the ones that committed to the fight afterwards and lost it without taking a single kill back. So the whole team effort really from Weibo. Jachi stacks up the Q, gets the level 6. Oh my god, he's just dead. Hung just dies, walks up too fast. The Nocturne has the level 6. I don't think they got the damage to jump on him. I think they see that the other members come around the corner and then he realizes, I probably shouldn't have pulled the trigger on that. So he's lost that cooldown now for free. But Elk and Hung getting blasted by Jachi. He's 3-0. The early fight gave them the early 3 kills between the 2 of them. Now they've got a 4th, a 3rd onto Jachi. He's got a cull while he's doing this too. So the thing is, look, I know I'm seeing a lot of people in chat saying like, oh my god, how are these people pro play, blah, blah, blah. Look, there is so much in terms of kind of cluttering the comms. That's a good Chaos Storm there too. Managed to get him on the grab field. He's playing well so far in this on this Victor game. Xiaohu goes down very low. But realistically, I think what Weibo realizes is that we really need this dragon because we know that it's going to be hard to stack them later. If you get the early dragon, it gives you so much ability to use your TF Nocturne to make plays later. So I'd imagine they tunneled in on thinking we need the dragon, and then JJ walks too close and then obviously doesn't have that much of a way out. Then they overcommit into the fight. Things go even worse from there. But if you get one dragon as Weibo, you can sack all of the others while you use your globals to get Zucker on the Jax ahead and maybe win through that. So I think that they went really hard for that. And then, you know, it was a team call to go towards the dragon. It was a good response. I didn't think IG were going to be there in time, actually. They were. Credit to them. Very quick rotation. quicker than I thought it would be. And of course, JJ goes and leads the play going down for that. It was a great response by Nia, though, just dunking everything into the Nocturne. Played very well there. I don't think many victors would lead with the Chaos Storm in the way that he did there. And he did. Credit to him. Weibo lost every early game across 3 games. Yeah, they have. Yeah, they have. I think that IG has played towards early pushing drafts. I think if you look at the Caitlyn Lux, they played for that early game. Of course, Weibo in Game 2 themselves went in for the level 1 invade. That didn't work out well. Clearly, Weibo have not judged the early game well. Not in this series. Whereas you look against top esports, they did. They were much better there. So much of this meta, and this will apply to you guys coming over from the LCK as well. So much of the meta right now is level 1 warding, getting ahead in jungle, lanes moving to support their jungler, and then winning the game off of jungle advantage because it gives you so much more ability to move around the map. Helps you on objectives, helps you on side lanes, helps you on everything. So because of the removal of lane swaps, one of the easiest ways to get ahead is just through brute laning force and then jungle advantage, actually jumping up forwards there. And that has been a huge part of why I think, you know, hang on a second, jumping towards mid lane. Yeah, doesn't have flash, puts down the Chaos Storms, not bad damage back. There you go. Good jump on towards him. Wait, comes forward, tries to get him into the gravity field. So it ends up being a flash for flash. Double flash is down from mid jungle of JJ. Xiao, who killed, goes over to the Nocturne. That's good. Good punish on the victory. Didn't quite have that summoner backup. Good play there from Weibo. But it's worth noting as well, you know, Weibo have been much better when it comes to the mid and late game on the whole. IG have been playing through early advantages and they've struggled to finish off games. Oh man, it's really getting warm here today, folks. Keep yourselves hydrated. I know it's a holiday most across the world, May Day. Recall comes through from Mako. Has himself the Ardent Sensor. There you go. First item completed. Helps you an awful lot with the attack damage or the auto attacker of Nymaera. Pretty much everything comes through those auto attacks from her. Breather goes into the tower, goes out. Tried to get that crystallized. Couldn't quite get it. Gets the first plate though. Oh, all of Europe except the Netherlands. Yeah, I'm not sure exactly where everyone can, well, obviously different governments can decide what their holidays are. They had a graphic on LPL. I was surprised at that, actually. So crazy how Elk fell off. He used to be top 10. Now he's maybe he used to be a top 10 globally. I mean, yeah, he was good. I think he was a level below like Viper, Ruler. I think outside of Worlds, he was on a similar level to like Gumayushi, right? And at Worlds, Gumayushi overtakes him because Gumi was he's so good at the World Championship. I think part of it is just strategically, he was never good at playing weak side. Never. He's very good when the team plays around him. And if you look at, say, you know, early, 2023, when it was like the Jinx Lulu meta, and then MSI 24, when you saw like a ton of the Kalista Renata, level 3, like 3v3 bot lane, Mako almost gets one shot. Yeah, yep, that's Corky. But when you saw that kind of meta, Elk was one of the best in the world. And then similar kind of stuff where, you know, his Kai'Sa could kind of get through lane and then he could just be main character extraordinaire. He's fantastic. I think the problem, I mean, last split, he was really good. I actually thought he was best AD carry in the world for regular season last split. So I don't think it's completely barren for him. But then you look at this split, you know, laning with Hung, who has been struggling. You know, Hung has not been, I mean, his last series or two has been pretty good, but I look at how Hung has been playing across the entirety of the split. It's just not been good. It definitely doesn't help Elk. And then he's got a mid laner that was basically not a factor. Most of the games came down to, can Elk just solo carry? And asking that every game of an AD carry is just not fair. You know? Some wards to help Xiaohu out here. Getting to the point, of course, where the globals make a big difference. Xiaohu thinks he can walk away from this. There is a cyclone available from Wei. Toggles the card over. There's a smite from Wei. Shouldn't really be contested on this. There you go. Smite away the Gromp. So it's a Gromp steal on either side, actually. We did watch Nocturne on screen stealing that. There is a rotation down. Red card to wave clear. Do they actually commit to this? No, doesn't look like it. Dragon not available either. Just be a fight for the sake of fighting. Victor not at the plate. Didn't have teleport either. If Weibo are in need of support, Palkia's on the bench. Yeah, yeah. By the way, for those of you that don't know, I know some people call him like Perukia and stuff. So his name is literally Palkia. He's actually named after the Pokemon. Bot lane turret does go down here. That's the first Xiao, who I'm not sure he's happy being here. He's not happy being there at all. He just dies. defending an inevitably destroyed turret. I am so surprised he died for free like that. It's just such an easy kill. You don't even need to expend anything. Xiaohu goes down for free. Tower and kill to the side of IG. No, we were expecting Xiaohu to get good value, go towards the Jax lane, try and snowball that. He's not been able to. He's been very much outvalued by Nymaera in this game 3. I mean, besides that, I think Xiaohu was getting the best of him, but this is something that we've known from Xiaohu, and I want people to be really aware of this as we go into like post-match threads and stuff like that. Xiaohu had 2 out of 3 good games again today. Now, I know that the 1 out of 3 games is bad, and we've seen that across pretty much all of this split. Xiaohu will have 2 good games, 1 bad game. That tends to be the ratio if it goes to 3 games. And sadly, in this deciding game, Xiaohu has his 1 bad game. He was good in the others. 1 win, 1 loss. His rise was, I think, MVP of game 1. It's pretty close to it anyway. He was very good in game 1. That's what I meant to say. Weibo feel mentally gone? Well, I do wonder whether we're getting to the point where we saw Weibo call up LDL support the Hank. Not related to the Shy, but hey, you know, naming conventions. We could have had a team with like the Nut, the Shy, and the Hank. How wonderful would that have been? Chachi gets the Q, Hung misses everything! Doesn't even force the flash to the cleanse. Chachi almost walks up and kills him, forces the flash out of the fish. TF knocked and coming in now. Has he gone too far? Chachi gets gold card onto him as the cleanse gets to go back. The Chaos Storm, where is it? Do they need it even? Flash already down from Xiao. Oh, sorry, that's still up. He needs to use that to get away. Chaos Storm used a little bit superfluously. Doesn't get a single tick onto anyone. But this comes from the fact that the Yunara Lulu just kind of decks them. Do they jump onto the recalling Maker? Perhaps. Zuka does have flash. Out jumps forwards again here. Near doesn't land the E on the way back. Trying to push out the wave. Yeah, no, there's some important stuff to talk about there too. And yeah, Yatu's got it, where effectively, you know, remember this game had the crazy fight, you know, 4 for none. Or, yeah, however many it was dead in the bot side river very early on, around first dragon, around 5 to 6 minutes in. And then you look at, you know, all of the summoners blown, the gold you are behind, and Xiaohu's like, well, how the hell do I get out of lane and do anything here? Now, he's even in gold, even with TF passive, which is not a good sign a lot of the time. Breathe, not... Did he just laugh at him? Denied in the cannon. That's funny. I love Mako and Enchanters. Me too. I think Mako's good on everything, but his Enchanters are a level above the rest of the LPL supports. Mako's Lulu one of the best of all time. In fact, he might even be the best Lulu of all time, if you're counting support. If you count, except, funny enough, if you're talking about the best Lulus of all time, Faker is the best Lulu of all time, but it was Assassin Lulu mid. It was Lichbane Lulu. Faker was the best of that of all time. If you ever saw him in Season 4 and Season 5, incredible Lulu play. They nerfed Lulu in solo lanes, because stuff like the Flash Glitterlance auto attack from the Lichbane was just too much. Dark Times and Morgana Lulu mid lane, yeah, certainly something. Mid lane turret goes down. Second turret of the game for IG. Getting mid lane turret against TF Nocturne gives you a lot of safety against the global. Not always, you know, you can still fall prey to it, but now it means that you can push up more easily, get vision down in the enemy jungle. Dragon's up now. Ultimate's there from Weibo. They have a teleport on Jax, and he'll likely use it. Nia needs to be careful about... They're teleporting in now, teleporting in with the Victor as well. And Nocturne's just dead before the fight even starts. I mean, Jax is teleported in. Doesn't matter. Xiaohu doesn't have a flash. Weibo looked lost. Weibo look lost. Nia does have flash. I think he dies on the retreat. Goes back towards Maker. That's a very good retreat from him, actually. Sidesteps the bubble as well. That's a good response from Nia. Loses the flash, but does survive. Good awareness from him. I think many other players would have flashed left and died to the tidal wave. Turret very nearly down in mid lane. In fact, the Jax might stay there while Growth gets onto Elk, and the Corki cut down to size. Big Monkey, small man in a helicopter. Big Monkey wins. I didn't know that was a fact of nature. We've all learned that today. Dragon wasn't taken. Will probably be now. Say that. I mean, technically JJ could walk down. I don't think they've got the presence on the map now to do anything with it, though. JJ caught out by a great engage going forwards from the Wukong. JJ goes down. Wave picks up. Good kill participation. This is Jachi which picks up the kill. Breathe picks up next one after that. Yeah, well, you won't escape this one. There is the Lulu coming up river. It won't save him this time. Gets the Q shield. Maker not there in time. So Nia, look, he is still a newer player. Definitely making mistakes here. Caught out twice now, going away from the objectives, then pushing out topside. Didn't even take the Nocturne ult there, and the kill goes over to Zuka. That is a problem. IG need to keep an eye on that, because while they are on Ocean Soul Point, much like they got onto Mountain Soul Point last game, you give up too many random kills like that, Weibo can force themselves back into the game. Jax is a scary champion. He's a scary champion. TF actually got off towards the smite, actually, from his spellbook. A bit annoying to have that now. Would like to have that for a Dragon Secure potentially at some point. Won't have that for the next one, importantly, if it comes to it. IG, they do have some issues on the wider map. Mid and late game. It's much better than we've seen them, though. You know, Renard was just effectively just dead weight by the end of his time on his last stint here. We'll see whether he comes back, of course. I'm not saying that Nia is going to be the solution, but at least in this series, Nia, not a bad debut. It was fine. Teleport topside from the TF. Nocturne shadowing that lane as... Well, I mean, that's what the champion does. Everywhere he goes is shadow and summon. It's kind of his whole shtick. That's what he does. No, he missed the cannon. Chachi, how could you? He's going to all in out of fear and stuff now. They have the cleanse. They force it early. Zerka has himself the counter-strike. Oh my god, that is a good wild growth. Nocturne comes in, kills the Unara. That's a good play from them. The double globals come to play. The Cyclone isn't bad from Waybreed. Is onto Zerka. He will win that trade with his counter-strike down. Here comes Nia with the Chaos Storm. Second part of the Cyclone. Part 2 spins even harder. Breed gets into the backline. A double kill for the Renekton. He's chasing down a third. Breathe, welcome to the game. The Renekton does mad value there in that fight. It's going to lead into the Baron. This started with the double globals of the Nocturne TF trying to turn the tables in the mid lane, and they did get Jachi. Took down the most impressive member of the enemy team in terms of itemization so far. Almost at the 3 items already. Teleport in, coming in from Zuka's Jax. Going down low, though, is the Baron. He actually could do a lot of work here. Doesn't have the ult. I think that Counter-Strike's looking a bit scary, actually. Clone away, though, and he goes Polymorph into the grab field. He was looking scary, and now he's not. Baron goes lower and lower. Nocturne coming out of base. Won't get in range for anything near a Smite Steal. And Invictus Gaming take Weibo's aggressive globals, win the fights, and they take the Baron. That's going to set them up to control the map and get in towards the next dragon. That's probably the killer blow. Back into the replay. Very good teleport from Breathe. The tidal wave, it's not fantastic. Nocturne does get onto Jachi. It makes this fight winnable, I suppose. 1 for none. Fed AD carried down. But just look at how much work Breathe gets. Just stacks up Rage. Zuka gets out of the fight. The Cyclone's running as well. Really the top jungle of IG make the difference there. Pushing in now across the map. 1.5 minutes till the dragon. Credit to IG. We have said that their mid and late game has looked poor so far this series. This has been better from them in terms of that fight. I was looking for Protobelt into E. I mean, Victor with Protobelt, not bad. You can actually... In this game, it's not bad. It helps you dodge out on... helps you dodge out on stuff like the bubble. I don't like it on Ahri because you have like a million dashes in your W move speed anyway. I'll give Cadril a bit about this. I just prefer damage. Damage is nice. You don't need that as an Ahri. As a Victor, you do. As a Mel, you do. As an Orianna, as Zir, sometimes you do. Helps you dodge out on these crucial skill shots when they can actually cost you the game. And a lot of the time, they just have the AP ratios to make it work. Now, a lot of mages have good enough damage that they don't need optimal damage. A lot of high mobility assassins don't need it though, because they need better damage. What they give up in terms of, what they gain in terms of mobility, they tend to lose in terms of convenient AP ratios and stuff like that. Appreciate the follow there. Thank you, Willem. But yeah, Protobelt. Protobelt's a good item. It's very cheap. 2,650 gold for the active and decent stats. That's good. It's just, it's annoying when, yeah, it's annoying when, you're so high mobility and you give up a better item. Thank you so much for the sub, Rangason, as well. Jump into mid lane again. Do they have teleports this time? Who's coming in to the play? Jachi, does he have everything? He ults away. The tidal is better this time. I think Jachi is going down despite the Cyclone. Mako does survive. Good Cyclone once again from the Wukong. TF goes down. Breed is full HP, and that is a problem. The Jax is not scaled enough.
The Renekton does not care. Triple kill for Wei. Incredible game from him on the Wukong. Always in the thick of things. 5-0 and 8. Wei's Wukong remains an incredibly potent threat. The top jungle of IG have been so impressive in this game. Appreciate the follow. Appreciate the subscription. While we're in the background there too, as we're watching what could now be the end of this game. That was meant to be, the end of the Baron buff. 20 seconds left, 1 wave left. Neo walks forwards. If you can get the kill onto L, he just missed there actually. If he could have got the kill there, he had flash and barrier, quite low chance, but still really going to change things. Inhib will go down. Neo, I actually think he's been a very good victor this game on the whole. Yes, some missteps, but if you're a rookie playing up in the top level of the LPL, when you're playing against LPL teams, you expect to have some missteps here and there. Teams are very scrappy. They'll find you out of position. They'll hard force onto you in times you don't expect. He's done pretty well at it responding to that. There's been some decent Aurelia angles lately. Yeah, I mean, the problem with Aurelia is team fighting with her later. The laning phase isn't a problem. The problem is actually team fighting later. And this is the thing with modern League of Legends. I talked about this on Twitter recently. I think one of the worst things which has happened to League of Legends is assassins being removed from mid lane. And I think actually as an extension of that, a lot of duelists being removed from top lane. The reason that both of these have failed is because, well, one, everyone does damage to turrets now, so you don't need these people to do that, much in the way that, I mean, you used to need AD carries to kill towers, because no one else could do it. And one of the other problems is, you need to teamfight dragons. You must teamfight for, like, 3rd dragon, latest, really. And these champions, like, hang on a second, jumping forward, Elk has double summoners, and he's not going to be able to use a single one! Barrier not enough, flash unable to be used. Wonderful engage once again from Wei. What an incredible game on the Wukong. Jachi jumps forwards, misses the W, but I think that's enough. Poor Elk. Just gets jumped on. Perhaps he was too far forwards. Not been the easiest series for him. Okay, misfortune game earlier. Weibo beat top esports, lose to Invictus Gaming. TF pulls the ultimate. What's he going to do with that? I mean, they turn the lights out, they turn their own lights off. There's a lot of lights going off and on. Xiaohu goes melee range into a Renekton. I mean, Jeja goes in. Credit to him, does get the kill onto the Lulu. Don't think that's going to save the game, though. The Nexus bear, the counter-strike down. Elk respawning, a couple of auto attacks left, flash away. Series to IG. Invictus Gaming win their first series since week 2 of this split. It's been a long time coming. Renard out. Nya in. And they'll get themselves their first victory. Nya in mid lane. 100% series win rate in the LPL. Invictus Gaming take a victorious bout. For the first time in quite a while. And I tell you what, folks. I tell you what. The changes that have come through for this team. Now, changing out that mid lane, I think I can say, Nya, I'm a fan. I'm a fan. I thought I'd get dressed up for the occasion. Am I a fan of Nya just yet? I'm deciding it. But I've definitely taken on the apparel of it. Nya, he gets to keep all of his 9 lives today. A solid showing from him, replacing the outgoing Renard. Let's do a little bit. Well, I appreciate everyone for joining me today. I hope you enjoyed... I hope you all enjoyed the show. I hope you enjoyed LCK if you watched that earlier as well. Shout out to guys on the broadcast over there. Big fan of them. And yeah, if you're enjoying LPL, I hope that you tune in again for some LPL action. IG versus Weibo, often a very scrappy, fun series, and I think it was there again. I think that Wukong was really, really good. Wei was very, very good there. I enjoyed him an awful lot. Nya actually getting a lot of the fan vote and MVP, I think particularly because it's his first series in the LPL, replacing Renard. IG fans will likely just be happy seeing that their mid laner was impacting the game in a positive way, because Renard really struggled to do that. He really struggled to do that. So, victory for IG. They moved to 3 wins. I think they're even now with Weibo. What the hell is... What the hell is happening in chat? What's happening there? What are we doing? What are we arguing about? Yeah, what's happening? Guys, chill out. Are we arguing about favorite players and teams again? What is this? Okay, whatever. I mean, you guys can sort it out, but... Okay, fair play. Be nice to each other. Be nice. But yeah, I appreciate everyone sticking in here. Now, you might know or you might not, but LPL doesn't have an official English broadcast anymore. It was shut down at the end of 2024. And that was where I used to work. I used to work on LPL in 2023 and 2024. That was my job. And then that went. It was a horrible time for casters, for a lot of people who'd followed that region for a long time, where I'd met people like Munchables, Lyric, Mazal, Hysterics, a lot of very talented casters, many others as well, right? It's a non-exhaustive list. And yeah, thank you for Sam for casting the earlier games as well. Obviously, had to drop out to do some recording just then, but obviously I can't do this without him. And let's bring it down to that. Now, because there's no official broadcast of the LPL, we do it here instead. I have cast 2,000 LPL games. I've cast a lot of LPL games. I consider myself one of the better historians and custodians of the LPL region. There are a couple of us out there, of course there are, but I consider myself one of them. And I've taken it basically upon myself ever since 2024, when we only broadcast half of the games, to be that hole which has been left by the lack of the official broadcast. You know, I consider myself one of the better casters out there, and I hope that you're enjoying it. Now, if you have enjoyed it, please genuinely think about dropping a like, a follow, subscribe. If you enjoyed any of the clips from this, post it on Twitter or Reddit. It makes a difference. And if you enjoyed it, come around, stick around again. We've got a Discord to join. We've got socials you can follow me on as well as Sam. And you can also donate to the Ko-fi as well if you feel like giving a little to the cause as well, because this is how we pay our rent. We only get to do this if we're supported through it. Okay, you guys are gonna have to knock it off, or we're gonna have to start timing you out, okay? By the way, if you're gonna keep arguing with each other, we're just gonna time you out for a bit so you can take a chill out. Like, you've been told. Okay, right. If you're on YouTube, I mean, not as the stream's gonna end here. No. If you're on YouTube, the stream will end here. And if you're on Twitch, we'll radio over to someone. Really appreciate everyone sticking around, really do. And I hope you enjoyed your time. I hope you enjoyed LCK earlier. I hope you enjoyed LPL if you were here for the whole day as well. And I mean, we'll see you tomorrow. Tomorrow is an early start tomorrow, folks. It is an early start tomorrow. We're starting with WE versus JDG about 2 hours before it normally would be. And yeah, so if you wanted to see when it is, you can check the schedule on Twitch that has the correct time on it. Also as well, you can export my Twitch schedule to a Google kind of like calendar as well, or like an app calendar API. So if you want to know exactly when they are, put that into like your calendar app or something like that. Makes sense. Anticlimactic into that series. Ish. I thought that the Wukong engage was fine enough. That was fun. I thought that, honestly, like, Wei was so good. He was very, very good. Enjoyable. Also good to see you, Dark Lord. Hope you're doing well. Anyway, the show's going to end here, folks. Thanks for joining. Tomorrow is the 3 series day. WBG, ADG, Weibo top esports. The Weibo have really got to level up for that one. And then IG versus Anyone's Legend, especially with how Anyone's Legend we're playing today. That's going to be pretty rough. I guess that all of these games are going to be in Xi'an. And so we'll enjoy WE's home ground there. WE, they've got a very uphill battle themselves. 3 very different series tomorrow. Already. Yeah, I think that Nya actually played pretty well, and we got to make so many cat puns to him. Like, he made some rookie errors about his retreats from objectives and play on the map. That's somewhat expected. That's hard to learn. I think he looked pretty good in the individual matchups. His team fight impact was good. He played 3 different types of champions. I think that the Annie wasn't fantastic, but was fine in the early game. I enjoyed what happened with that Victor though. Very good Victor game. Okay, folks, the show will end here. If you're on YouTube, or if you're on Twitch, we'll radio over to someone. Thank you everyone for watching us again. We'll see you tomorrow bright and early. Okay, I think Kitty's going offline now, so I'll probably not raid over the Kitty. I'll send you over to Peng. Peng actually just hit rank 1. I know it's after the reset, but he just hit that. He's a really good Raori player, so we're going to send over to Peng. If you're on YouTube, show will end here. Thanks again, folks. Really enjoy you. I really enjoy your company. Wouldn't do it without you. See you in a bit, folks.